What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to another live build. And today, I'm so excited about the project that you're going to build, not just because it's an amazing project that most of you are using probably quite often, but also because for the person who is going to teach you this. This project was prepared by Lucas. So here is Lucas. How are you feeling today?
Hello everybody, I'm feeling amazing. I'm super excited to be here finally again, and thanks for the intro. So yeah, I'm really excited for today because I think we have a very fun project lined up. So today we're going to be building a Reddit clone with React Native Expo, and we'll cover everything from setting up the project, handling the posts, comments, and even authentication. And by the end of this video, I think you'll have a fully functional app that looks and feels like Reddit on your phone. Here's a quick look at what we're going to build today. As you can see here, we'll have a home feed where people will be able to explore posts from various communities. We'll build a detailed post page where people will be able to view posts, engage in discussions. They will also be able to create a post to share the thoughts. Also, you'll be able to search for the communities while creating the post, of course. Then, as mentioned, we'll implement very easy authentication, login and sign up with Clerk. We'll talk more about it soon. So now for the tech stack. As mentioned, we'll be doing it with React Native Expo. We'll also be using Expo Router for screen navigation. Again, what I mentioned in Clerk, we'll be using Clerk for authentication. We'll be using Jotai for global state management, and we'll be using TypeScript to ensure type safety. Now, let's quickly go over of what are you going to learn today. So first of all, we'll go over the basics. As the tutorial mentions, it's very well suited for beginners. So we'll cover the props and state managing. We'll cover the Flatlist, how to efficiently render long lists. Also, we'll cover navigation, how to implement it with bottom tabs. We'll cover React hooks like useState, useRef, and you'll see a lot more and how we use them. What are they? We'll cover authentication by implementing user login signup, learn about TypeScript basics and fundamentals, which is very important, and we'll be learning about global state management, how to manage and share data across your whole app. And lastly, if we'll have time, we'll cover a little bit of performance optimization by reducing unnecessary renders.
Thank you very much, Lucas. I'm very excited. Like, it's already looking so good. I just want to mention that we're going to follow the same project-based learning that you're used to, that we've built, and we designed to make sure that you're going to learn the most out of this project. Project-based learning is best because you gain hands-on experience, you build real project, and at the end you have like a project that you can either continue building or add it to your portfolio when you're going to search for a new job, or adjust it for your own needs. Project-based learning for the best. All right, yeah, so before we get started, I want to say a big thank you for the sponsor of today's video, which is Clerk. And if you don't know about Clerk, Clerk is the best way to implement user management, authentication, sign up, and the whole user management lifecycle in your application. They have the best developer experience out there. It's super easy to implement. They have pre-built UIs for the web. On mobile, we can easily integrate with their API, and we can have a lot of features when it comes to user management to authentication, such as social sign-ins, multi-factor authentication, magic links, and more in a matter of, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, installing and configuring it in our project. So thank you very much, Clerk. And today we're going to actually use Clerk to manage users in our Reddit clone. So you're going to see more about that a bit later. Last but not least, I would like to make sure that Lucas gets a proper introduction. So Lucas, welcome back to notjust.dev. Thank you very much for coming back. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. So very quickly, not to waste too much time, I am a software engineer. I have 6+ years experience as a startup CTO and co-owner. I, of course, have more experience in the development field, but that's where I spend most of my time. Also, I'm a former university instructor in software engineering, and we did it together way back in the days. And I would say I'm a developer first and educator second, so I had a lot of experience there, and now I think I am ready to share that with others. And a few mottos basically that I go by with would be building a real life project is the fastest way to grow, which we already mentioned. That's how I was learning and I still stand by it. And my goal will be to help you level up one project at a time, starting with Reddit.
Thank you. That's amazing. And yeah, Lucas coming back allowed me to focus more on React Native Mastery. Now I'm all in preparing the last project. React Native Mastery has 7 different projects that will help you master mobile development with React Native and Expo. So if you're interested in React Native Mastery, now is the best time to join. Go to notjust.dev/React Native Mastery. I'm going to wait you there. And without further ado, is it time for us to get started?
Yes, let's get started. So before going further, I just want to let you know that we've worked on a Notion guide, which is in the description below. You can find it there. Let me share it with you, how we'll be using it. So you can see here a little welcome post, a short introduction of what is that. And the main part will be the task board here that I'll be following. And I highly suggest you do the same because there I have some more examples that I will probably not cover that deeply here. So download it and use it as you will.
Trust me, this resource is so well written. I went for it and Lucas went above and beyond to prepare it. Easy to follow guide. So make sure to go to assets.notjust.dev/Reddit and get the asset bundle with a step-by-step guide.
Yes, exactly. It took a while, not gonna lie. And I think let's just get started with it without wasting too much time. The first thing will be opening the first lesson, which is configure your environment. I will quickly cover what you need. So first of all, to follow this tutorial, the only thing that you in theory need will be installing the Node.js, and later I'll cover one more requirement. And if you're running your app on a physical device, that's simply downloading Expo Go and will be ready to go. So do that as well. You can follow this link here and it will take you where you need. So there is a one step, which is running your project on a simulator or emulator. It is optional, but if you want to do that, you do need to install Android Studio or Xcode. So I will not be covering this in this tutorial, but if you want to do that, if you want to run the app on the simulator, just follow this guide with all the documentations and you'll be good to go. Last thing that we will need is going to be the code editor. So my choice for this tutorial will be VS Code. I think Vadim uses that as well, and I suggest downloading it if you don't have anything, and here you can do that as well. That's it. We'll only be needing that much. So let's go back to the task board and let's start setting up our first fresh Expo project. So here, again, you'll have all the steps you'll need to do. So let's first of all copy this command. Let's go to our terminal and run the command. So what we're doing here, we're creating a new Expo application with the latest version of Create Expo app. We're giving it a name here, and we're also defining a template. I'll leave it like this because now we can select the template you want. For this tutorial, we'll be choosing blank TypeScript, but the default one comes already with a lot of pre-built screens and more, which is, I think, very good as well, but I want to show you everything from scratch. So let's choose blank TypeScript and click enter. Now we'll create an application real fast and let's see the next steps. So yeah, the next steps will be opening the VS Code. You could, in theory, open your application through the terminal if you have VS Code, but for that you'll need one extra setup as well. So I'll just show you how to do it from scratch by doing it very manually, let's say. So let's go here, open a new VS Code window. Let's make it bigger. And let's see, the project is ready to go. And the only thing we need to do now is go to our VS Code, go to File, click Open, and find the place where you have your project created. For me, it's gonna be here, Reddit clone, and we can click Open. You will most definitely see this table, and here you can just select trust authors of all files and click yes, I trust the authors. Let's close this welcome. And here we have the project basically already created. So as you can see here, following the next step will be to start the development server. Again, there are shortcuts to opening the terminal, but if you don't know, you can simply go here, terminal, click new terminal, and we'll be here. To run the application, we simply need to run npm start and click enter. Now the Metro bundler is ready. Oh, by the way, yes, so if you want to run your application, as I mentioned, on Expo Go, the only thing you need to do is scan this QR code with your mobile device's camera and you'll have it ready. In this tutorial, I'll be running on the simulator, so I'll be pressing I. Let's make this smaller so you could see everything. It's loading, perfect. And now it's bundling. So now we can see that we have the app running and it says open app.tsx to start working on your app. Let's do that. Let's open the app.tsx and let's change this title to Hello World. Let's save it and we can see that the hot reloading is working. That means we're good to go and we can continue. One more thing that I want to showcase to you is setting up the folder structure a bit differently. I think that will help you to have everything a lot more organized. Therefore, I recommend it. I know a lot of people do that as well. So let's do that right away. In here, let's click on a right button and click new folder. Let's call it source. And inside here right away, let's create two more folders. One will be called components. And this will be a folder where we keep the components that we, let's say, reuse, a little small building blocks. And also inside the source, let's create another folder called app. This will be the folder where we keep all of our screens. This is basically how it should look like. Now it's important to download the asset bundle that I added here because I'll be giving you some of the dummy data that we'll be needing today. So make sure to download it, unzip it, and then you can replace that assets folder with this one. I already have mine here, so let me replace with mine. And you should have this data folder here, which will have 3 JSON files. One of them will be for posts, one of them will be for groups, and the last for comments. That's it. We're ready to go to the next lesson. So let's go back to the task board. Let's open the Expo Router lesson and let's install the Expo Router. As mentioned, Expo Router is going to help us with the navigation inside the application. And it is not like a traditional, let's say, navigation library. It is following file-based navigation system, which means that you simply need to create a file in app directory, and Expo Router will create a screen for that. So if you're familiar with the Next.js navigation, this approach will be very close to your heart, let's say. But if you're not, don't worry, I'll explain everything step by step. And also one more thing, if you have any experience with React navigation, you will see some of the familiarities and some of the things that we can reuse. Now let's go and create a new screen in our app directory. Let's go back to our code. We can close this one out, and inside app directory, click right button, new file, and let's call it index.jsx. For now, we will not do anything here because we did not install the Expo Router, so it does not change anything. So we can stop the server clicking Control-C, and we can run the command to install the Expo Router library. To do that, let's open this official documentation guide and follow it step by step. I will guide you through how to read documentation as well. First of all, we can see that it says to follow the steps below if your project was previously created with Expo but does not have Expo Router library installed, which is the case for us. Now we are developing with SDK 50 and above. That means we simply need to copy this command, go back to our VS Code and paste this command in the terminal. Click enter and let's wait for a little bit until it finishes installing. While it's installing, we can go to a second point, which is we need to set up an entry point. So for the property main, we can copy this, use the Expo Router entry as the value in the package.json. That means we need to go in our VS Code and click on package.json. Let's double click it. Let's find where it says main. It is here, and let's replace with this. So now we change the entry point of our application, and the only last thing that we need to do is add a deep linking scheme in our app config. So let's copy this one and let's go to app.json here. Under the slug, that's where I like to do it, add the scheme and let's name it something like not just Reddit clone. Let's save it, and now we are done. We do see that here are more steps if you want to basically develop your application for web as well. We would need to install React Native Web and React DOM. We'll not be doing that today, so we'll skip this. And also you need to modify the Babel config.js to change to Babel preset Expo, but now Expo does that automatically for you, so we do not need to change anything. So that means we are ready to go. Let's click. One important step here is to clear the bundler cache. So let's copy this command, go back to our code, paste it, click enter, and we are good to go. Let's click to open it on iOS device, and let's reload. Now we see that there is no unmatched, there's no route that Expo Router could find. And that is because here we changed the entry for the Expo Router. So now it no longer looks in here or here. It tries to look what's inside your app folder. We do have an index here where it should go, but we do not have anything here defined. So what we will do is we will create a new function, export default. Let's call it home screen, and let's we need to add export default function. Let's return a text, and we will return a text from React Native. As you can see, it will import automatically. If it didn't, just write this one. And let's say hello world Expo Router. Let's save it, try to reload it, and we can see that it is working. So now we don't really need these files anymore. And as you can see in the guide, if we go back, we created our first screen. I will introduce this a little bit later, but now we have a little bit of cleanup to do as the fifth step. And what we'll do is we'll remove the index and app.tsx here, because we will no longer need them, and it will keep things a bit cleaner. So now let's go back to our guide. We already created a new screen. Let's show you how easy the navigation is with Expo Router. So inside the app directory, we will create one more file, and let's call it about.tsx. And here I called it JSX, which is not correct. It should be TSX because we're working with TypeScript. So I'll rename it. And yes, so now what we need to do is simply wrap our text with link, and we will import it from Expo Router. So let's go back here, write import. We will say we want to import link from, and we'll be importing it from Expo Router here. Now we'll need to do some adjustments here. Instead of having the text, we can simply change to link tag, and also let's add it in a view. We'll also need to import the view from React Native. It's kind of like a div in web development. Let's do this. And now I did it because we will add more things here below, and you cannot in React Native, you need to have basically your elements wrapped in one bigger element like a div or view. And we can see that the link is complaining about something, and we can hover on it and see that property href is missing in type. Basically, we can understand right away that we need to add href to here. So let's do that, href. And this is basically where TypeScript helps you. So we will do href, and now we need to define where should we go. So we'll be going to the about screen. How does it know to just, like, we can just define about and to go there? Well, here I made a mistake. It shouldn't be about, it should be about So it takes the name from the app folder. So for example, if I would write something like about to, and I save it, let's reload it and click on this text, it will not know where to go. But if I change it here to about, let's reload once again. We need to create here real quick a function. So let's do export default function. Let's call it about screen, and let's return text from React Native, and it will say hello from about. Let's save it, go back here, and if we click on here, we basically are navigating to a new screen. If you see, we can change it here and we'll see the changes. So that's how easy is navigation. You don't need to do any extra setups. You just create a file here and Expo Router knows, okay, this should be a screen. And to navigate to it, you just say link href and give it a name to where you want to be navigated to. So now let's talk about very important concept called layouts in Expo Router. As I said, by default, every screen that you create in app folder will be a screen, except for a layout. This is basically, in native apps, you want to have some sort of elements that you can share between all of the screens. So for example, like headers or bottom tab bars or drawers. And in order to share these elements between these screens, we need to create a layout. And layout is kind of like a wrapper around your screens. So basically, you can change something inside the layout to share between different screens, and it will stay there. So let's try to show an example of that. Go to a app. Let's create a new file here called layout.tsx. And in here, we can see a very easy example. Export default, we will call it root layout. And again, I forgot to write function. And in here, what we will do is we will return. For now, let's return as an example stack from Expo Router. And if I save this, reload here, we can see that the header appeared. And now if I navigate to here, we can see that the header persists at the top, which is what we want exactly. Basically, this layout wraps around everything that's in app directory. In this case, index and about screens. And we can do a lot of changes in here. So we could say, let's close the stack and let's maybe make it look a bit cleaner. I know I might have OCD, but let's not diagnose ourselves with anything. And inside here, we could create another stack.screen, let's say. And we can say that the name of the route, let's say it's in index. And in here, we can pass more options for the screen. So for example, title. Let's call it home screen. Let's save it. And as you can see, the title above changed to home screen instead of having index. If I go to hello world, it's still about without capital, but we can add it like exactly like this one, just call it with a different name that's here, and we can give it more styles. We will see this actually in action a lot more during this tutorial, and I'll explain even more then. But for now, we will not be returning a stack here. We will be returning a slot. So the difference between slot and a stack is actually that if let me load here slot, it will return everything inside here, but it will not add any shared elements. So basically, it wraps around it. If you want something to change, you can do it, but it does not add like any pre-shared elements in there. So for now, we'll keep it that way. And actually, we can move on to another lesson because we finished like very basic knowledge about Expo Router, and we'll see more, expand more on Expo Router later. So now if we go to bottom tabs, we'll need to change a little bit our structure of the app. So let's go back to the VS Code, and under the app, let's create another folder and we will call it tabs. As you can see in here, I explain a bit more what are these parentheses around tabs. And these parentheses basically indicate that this directory is a group in Expo Router. And grouping screens is like organizing our navigation structure without actually affecting the URL paths. So for example, we don't need to add this tabs inside the href. So we would not need to write tabs / about, or in this we'll need later, let's say app or protected. We can simply keep it like this, and that's it.
I just want to add here that in the code, sometimes we actually do specify that to be more specific, like where we want to land. But the benefit of having parentheses around groups is that it doesn't affect the end URL. And for mobile, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But if we run the same application on web, these URLs are going to be the actual URL at the top. So you don't want to see the users going to your website /tabs /app /protected /user. You just want to go /user. So that's why we add these optional groups.
Exactly. Very good point. Very good point. So in this case, we will have 5 different tabs on the bottom of the Reddit application. And I think I have it somewhere here. Home, that should not be index. We'll call it differently. Communities, create, chat, and inbox. So let's do that. We need to create a file for every screen. So let's start with index.tsx, and this index will work like a home screen, like a feed for us. Good, now let's create another one for communities.tsx, another one for create.tsx, then chat, and lastly inbox. Perfect. So now that we created these 5 screens, let's try to add some boilerplate code to them, and I will copy here. You can do the same. Just copy it, go to the index. I don't like to be copying a lot of things, so I will write one fully. Let's call export default function. Let's call it home screen. Let's do this and return. What we will return inside. We will, for now, return only some... Actually, let's return also with Vue. So we need to import Vue from React Native. And also we will need to import text from React Native to display some text. And let's say home screen. Let's save it. And you need to do the same for all of these tabs that we just created. But in order to save a little bit of time, I'll do some copying in order to not waste your precious time. So let's go open chat. Let's paste the code that you copied from here. And let's rename it a little bit. Now we are in a chat screen, so we need to change the function name. And also let's rename what we say here. Okay, now let's go to communities. Let's do the same. Change here to communities and here to communities. Let's go to create, paste once again. Let's call it create. Let's go to inbox, paste one last time, and let's call inbox and again inbox. Let's save it. And now we have all of these screens created. So currently we do not really need these index and about screens anymore because we'll no longer be using them. It was just as an example. So you can select both of them or you can remove them one by one, but we select, click the right button and delete them. And now let's see what happens if we reload. As we can see, it's smarter to render here a stack at first in order to have a little bit of a header, because we can see the text is hidden here, but we can't really see what kind of text. So for now, until we don't need it, go back to your layout, which is in the app, and change it to return a stack instead of a slot. Let's save it, and we can see that we are in home screen. But even though we are in home screen, we do not see any kind of bottom tabs, even though we created all of these screens. And why we don't see them? Let's go down. We need to set up the layout that I just talked about for the bottom tabs, because as I told, we'll be sharing those bottom tabs between all of these screens that are inside the tabs directory. and we need them to persist there. So what we will do is go to the app tabs, new file, and let's create layout.tsx. In here, we will be wrapping our screens in a tab, basically a component. So if we scroll a bit here, you can copy paste to save your time. I will be building, and this will have all of the icons that you need. I tried to select the best ones I could. If you want, feel free to change, but we'll be adding some of the things here. First of all, we need to import the tabs itself from Expo Router. Then we need to export default function, and let's call it tab layout. And in here, let's return the tabs. So yeah, we added the tabs, but we also need to build them basically one by one and let them know what kind of the title it needs to have, what color they need to have, what icon they need to have, and more things in here. So if we just reload right now, we will see already something familiar going towards the right direction. We can see some of the tabs here. We can navigate between them. The icons, of course, are bad. The colors are bad. And for some reason, we see two different headers. To solve the header problem, we can very easily go back to app layout, and we can change back to slot. We can remove here the stack, save it, and we can see that the header disappeared. You saw that header because this layout wraps everything in the app, and so it displays its own header, but we also display a header for these tabs. So that's why you saw duplicating headers. But now that we are no longer returning here a stack, we're returning a slot, which means we just return everything that's here without adding anything extra. So now how do we change the icons, the colors, and everything else? Well, for that, we will need to do this. And inside here, we will define different tab screens. So it's similar to stack.screen that I showed you, while being still different. So let's, oh yeah, I forgot to add this and this, my bad. So now let's start defining the screens by writing tabs.screen, and let's close it. So the first screen that we will be working on will be the index, our home screen. So the name of it is actually not the home screen that we gave there, but the name is actually this part before the TSX, like a file name. So we say the name is index. The options will be, and we will change first of all, the title. And the title here will be, let's say, home. I think it's that way. Actually, it's header title, but no, we call it Reddit. Yes, Reddit. So we see header title. If we save it and reload it, we see that the header title changed, which is amazing. And now we want to change the header title a little bit to have a different color, more closely related to Reddit. Let's clean it up a little bit. And now you can click Options Shift F to clean up your spacing, basically. It's going to be a little bit easier to follow. And so we have a different title color. And there's two more things that we want to change. We want to change the icon here. Actually, three more things: the icon, the name, and the color that it uses when it's selected. So in order to change the text, we simply need to pass title, and actually we will call it home. Let's save it, and as you can see, it changed here to home. And in here, we will now work on having a different icon. So let's define tab bar icon. Let me check what kind of icon I provided. It's this one. Let's copy this and go back here and paste just the icon that we want to use. You can use whatever icon you want, and you can use Expo vector icons. You can simply go here and find whatever icon you wish to use. Go import it at the top. I still did not import it, which I will need to do. And this is the icon that you want to render. So you would copy this one and then simply pass it here. It's complaining that we did not import it. So we will do that. Import, we will say and design, and we will import it from Expo vector icons. And save it. Oh, actually now it's complaining about the color. So before showing an example, I'll show only black. And as you can see, it changed the icon. It's good, but it's not exactly what we want to achieve. Now it's always black, and the bottom placeholder is gray. So it's not exactly correct. And here it's completely blue. So what this is doing, color here, and then if we define, basically take as a parameter here, color, we're passing the active or not active, basically what color this icon should be displayed in. So if we save, you can see that now it changed to being gray, and it is like that because our inactive color is by default gray. If we hover on it, now it's blue. So the light gray color for the inactive icon is something that we want to keep, but the blue is not something that we want to keep. Therefore, as you can see here, we have a screen option called tab bar active tint color. So we will go here and say tab bar active tint color, and we can change here to whatever we want. If I change red, whenever we hover on it, it will be red, but we will simply have it as black. And now it's perfect. It's everything that we needed. Let's create one more screen. We will need to do that for everything, but I will guide you through one. So tabs.screen, let's close the tag. And now what does it need? So first of all, it needs a name. We are working on the chat. Here we see the name is chat, so we simply call it that way. Then what does it need more? We will pass some of the options. Now let's clean it up a little bit. Here and here and here. So for the options, we will be passing the title, as you remember at the top. So the title will be here just chat. We will be passing here also the icon. So let's clean it up even more to have it very nicely readable. And the tab bar icon, again, we'll take the color and we'll say, okay, we will render, I don't remember exactly what, but we will render this icon with this color. Of course, now we need to import the another icons, like a package. I'm not sure how to exactly call it, but if we save it, we can see that the chat appeared here and everything is working very nicely. So as you can see, we only needed to change the header title in the index because it's different. But for here, it's taking it from here, basically. The title will be the header title and this title. I will not go over like all of these creating, so you can just copy all of it and paste it here. As you can see, the rest ones will be exactly the same. So they will be following the same structure as the chat that I just created. If we save it, we can see that we have all of the screens and we can navigate between all of them and everything works perfectly. Later, we'll add a little bit more adjustments to the tabs in here, but for now it's perfect. So we finished another, let's say, checkpoint implementing bottom tabs. Let's continue working on the next thing. And the next lesson will be creating your first component, custom component, let's say. So why I say custom? Because so far we worked with some of these components like text or view. It is a component, but if you want to create your own custom reusable component, we will need to do some more steps. So first of all, let's clean up here the top part. And the first thing that we will do is start by displaying a simple dummy post inside our home screen. Actually, I see that this changed back to index. So it's important to fix this. And why it changed? Because we no longer have the title here. Let's add home, and I am adding it inside tabs, layout, and for the index. Now it's back to home. Let's open the index inside the tabs, and we'll start working on our first component in here. So the first thing that we will do is import the dummy data. So if you did not download it from the Notion guide and you're following now, please do that. If you're following later, you can still download it. So take your time and download it. Let's import, first of all, the posts from, and we'll do them. I know Vadim hates this. He wants to always, he doesn't like relative paths. He usually set up aliases, so-called. I'll show you how to do it later, but right now I want to focus on bare minimum in order to create the first application without wasting more time on setup. Vadim is very technical, so he likes it. Let's
Don't
say
worry.
assets,
Do your thing.
data, and the last thing that we need is posts. Perfect. So now that we imported these posts, we can go inside here and simply name our object, basically a post, a variable, and we will assign the first element, the first object inside the posts array. So as you can see, this is a big array, and what this little thing does is it says that take the first element, which is at position 0, from the posts array, and in that case it's gonna be this one, the post with ID number 1. Okay, perfect, we have this post. So what else? Now we will change it up a little bit of what we are returning. Instead of returning a home screen, we will make the data a little bit dynamic. And how to do that? Well, first of all, let's inside here, inside the home screen, let's open it these curly braces inside the text. And now you might be thinking like, why I need these curly braces? And JSX treats everything that's inside the text as plain text by default. So for example, as you saw home screen here. To include some dynamic values, for example, I want to include and display the title of the post. What we need to do here is we need to wrap them in a curly braces to tell that this thing, what's inside the text, needs to be evaluated as a expression, a JavaScript expression, and not a simple text. So now that we did this, we can write post, which is we are referencing this post. We can press dot, and now it shows us what can we display. Basically, it shows all of these values like description, group, image from here. As you can see, there is group, there is description, here's the image. But what we said, we want to display the title. So let's save it. And as you can see, just like that, we were able to display the title from the posts. Exactly like this. Why React Native is the best? Why React Native is the best? Comment down below why is it the best? Okay, so now we will want to display maybe a bit more, like not only the post title, but also the description. So as you can see, we displayed it just like that. And you can display all of the data inside there as easy as this. So for example, you might be thinking, how do I access this name if it's inside the first object, inside the group object? And for this, it's very easy. What we will do is we will say we're taking it from posts. It is in the group, but now you need to select what to display in a group. So lastly, you'll say we need to display the name. Let's save it. And as you can see, the name is here. So that's very basic logic about how to display data. Now we'll be working on, instead of hard coding everything here, we will be working on creating our own little component. But for that, let's take a look at what we will be rendering. So in the home feed, we can see that this feed has multiple posts here. Some of them have images, some of them only text. So for now, we will be working on displaying one post. Let's go back to our code, delete this, and let's start working towards that. So you can keep on, if you have multiple screens, you can keep one of these examples so that it would be easier for you to follow as the reference for the post. So now the first thing that we will do is display a name like this top bar. Let's go back to the code and let's say that without styling, let's display a text, and this text will have post dot group, because it's we say from which group it is, and the image, but we cannot render it in post, so let's not do image for now, let's do name. How do we render images? So from React Native we can import a component called image, and now if we add it here, image, close the tag. So it's with the image itself, it has a self-closing tag. You do not need to create like for the text here. And in here, we will say, okay, what does the image need? First of all, it needs a source to know what kind of image to render. And we will be rendering a URI, that basically like a URL of the image. And we'll be rendering it from post.group.image. So now if we save it, why is it not being displayed? Well, for that, we need to add some sort of styles. And actually, we only need to add two styles in theory. One is width, so let's say it will be 15 15, and the other is height, which is going to be, for now, let's say also 15. We'll change it a little bit later, and I'll show you how can you do that, but for now, let's do like this. Maybe let's increase the size to 20, something like that. So now we can see that we have this small image down here, which is basically the image of the group that you're in. What we'll need to do is we need to make it rounded. So in order to make it rounded, we'll call border radius, and we'll add it something like 10. Yeah, well, let's leave 10. Now it's rounded image. And for now, we'll leave it like that. Now we need to display also on the side the when was it posted, how much time ago or how long ago it was posted. So let's add another text. Let's access it in post and .created@. Simply like that. So now we're accessing the date of when the post was posted. For now it's not formatted, but we'll fix it later. Let's leave it like that. But we can see that we're displaying for some reason everything on the bottom, not side by side. And in order to fix that, we need to wrap all of our components that we just created inside one view. So let's do that. Select this tab. And now we need to give this view a style. And we'll change the default flex direction, because by default, flex direction is, you can see even here, is in column. So basically displaying everything after each other. But we want to be displaying things one after another in a row. And that's already what basically gives out what we need to type, which is row. If we select that and we save it, now we're getting closer to where we need to be. So perfect. Now, of course, we need to add some more styling. So one very easy style to add will be gap. And let's do maybe 10. And gap, what gap does is, in this whole view, it adds space between each of these elements. And we define that it needs to add like 10, it's not pixels, but let's say 10 points. And yeah, now we have not very nice thing, but almost there. We need to still add some more styles. So for example, this text, which is group name, it needs to be bold. So we will be adding font weight and we'll be passing bold font weight. Let's save it, and it is bold. What we also need to do is create it at, needs to be a little bit lighter color. So we'll be passing color as gray maybe. Yes, I think gray is good. And lastly, we'll be adding one more button on the side, which is gonna be called join. But I think I want to, first of all, real quick, format the date. So in order to format the date here, what we'll be doing is we will need to install one more library. So now we can open the terminal once again. You can go here, terminal and new terminal. Now let's stop the server, Metro Bundler real quick, and install a library called datefns. Let's do npx expo install and the library name. Click enter. It will take a second to install. Now that it is installed, we can go and import it. And how do you import it? Called here import. We'll say what we want to import, and it's going to be a long name. It's going to be format distance to now and strict, like this. It's a long name, so make sure to import it correctly. So what we'll do now in here, we'll call this function, and inside here, we will pass a new date, and we'll simply pass our date, which is post.created@. Let's save it. Oh, of course, I forgot to run npm start the server again. So let's run it. Open here. Let's reload. In order to reload, simply select your simulator and click R. And as we can see, it shows the time, the days, how long ago it was posted. Perfect. Very good. So now what we will need to do next, so we'll need to add this little join button here. Let's go back to our code and let's maybe restructure here. Yeah. And in here, we still need to be inside here. Let's close for now these. We will not need them for quite a while. For now, let's start by creating a view. And in here, we will simply create one more text. And this text will say join. So of course we need to style a little bit more this text, and the first things first, what we need to do is it has a background color of, here I prepared it. Here, let's paste it, let's save it. Now it does not look very good, but we need to change the color of the text itself, and it's gonna be white. Now we need to also give some padding around the button in order to like have more space here, right? On the bottom and on the top, we don't need to add a lot. We call it padding vertical, and we'll give only 2 points. And then for the horizontal, we will add, which means on the sides, we will add a little bit more padding of, let's say 7. Now it starts to look somewhere there. Another thing that we see is that it should have rounded corners. So let's add a border radius, and let's make it 10. And lastly, the font needs to be bold. So let's do font weight and make it bold. Perfect. So now we have the join button as well. But as you can see, everything here should stay on the left until the date, but the button should be on the right. So how do we achieve that? It's actually pretty easy. You simply pass one styling property to the view that this text is in, and it's called margin left, and we will say auto. What auto means is take all the remaining space here and move it to the end. So if we save it here, we can see that it's pushed to the side, taking up all of the remaining space. And we know that as we can see, we know that we need some of the padding here. So let's pass some styles to the whole container, basically to everything inside the screen. And these styles, as we talked already, we need some padding. So first of all, let's add some padding horizontal on the sides, and let's say it will be 15. And we will also add some vertical padding, which will be, let's see, 10. Okay, so we have the top part. Now we can start moving down. So what else do we need to display? Okay, we need to display the title. And maybe I'll show you one more thing, because as you can see, these styles here are very long. It actually even goes out of the screen, our join main part. In order to clean it up a little bit and restructure, what we need to do is we need to import the style sheet from React Native. Then we can go down here and create a style object. We will call it styles, and we'll say style sheet dot create, and we will pass here the styles that we want to create. So for example, this will be a very good case when to use it. We'll call it join button text. Then we can open the object, and we can say that we want all of these styles. We can cut them out, and we can paste them here on the bottom under the join button text. Maybe fix a little bit the spacing here like that. And now if I simply save it like this and remove these styles, it will no longer have the styles. So how do I assign those styles to this text? Well, to do that, we simply say style, and we call this object styles. And then click dot, and then we tell which style from this style sheet it needs to use. In our case, it's join button text. So we will simply write here join button text. If I save it, we can see that the styles were applied perfectly. So you can use either these kind of styles, or you can keep them inline. For very long styles like here, we have a lot of different styles. I usually like to extract it and move it here. But for smaller styles, for example, where here we only define like margin left auto, I leave it in inline. It's a personal preference. I'm not sure there is a better or worse way to do it. So these styles, I would already start thinking, okay, maybe for the image, we can move it out as well. So let's say styles, image, we go here, we say image here, and we paste all of these styles here. Let's save it, and it's remained the same. So now our main part of the code looks a little bit cleaner, and it's easier to read for us and for our friends that will be looking at it later on. Okay, I think we have header fully done. So what we need to do now is we need to, out of this, even for yourself, you can leave comments like this, and then let's close it. And let's say we will call it here header, or maybe even better post header. Let's continue, and now we'll be creating another part, which is the title and the image. So basically, you could call it content maybe, or something like that. And I will add some space here, like this, copy it, paste it, and let's say content. Let's go under, and now let's continue working. So first of all, we simply say we want text, and this text should display the title of the post. So again, post.title. Let's save it. Okay, it's displayed. And now we also want to display not only the title, but the image. So we say image, and we give it a source. The source will be post.image. So now we're displaying the post of the image. It is complaining now a little bit. I'll show you how to fix later on. Let's skip it real quick. And the last thing that sometimes we want to display, as we see here, only text, because not all of the posts have the image. So let's for now display it, and let's say post.description, and let's save it. Oh yes, as you can see, what I told before, the image must have a few styles. So for the styles, we will pass the width. The width should be 100% because you can define this that way. And we will not pass the height, but instead we will pass the aspect ratio, which is going to be 3:4. And if we save it, for now, it looks a little bit bad, but we'll fix it later. And actually it's not 3:4, it's the other way around, 4:3. And we also need to add, as we can see from our example, a little bit of border radius, like rounded corners, and we'll add 15. Now it's starting to look a lot better. So that's that. We can see real quick here that the text shouldn't be always displayed fully. It should only display 4 lines and then cut it off. We can actually achieve it very easily, so I'll quickly show it. The text has a number of lines property, and we simply, for now, say 4, and now it will cut. Okay, perfect. Now we can style a little bit our title, and for that, let's pass some styles. And let's say it will be, yeah, of course, I see the font weight, the first thing that we need to change, and it should be bold. Then the next thing that we should do is a little bit increase the font size. So let's do something like 17. Okay, already a lot better. And I really like a thing called letter spacing. So we'll pass a little bit of space between every letter, and it's going to be 0.5. So as you can see, it made it a little bit longer. I like how it looks. And we can also extract maybe title styles as well here. And I see Vadim really wants to say something.
If my pet peeve is path aliases, yours is making text look really beautiful.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Let's add it this way, save it, perfect. The title is displayed, and description is also displayed. Now the last thing that we need to build is, of course, we'll add some spacing, don't worry about it, we'll do it very quickly, but we also need to add the bottom part, which I will also separate into a separate comment. I like to do it this way because it's a lot easier to read later on for you or for anybody else. And this part is going to have a lot of, let's say, intricacies, a lot of styles, so it might get a little bit confusing, but don't worry, I'll try to explain it as best as I can. First of all, let's create a general global view, because we can see that all of these things should be displayed in a row. So that's the first thing we will do. We will pass these styles, flex direction, row. And by the way, don't worry if you don't remember the styles that well right away. You might feel lost if you're new, like, how do I remember all of these styles? You just do it with time. I never sat down and learned them. You just do repeat. That's why I really suggest highly going to older tutorials, follow what Vadim did, and you will definitely, it will get into your head just like that. There's no better way to learn.
And the best way to do that is to actually subscribe to the channel, guys. Now I think is the best time to do that if you haven't already, because we have a lot of good tutorials on the channel. And Lucas coming back, we're going to have even more.
We'll try to have, very good quality, a lot of them, and we'll repeat these a lot. So you'll learn if you follow all of it, everything. Yes, so we have it, everything like that. So now before starting to work, we can see that there will be a lot of different icons used. So let's start by displaying everything side by side, and then later we'll extract them and make it easier to understand. So first of all, we'll be importing a lot of icons. First of all, we will show, I have it here written down. So let me first of all show from where. Even though there's a lot of icons, I made sure they're all important from one icon library, and it will be material community icons. So let's scroll, we imported it at the top of our file. Let's scroll back down and let's first start by displaying all of them. So let's say material community icons. These will be the icons that we will use. And we can see all of them here. Now, some of them has, as you can see, some text. So for example, comments and upvote, downvotes. So under this one, we can add text, and in here we can say that text should be post.upvotes, and then under comments we need something very similar. So in here we will show post.number of comments. Let's save it. Okay, perfect. They are displayed. Now, some of them, as you can see here, has like a little bit of rounded lines around them. Actually, all of them have it. So what we'll do is we will split them into their own views. So for example, let's start with these two. We can wrap them in one view inside here. Now, if we save them, you can see that they're displayed one under each other, again in a column. So because it displays only in a row these things, and it treats this like one piece of like component, so that's why this what's inside here is messed up. So we need to pass it here again, flex direction row, and we have them back once more as they should be. One more thing that we need to add here is, because these are on the different side, we will add margin left auto. So now they are completely on the other side, which is again good. So for now, maybe let's leave icons like this, because there is still some more styles to add, and I don't want to bother you only with styling. But even if we don't fix it together, you can get like the full component. If you go to typesafe, you can find this whole component here in the final post list item code. So everything that you will need will be here. I'll rather go back to what's a little bit more important, and what's more important here is, as you can see in the list, we don't need to display only the image. So even if the post has some text, we display, if it has an image, we display only the image. And if the post doesn't have an image, we simply display the text, nothing else. So in order to achieve that, we will use a thing called rendering. What's the first word? Vadim, you remember?
Conditional?
Yes, exactly. This is the word I was looking for. Conditional rendering. The title will be always displayed no matter what, and it's required. But in order to display the image, what we need to do is, again, open these brackets and say, we need to display the image only if post has the image. Then we can display it. So if we copy this, and we can also see that we managed to get rid of the error here, because what we were seeing was a type error, which we'll talk about more a bit later. But this type error was saying to us that post image can be null, and then I don't know what to render. So now we solved this. So if we have the image, we will display it. We have it here. Another thing is that description is not always gonna be displayed. And as I talked, it should only be displayed when there is no image. So what we will do is we will say in here, if there is no post.image, and just for the sake of safety, there is a post.description, then we will display the description. So in order for the description to be displayed, we need to have the description and not have the image. So if we save now, we see that the description disappeared, which is exactly what we needed. So now, because these styles on the bottom look horrible and I can't look at them, let's go to typesafe component. And let's copy this last part, footer, basically, from these components. Yeah, like this. Let's copy it. Let's go back and paste this. So icon box as well. We need this small style. Let's copy it and paste it. And now if we save it, it looks a lot better. And thank God I was not able to look at them anymore. So yeah, now let's continue with a lesson, because now we kind of created displayed the first component. The problem with that is if we want to display multiple posts, we would need to copy everything in here basically and paste it again. You can imagine how bad it will look, how fast. So this is us displaying 2 posts and it's already like 118 lines of code. That would not be manageable at all. So what we can do is simply creating a new file in the components and the components that we will reuse. And I am talking about it here in the guide as well. So inside the source app components folder that we created, so let's open back. Let's navigate to components. Let's create a new file and let's call it postlist_item.tsx. So now that we created this new file, we can go back to this component of ours. And I know this is not very good, but let's select everything that we see here and everything that's in return. Let's cut it. Let's go back to our post list item. And here we need to write some boilerplate and then paste it in return statement, the view that we just copied. So let's quickly write export default function post list item. Let's also have it return, and in the return paste everything that I just cut out from here. Then as you can see, it's still complaining about a lot of things, and we can see why it's complaining by just hovering on it. Cannot find name view. That means we need to import view, and we import it from React Native. We also need to import image. We also need to import the text. So let's say image. And also lastly, text. Perfect. That's already a lot better. Now we are still seeing that it's complaining about material community icons. So let's do import material. I'm not going to be able to write that with such a long name. So let's go here and let's paste it, material community icons. And lastly, we need to take out this date and also paste it here. So now, one more thing, the styles. The styles are also no longer gonna be needed in this home screen. So we go here to index, to our home screen under tabs, go back to post list items. And in here, we scroll under the function and import the styles. Of course, as you can see, it's complaining about create. So we will go here and import the style sheet as well. So now it is good. The only problem is the post. So in order to get the post, we no longer need posts here. So we can cut it out from here as well. Go here, paste it. And lastly, we also, of course, need to import the dummy data posts. So let's do posts from, and let's find where are they? In assets/data/posts. We can save it, and we can also save this one. But it will say that we are not returning anything inside, basically. There's an unexpected token. So how can we now use this new component inside our home screen? Well, actually, it's very easy. What we need to do at the top, just like we're importing all of the other components, we will import this Lego piece inside our home. So we do import. We say that the name is post list item, and now we need to explain where is it. So we say let's go out, let's go into components folder, and we select post list item. So now instead of rendering that whole piece of code, we can simply render post list item, close it, just like we were rendering image, text, or view, save it, and voila, we have one full post in here. Of course, that's still not very efficient, because if we would like to display multiple posts, we need to copy everything, and we also the thing I talked about. It can return only one element, so we need to wrap them inside the view. And we can display like that multiple posts, but you can imagine how difficult it would be if later on, first of all, it's not automatic. So if someone in your application adds new posts, you need to go to your app, paste all of these, release a new version, and only then you can display them, which is crazy if you would think about it. So now the next thing to do would be to fix this problem. And how do we fix it? Well, first of all, one very important part that I commented here in the Notion guide is passing the props. So here you can really read a lot about why are we extracting it this way. I just told like a basic most important part, but it's, as you can see here, with some tips. So now we'll be learning how to pass the data to props. So for example, if we need to pass some sort of data to this component, which would be, let's say, a post, and then I would give it a, let's say, title of the post, and let's say, hello world. Let's save it, and maybe I will call it not the post, but the title. So now if I go into post list item, I can take this title as a property to the function that I just passed, and I can do props. In here, for the title, where we're displaying, where is it here? Instead of displaying the post.title, I would say display props dot, and then we take the name that we gave, which is gonna be the title. So if we pass it this way, if we save it, we can see that we changed the title. As you can see, it did not change for the second one, and it is because I did not pass any prop. So if I would pass here, let's say, different, I need to pass a string, different name, and if I save it, we can see that here we are displaying a different title. So this is a very important topic, and we will be using this basically every time. So now, if we go back to our guide, here I show an example, even better example, with the posts that we reused. So you can pass different parts, but we will cover it right now. So I showed you by doing props.post, but you can very easily go to your components, postlet item, and in here you can destructure it. So add the curly braces, and here say that I want right away to get the title. Basically, right away, give me this one. So if I take this, I can simply remove the props, and it's still the same. Perfect. Now, the next thing to go over is going to be the type safety. And first of all, why TypeScript is necessary for us? Well, first things first, TypeScript helps us to catch the errors very fast. So before, as you can see even here, before you do anything, it already tells you that property title is missing in type. Or for example, here if you go, you will say that binding element title like has any type, and it will always complain about that. So in order to fix this, first of all, let's go into our source, close everything in source folder, create a file called types.ts. And in here, if you go to our guide, you can copy all of these types and paste them in here. So let's paste them. And in here, we pasted a few types. I already gave you, for example, for the future comments, but we will not use them now. And we are currently only needing the post type, which basically what we're doing is we're seeing here the data that we expect to receive and what it should be. So for example, here we say that ID should be a string. We can see that here it is exactly like that. Title should also be a string, the same as created at, but upvotes we're giving a number. For the image, we're saying that it can be either a string, or as you can see, in some cases, it is null. So we need to say that, okay, do not complain if it is null. Same for the description. For these two types, it's a bit different because we are defining them separately. So the group object, basically we're saying, take a look at this type. And in here, we're seeing, okay, it has an ID, as a string, name as a string, and image as a string. Same for the user, and ID, name, and image as a string or null. So that's how we can reference other types, defining them. And yeah, that's very basic level of type knowledge. Here I do have a little bit more comparisons and explanations, but let's continue. You can download this and read it through. I think it's very valuable. So now, how can we update the post list item to use those types? Well, first things first, we can close our types that we just created. Also, we can close posts. And to update it, we need to pass some sort of actual data, not just a simple title string. So what we will do is, for this example, I will import back the posts from our dummy data. Let's go here and assets, data, and posts. So now what we will do is we will pass a post, and now, of course, if we're passing a post, we need to pass from posts, and let's say a post at position 0. Again, we will pass to another one, a post at position 1, and for now we can only fit 2, so let's leave it like that. Let's save it. Now let's go back to our post list item, which is our component, and let's receive this post. So let's receive it like this, and now we no longer need to import this for now, so let's close it. We can see that this title is complaining. It's because we changed it back then, so let's make it post that title, and if we save it, we can see, oh, perfect, the data is working, but now it's still complaining about binding element being implicitly any type. So how do we resolve this? Well, very easily. At the top here, we are saying that we are creating a type for, I like to do it basically called post list item, the name of the component, and I say props. Then we open object, and inside here we define the types. So one is, we are saying we will receive the post. This is what the type name. So basically, if it would be post 1, this should also be post 1. But it is post because we called it here post. So let's make it post. Here it should be also post. But now we need to tell what type it should be. Well, if you remember, we created this types file. So let's import it here. Let's right away say what do we need to take from it. So if we open it like this, basically you can right away like take this name or this doesn't matter, and pass it inside here, inside these curly brackets, to know, okay, we only need this, we don't need to import everything from there. And then we say from, and of course we go types. Perfect. So the only thing left to do here is say that the post that we receive here should be of type post here, which is defined in the types. Let's save it, but that's not it, because as you can see, this is grayed out, so that means we're not using it. So in order to say like what type this should be, this object, that properties that we receive, we simply add double dots and we pass this name inside here. So we say post list item props. We save it and we see that we no longer have any issues. Everything is working perfectly. So if we would, let's say, rename here something like Upvote, let's save it, we can right away see that this is complaining. It's saying that Upvote is declared here, but there is basically, we're not passing Upvote, we're passing Upvotes. So this is this is why TypeScript is good. It lets you catch these small errors very fast. So if we add here S, we can see that everything is perfectly working because that's what we are passing. So yeah, that's very roughly what I wanted to talk about types. You can read, as I said, more here. But let's continue to the next lesson, which is going to be showing you how to display a list of items efficiently. Because as you can see right now, we are displaying those components manually. We're adding more of them. But what if we need hundreds of posts? Well, that's again a problem. Even though it's easier to copy like this, it's still a huge problem if we want to add them automatically. Well, there is one very nice component called Flatlist that solves this whole issue. The only thing we need to do here now is let's remove these posts and let's render Flatlist. Flatlist expects two properties that are required. One of them is the data. So basically we need to pass the array of what to render. And the array in this case will be our posts from dummy data, like the whole list of posts. So let's copy this, or maybe just write it down, posts. And another thing is Flatlist needs to know how to render it, because right now, even though we say, okay, render this type of data, but it doesn't know how to do it. So we will call render item. And what we need to do here is go here and do an arrow function and say, I want to render this post list item. So let's do post list item and close it. For now, we can still see problems because, well, first of all, it's expecting to get a post, but it's missing because we're not passing anything here. And another thing is, how do we pass it there? Well, render item provides us with every item that it's going through the list and rendering. So basically, if we go back to our post, it takes this object, it tries to render it, and this is gonna be the item that we define here. It's gonna take first one, say, okay, I'm rendering this one, go to the next one, do that. So exactly what we will do is pass a post as we defined as our property name, and we will say, this item is a post that I want to render right now. And just as easy as that, if we save, we can right away, it's scrollable, we see all of the posts, everything looks amazing, just with 3 lines of code. We have almost everything. There's still a little bit of like spacing that I would like to fix, but for now, let's focus on what's next. But yeah, as I said, you have the full code of the post item in this lesson. So just copy it, paste it in here, and you'll have all of the nice spacings between everything like here. And yeah.
There is one thing I forgot to ask you. Can you commit things like after lessons?
Oh, you were right. Well, that's...
Well, it's good.
So maybe I should copy the correct one already with all the nice styles. Let's go to type save components.
It's just about the styling, right?
Yes, it's only about the styling, nothing else.
Yep.
So let's copy everything with Command A. Let's do Command V, save it, and you can see it looks a little bit better. We added some styles. So yeah, let's open the terminal, and we can open another terminal and commit everything, because I actually had this in my notes, but I forgot to do that.
No worries. So
let's do git add, git commit, and let's give it a nice commit name. We will call home screen finished, commit everything, and we can continue working. Perfect, we have a home screen. So what's next? We have our first component. We know how to render it in a list efficiently. So what's next? Well, it's authentication. So yeah, what we will do now, before starting, we quickly need to create an account on Clerk.com. It's actually very easy to create. It's very fast. So you can, if you're following the guide, just click on this link. You will be navigated here.
There is also a link in description if you need.
Yes, there is the link in description. You'll open this, you'll create a new account, and you'll see this screen. In here, what you'll need to do is give your application a name. So let's call it Reddit clone. And here you select the options you want to sign in with. Look how many options there are, even MetaMask, and some of them I don't even know, with Notion and much more. So very nice. For now, we'll use only email, and you can right away see on the right side how it's going to look like if we add, let's say, Facebook, Apple. So after we provide the name and the sign-in options that we want to use, we click create application. It creates the application. Here we will select Expo, and we just follow it here. It's that easy, and it's actually only, let's say 9 or 8, I think, steps to do everything. So first of all, we can go back to our guide, and what we need to install is, before doing anything, React DOM. If you selected to create an application on web as well, you already have it installed. To check if you already have this installed, you can close out like the source, assets, maybe even close all of these out, and go to package.json and see here if you have router DOM. You can even Command F and see. For me, I do not have it because I did not choose to work on web either, but I will install it. So copy this command, open your terminal. We can stop the server because we will need to restart it. Let's install npx expo install react DOM. Let's quickly install it. So what do we need to do next is install Clerk itself. So let's copy this command, go back to our code, paste it in, enter, and it should install it soon. Let's see what we need to do next. It is optional, but I highly recommend it, installing Clerk types. We will be using this for better TypeScript support for the Clerk itself. So I think it's pretty good. You right away can see what functions you can use, and it's very handy. So let's install this as well by copying that command and running it here. Let's go back. And lastly, the last thing that we'll need to install is Expo Secure Store. We will see a little bit more explanation from Clerk themselves, like why do you need it? But basically, we will need it to securely store active users session tokens. So let's quickly copy it, go back for the last time. Let's install that. One more thing that we need to do is now restructure a bit our folder structure. Let's go back to our code, close the terminal, close the package.json, open the source, and open only the app. So previously, we only had this one tabs folder, and then we had this layout. Well, now we kind of need to somehow separate the logic and have some tabs, some screens that will be only accessible after user logs in. So we need to protect those screens from unauthenticated access. In order to do that, let's create a new folder inside the app. We'll have a group folder called protected. So basically everything that's inside here will be protected screens that are not accessible without authentication. So our tabs, all of the tab screens should be protected. In order to move this, just hover on it, drag and drop, and click move. We need to update imports for tabs, so click yes. And now we have all of the tab screens protected basically from unauthenticated access. So of course we also need some screens that should be accessible easily without authentication. And those screens are, let's say, forgot password, sign in, sign up. So in order to access those, we'll create another folder inside app and we will call this auth. So basically we'll store here all of the authentication screens. That's good. So we're almost there, but what we need now, even though the tabs have the layout, we also need to create a layout for the protected folder. So let's go inside here and create one more layout.tsx. We'll go through all of the layouts after implementation and I will explain like why do we need this, why do we need that. But for now, let's go back to our Clerk dashboard. So we already installed this. We already installed this as well. So let's go to the third point, let's say. And here for the third step, what we need to do is simply create .env file in our root directory. And we also need to copy paste this key inside there. So let's go back to our code. Let's close this one. And inside here, basically select, press on a random place here, click plus file, and let's add .env. Actually, I pressed the wrong one. You need to press not a folder, but a file, and not inside an Expo. Perfect. After a third time. You see, I even struggle with creating files, so it's okay sometimes. Let's paste this key. Let's close it. We will not need that environment file anymore. So let's scroll a little bit down. So for the fourth step, what we need to do is disable the bot protection. So bot protection is enabled by default for all Clerk apps, as they say, but it is not supported in the native apps. So for that, we need to turn it off. To do that, simply go to attack protection folder. Let's open it here and unselect the bot signup protection. Once you do that, simply save the changes and we can close it. Let's follow further. Now what we need to do is add Clerk provider to our root layout. So basically in our main layout, which is here, the layout that wraps everything in our app, we need to add some of the code here. In theory, we can simply copy this, everything, go back to our code, go to the layout of the app, select everything and paste what we just copied. In here, it is not exporting. So what we will do is we will do export default function, root layout. And basically we have everything. We're importing the publishable key from the environment file here that we defined previously. We're checking if we have it. If we don't, we will throw an error. And if we have it, we're passing it to Clerk provider. Let's save this and let's continue further. As you can see here, Clerk is asking for you to install Expo Secure Store, which we already did before, but it needs it, as I mentioned, to store users session token in memory securely. So we already did this, we can skip, but we need to do this part. In our root directory, we should create a cache.ts file and simply add all of this code in here. I will briefly go over the code there, but will not spend too much time. So let's go back here, create a new file, call it cache.typescript, and we paste in that code. So what we're doing here is we are creating two functions returning. One will be to try to get the token from the secure store that we will store, and basically to ensure that the user is logged in and we have the token for it. And the other function will be to save that token to the secure store to later be able to retrieve it. So yes, let's save it, and we will not use this cache anymore. Let's go back, scroll a bit further. And now we see that we need to update a little bit our app, the main layout. And actually, the only thing that you need to update is passing the token cache. So again, you can simply copy this one, go back, select everything, paste it, and now it also has the export default. Now it has aliases, but we are not using them. So what we will do is we will be doing this and then accessing cache. Let's save it. And now everything is done and ready here. We're passing the token cache. Yes?
Sometimes you might not be able to copy paste it if you have like different code. So just pay attention at the line 13, because that's the one that was being added here.
Yes.
And line 14, or that one is a bit before.
Exactly. So in theory, you just need to wrap it with provider and Clerk loaded from them. So it's pretty easy. Let's follow further what we need to do. And now the only things that left are to make sure that users are redirected to the correct path, whether they're signed in or not, and create the sign in and sign up pages. So in order to redirect users based on whether they are signed in and redirect them to the correct path, what we will do is we will go back to our code and we will go into this protected and into protected layout, not the app, but protected layout. As you can see here, source app protected layout. What we will do here is, first of all, we will create a layout for it. So let's do export default function and let's call it app layout. For now, what we will return is going to be a stack, and we will return it from Expo Router. As you can see, it's imported automatically. And in here, what we will need to do is, if we go to the documentation, add some code. So we will not just copy paste everything because it might be a little bit different. We'll follow it line by line. So first of all, let's copy both imports at the top. Let's paste it here, both of the imports. What we need to import here is the redirect from Expo Router and stack from Expo Router as well as a hook, once again, from Clerk Expo. A hook is like a helper function for us. And in this case, for us, it will help to determine whether the user is signed in or not. So after the app layout, the first thing that we should do is make use of this hook by taking is signed in parameter from it. Then, based on whether the user is signed in or not, what we will be able to do is redirect them to the correct path. So in this case, what we will do, we will change a little bit. If the user is not signed in, we will redirect them to the sign in page. This page does not exist yet, but we'll create it very, very shortly. So basically now we're completely done. Like, we could do one more thing actually. Did you want to say something, Vadim?
Yeah, this is a very standard guarding that that I teach in a lot of tutorials, where with the app layout, with the layout from the protected folder, we protect all the screens that are inside that folder, no matter how deep they are. Because in any screen that is part of a protected folder, when you go there, the first component that mounts is this layout file.
Yes.
Then it goes to the next layout file from another group. Then it goes lower to another layout file until it reaches the screen, and only then is rendering the screen. So just by putting like this guarding logic of checking whether it's not signed in, then you don't have access here, go away. This is a very stable way of guarding your application, and it will ensure that users won't be able to go there, even like from looking at how the code is processed from top to bottom. If it's not signed in, it's going to return a redirect. it's not even going to go to a render the stack with the
Yeah.
screens. So this makes it super efficient. And this use of previously when I was doing the authentication myself, I was creating the context myself. I was having to teach like everything, but with Clerk, we just use this context, this hook use of that gives us access to data about the authentication, which is really impressive.
Yeah, and it's very easy to do. And as Vadim mentioned, so what it does, it first of all goes into layout. It's looking for the index file, basically the first folder it should go. So what it will do, it go app, layout, then it's going inside, let's say, where is it? Inside protected. Here, there's no index, so it tries to load this layout. If it's not logged in, right away go out to sign in page. If the user is logged in, it's gonna render this stack, which is gonna render the tabs, will render the layout, and we see here right away the index page, which is basically what's the home screen. So now it renders this one. But yeah, it catches it before even rendering this next stack. Like I forgot to mention, the very good Vadim, because that's very important to understand. Thank you very much. So yeah, now let's continue. One more thing. Let's create another layout file. We will need it there as well in order to, for example, if the user is trying to access, first of all, of course, we will have here sign in and sign up. But another thing is that if the user is trying to access these routes screens while he is logged in, we also shouldn't really show them. We shouldn't really make them confused. So we will redirect them to the main ones. So let's do here, call layout.tsx. And what we'll do here is, again, we will create a layout. So export default function, and we will call it auth layout. And in here, we will return. For now, we will simply return a stack. Later, we will need to also adjust it a bit more for the styles, just like we did before. We import use auth from Clerk. In here, we say is signed in from use auth. And in here, we have again, if user is signed in, we should not show him these auth screens. So we will import redirect. And what we will do here is just like there, we will call redirect, and we will say redirect to the home screen, which is gonna be the index, basically in protected tabs index. Now we have all the protections of our routes as it was explained here, and we can continue with creating simple add, sign up, and sign in pages. In order to do that, just as I said, in the auth group that we just created, let's create two files. One is going to be signin.tsx, and another one is going to be called signup.tsx. We can go in this sign-in page, and it even tells you here at the top, like the exact path where you need to import this code. So here we can copy everything for now, and in theory, you could use these styles because all the logic is already done for us here. Only some styling is missing because Clerk does not have native components, but for the web, they also provide a lot of native components that make it look very nice as well. So yeah, we created the sign up page. That's a lot of code. And then we'll also copy the sign in page, the step number 9. So let's go back to sign in, paste everything, save it. And that's it. We don't even need this for now. But what it tells you here, it's actually very handy also, because with these components, sign in and signed out, you can tell, okay, so this, what's inside the signed in, should only be rendered when the user is signed in. But if the user is signed out, we should render only this. So we cannot render this. It's pretty nice as well, a helper.
Yeah, for example, if you allow guests to use your application, you can render a sign up button in the header, and you can wrap it around the signed out component and show it only to users who are not yet signed in.
Exactly. Very good example, yes. And if he is signed in, as here, you show his email or username. Yeah, so now I think we have everything ready to showcase what we just created here. So let's run npm start, just in case I will also clear the Metro bundler. Let's open it and let's try to reload it. Post list. Okay, so something with the imports inside the index file. Yes, because we changed a little bit our structure.
I want you to say like it would be easier to use fixed paths. Like
yes, exactly. I kind of agree now a lot, and I always agreed. Aliases is a very good thing. That way we wouldn't have these issues. I just wanted to leave out. I thought it would make sense, but actually probably it made more sense to showcase the aliases. But if you want to see how it's done, Vadim does it on every tutorial.
No worries. Just update it here.
We will change a little bit where we can find our post list item, and we will
the
also.
problem is that we created one more layer of folder protected, so we just have to add one more set of dots.
Yeah, one more set of these. I showed like the full path, but yeah, like if you add like this, it finds them, and now we can reload them. So let's try to reload, and voila, we see the sign-in page.
Oh.
I agree. The styles are not, let's say, top notch, but everything is working. I will show just like that. I can, let's say, Vadim, do you have some sort of an email that you don't use?
You can use my work email.
Okay, Vadim, notjust.dev, and let's say the password will be the same. Couldn't find your account, so it does not.
Oh, we need to create an account. You're trying to sign in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so sorry guys, it's correct. We don't have an account. I do have an account, but let's showcase how it is created. So let's click on this sign up. And I know what the problem, we do not redirect from sign in here. We changed a little bit the name. It's not like with a slash, but it's rather like this, sign up. Let's go to auth, sign in, and change here instead of at the end link ref instead of slash with the upper camel case. Now we can go sign up page, and in here we can give the email, the same password. Let's continue. And now it even has like verification right away for you. So in order for me to create an account, Vadim needs to tell me the verification code that he received in his email inbox.
How much will you pay for it?
We'll talk about it after the stream.
587.
Yes.
265.
265. If we verify it and it's correct, we are in our application. Amazing. Just like that.
And will it remember the session if you reload the application, if you close it and open it?
If I reload, it's right away here.
Amazing.
Even if I close fully and I go back, it right away knows that I am logged in and I do not need to log in or register another account.
Okay.
So everything is done for you automatically. Now to showcase the full flow, basically to log out as well, let's implement maybe a little icon here in order to log out, and that way we can style real quick the auth page as well. So in order to add here the logout button, what we'll need to do is go into tabs, go into layout, because why are we going to tabs layout is because we want to keep this logout in all of the screens. By the way, don't worry about this top header. We'll fix it very soon as well. So what we do now, we go in here, and instead of passing it to every screen one by one, a new icon on the right, we can define something that's going to be applied to all of the screens in screen options here. So we need a header right, and we will, of course, it is like a function, and we will display in this header right an icon. I already have an icon prepared, so you can use another one, but I think this one is gonna be a good one. So now we have all of this. The icon, let's for now remove the on press to see that it actually looks good. It looks okay, let's say. And in order to sign out, the only thing that we need to do is import use auth, again, from Clerk Expo. And once we import this, the only step is taking sign out function equals use auth. And now let's pass to our icon another property on press, which means that when the user presses this icon, we will be calling sign out. So if we save this, and click here, we are right away signed out. Just as easy as that, the whole authentication flow is done. Of course, we will not leave you with these kind of styles. I will provide you all of these styles once I'm done with the course inside this authentication with Clerk lesson, basically. But for now, let's add this one here. And we need to import a few things. So one of them is touchable opacity, keyboard avoiding view, and platform. So I will explain about keyboard avoiding view a little bit later in more depth. For now, let's not focus on it. And touchable opacity. I think that's it. And also style sheet. Yes. So let's save it. And now you'll have this nicer looking sign-in page. You can adjust the styles as you want, but yeah, for now, this is gonna be a basic example. And let's do the same for the sign up page, which is here. Let's change some of the styles. So let's copy. Now we'll copy it from here, from if, and paste it. And we'll import the same thing, which is platform, keyboard avoiding view, and style sheet. Yes. So I want to show really quick one also quick thing, because a lot of applications in their sign up pages also provide a username, and we will need it in Reddit clone as well. So in order to do that, we'll simply create another state, which again, states will talk later about it. Yes, so we'll have a username. And in order to use this username, the only thing we need to do with Clerk is in the sign up from use sign up that they provide, we simply need to pass it down here. And now they will not only store the email password, but also the username of your user. And I'll have one more input here. So yes, just as easy as that, we have everything completely ready for the authentication. So the few things, because it's not a lot of things that we need to change. One of them is this header title is not looking very nice. And another thing is that if I go to sign up, this back button is not something that I like either. So to fix that, we just simply go to auth, app, auth, layout. And here, instead of returning the whole stack, we'll do something that we already saw. We will do like this. And inside here, we will tell them, okay, so stack.screen for the screen with name, and the name is here in this case sign in. So we do sign in. For the name sign in, we will pass some of the options. And actually, the only option we want to pass is the title, which is going to be nicer sign in. If we go back here, we can see that it changed. And we want to do exactly the same for the stack.screen with a name sign up. And here we'll also pass the options. The only difference is going to be that the name is sign up. Okay, let's add here spaces. Let's save it. If we go here, we can see sign up and we can go back to sign in. Everything is working. So I will use Vadim's account to log into our application, and
I'm useful.
And we will be able to continue working. Yes, I'm here. I can save the password if I want. I will not do that. So right away, we can see that the second tab appeared after I did some changes with the folders. And it appeared because, if you remember, we talked the layout, which returns a stack, is gonna also render those headers right away. So in order to solve this issue, well, I'm not sure if this is an issue or not, but in order to solve this, we will simply pass in some of the styles in here. So now we're also going to open the stack like this. Let's do that. And now in here, we will say stack.screen, and the stack, which is called tabs, we want to pass some of the options to this whole like stack. And it's going to be the only option, which is header shown. And we do not want to show the header. If we save it, it's hidden. And what it did, this protected wraps around this whole tabs. It added this on top header. But now that we in this source app protected passed in some styles to the tabs group, it hides basically the header there as well. So yeah, that's that. Let's go back to our lessons and let's see what else should we do. Also, I just want to show, like, if you go right now to your Clerk dashboard and go to users, you can right away see your users created. You can go and check their emails, check a lot of information about them, like even the devices that they logged in, and many more. Like you have some actions that you can ban or delete users, log them. You have different settings for them. So you can also not only create the whole authentication, but also manage your users, which is also very valuable. But for now, that's it. Let's go back to our guide, and what we will continue on is the detailed post screen. So if we go to the presentation, which is here, the detail screen is gonna look something like this. The top part is going to look kind of similar. The header is of course gonna be different. So in order to start this, let's go back to our guide and read on what we need to do. And the first thing we see here right away is that we'll start by creating the ID.tsx file for detailed post screen. So if we go to our code in source app protected, we'll create another folder inside here called post. It is actually not required to create this folder, but I like to keep everything organized, and that's why I will create it.
And also, I think you want it for the URL.
Yes,
because
exactly.
You don't have like parentheses, and you when you go to a details page of a post, you maybe want like /post/ID.
Exactly. So we will say ID, and now you see something new, like completely. What is this ID? What are those brackets? And in here, I actually summarize it hopefully quite well. So the square brackets makes this a dynamic route in Expo Router, which means that if I, let's say, navigate to post 1, 2, 3, this page that I'm navigating to will receive the ID, which is the name inside, of 1, 2, 3 as a parameter. I'll show you how to get that from Expo Router. So it's actually very similar to how URLs work on the web. You go example, let's say .com, post 1, 2, 3, and the ID in the URL dynamically basically will determine the post that you want to show. So that's exactly what we will do. And in order to do that, the first thing that we will need to do is, of course, add something to this ID post file. So let's do again, export default function, and let's say detailed post. Then we'll return, for now, let's return only a view. Again, let's make sure that it's imported from React Native. Close it, and we will also import here text from React Native, and we'll pass here, let's say, post detail. For now, that's going to be enough. Now let's see how can we navigate to this screen. And here, very simple. To navigate to the detail post page, we simply need to add a link in the post list item. So let's go to components, post list item, and wrap everything here. If you posted my code from the earlier, you will have it already wrapped. If you didn't, the only thing we need to add is this link, which href, and we will say go to post, which is gonna be in protected, go to post, basically pass this ID. Here, this ID in the brackets is what we will pass here after this slash, basically. So we could here pass anything. So for example, let's say hello. If we save it, let's go back to the post detail page that we just created. And now let's think, okay, so we are passing it, but how can we receive this parameter? How can we take it? Actually, it's very easy. So what we need to do is, first of all, import use local search params hook from Expo Router. And we go down here, we say const, and now we say, okay, what name should be the parameter? Basically, what is the name of the parameter we're passing? And the name we define here inside. So we will say we need ID. If you would say here, like, I don't know, turtle, it will not work because there's no turtle here. Like basically, we're not passing the turtle. We're saying ID. So it needs to match what's inside the brackets. And then we say use local search params. That's it. If you want to see, if you don't believe that it works, let's render the ID.
Prove it. I don't believe you.
So let's quickly reload our application. Let's click on a path and we say post detailed hello. If we would change inside the post list item here to anything, not just dev, it also will change accordingly here, not just dev. But this static values like doesn't really help us now because it doesn't show us, okay, so what kind of post should I render? And that's why we will pass here simply the ID of the post. So if you go here, hover on the post, you can see that this post has an ID, which is exactly what we need. That's ID stands for basically identification, we can say, and that's how you identify it basically. So we would go to post.id, we can save it. If you go back and now click on the post here, we can see that ID is post 1. And in order to see if it actually works correctly, we can open assets, data, posts, and see that the first post has an ID of post 1. So, okay, so if we click on the second one, we can see that it is post 2 and so on and so forth. So that means it is working. Now, if we go back here to posts, well, okay, we have the ID, but how do I know which one to render still? I only know the ID. Well, here we will implement right now with our dummy data, but later maybe we'll show you also how to do it, like the backend for it, and how to actually pass this ID to your backend, and so in order to get the actual post from there. But for now, the only thing we need to do here is, first of all, import the posts from our dummy data. So think of this dummy data as our database posts, and simply the only thing we'll do here is we'll create a new variable called detailed post. And these detailed posts, what we'll do is we say from the posts array, find me. Here basically it gives, like I explained in the flat list, the object that it's looping through currently right now. So we'll say if this post with this ID, so if the post's ID matches exactly this ID from the parameters, that means it's exactly the post that we need, because these IDs here in the post, they always have to be unique. You cannot have two the same IDs, and you will never do. So if we console log real quick, detail post, and if we save it, open the terminal, open one of the posts, we can see all of the data from that post. Yes, it doesn't look very nice right now, but we can see that it's actually correct post, because the title is why React Native is the best. And if we go to post, the first one title is why React Native is the best. So we know that it works. Now we can use all of this data from the post in here to display a proper looking post. So if we go back to our presentation, we can see that in theory, this here and this here does not change at all. Basically, we're using mostly the same things. The only differences are in the detail post, we need to show what user is displayed, what user basically posted this. And another thing is this description. Even though it's an image, we should also show a description. Okay, so how can we achieve that? Well, very easily, as we did in the home, we will import the post list item, basically from this components. We are importing this one, and we are saying, okay, so just render it here at the top. Okay, so when should I create a component, or when should I write my new code? So if you are repeating, or let's say copy pasting a lot of code, like we would do here, we would basically copy paste completely everything. And you imagine, you remember how big it was, the component to create. We didn't even manage to fully do here. If you start catching yourself that you're copy pasting a lot of code, that means you should make it a reusable component. That's a good rule of thumb how to think about it. There are like very, very small exceptions that it's very rare. And now if we hover, we see, okay, so why it's red, what's bad? And TypeScript is again helping us, saying property post is missing in type but required. So we will pass the post, and we can pass our detail post that we just rendered.
I think in this case, detail post might be null, And that's actually a very common use case. Like
Yes.
if you navigate to a link with an ID that hasn't been found in the database, that's a proper case and we should handle it.
Yes, exactly. So in order to resolve this, and I actually explain it in the guide as well, what we need to do is we need to have an if statement. Basically say if the detailed post was not found, and as Vadim mentioned, you also need to do it even like if you're taking from the database. If the detailed post was not found with this ID, we will simply return, let's say, a text saying
post not
found, and it will fix this issue. Look how quickly we managed to create this whole part. Now you might be thinking, okay, so we still have some parts that we are not displaying, like description and user at the top. So how do we go about that? Well, in this case, we will need to pass one simple prop in a post list item. We can call this prop is detailed post. It's gonna be Boolean is detailed post, and that's it. If you could, in theory, you could pass like write this equals true, and it's exactly the same as you would write like this. So it's up to you how you want to. If you want it to be a lot cleaner, it's like this. So if you say is detailed post, that means it's true. But if you want to have it as false, you would have to say it, specify like that. But I will keep it, let's keep it cleaner. Okay, so now because we do have this, and because I already, again, posted everything here for you, the whole solution for the post list item, you should already see this is detailed post, even in the post list item as well here. So why is it working still? Is because in our tabs index, we're not passing anything, and we can see that the post list item is not complaining about it. And if we don't pass anything, that means that it is false. So it automatically understands, okay, if there is no property like that, it's false. But here, when we need to have it true, we need to specifically say, okay, so this in here where we import it, it has to have this parameter as true, and it needs to display data a bit differently. So first, if you wouldn't have copied my code, you would see some complaining also in here, saying property is detailed post does not exist on type. So we need to go here and we need to explicitly add this is detailed post, and we need to add this question mark. This question mark basically tells that it is not required. So if someone does not pass when reusing this component, doesn't pass this is detailed post, it's okay. Do not worry about it. I know myself how to handle it, and I will handle it myself. And then we can import it here inside the post list item, this Boolean. Why did we import it? Well, first of all, as I told, we needed to display the username from the post only when the post is detailed. So for example, here you see that I'm not displaying the name, but if I go here, we are already displaying. And that's what this line of code does. Basically, we're saying if it is a detailed post, then please render this whole piece of text here. If it is not, if it basically would be false, then it will skip this line and not render anything in here. Basically, it will stop rendering here right away. Okay, perfect. But that's not the only thing that we need. There are a few more things that we need to render. So one of them is the description. We know that this post has a description. Though even if we go to data post, the first post has a long description, but we are not showing it. That means we need to handle it in here under content. We will go to the post.description and we will need to handle this. If you ask how to handle it, well, let's think about it. When should it be displayed? The description should be displayed when the description is there and when also is detailed post is there. So basically, if the detailed post is here and it is a description and you do have a post image, which is not going to work right now, then we should render. If we would just simply do this, now we see that we have the description. But let's go back to our main part, and for some reason it messed up. But you can see that it no longer adds a description because we're saying, okay, if it's detailed post, it has a description and it has an image, which is not the case. Like the second piece of post did not have an image, but we should display it here. So to make it easier to manage, go to the top, and let's create two variables. Of course, you could just paste like the whole logic inside here, but we will need to mix and match a little bit the operators. And it is not a very good practice to mix and match. So for example, I could add here or post dot image something, and basically it means we're mixing the or and it's not a good practice.
It simply gets confusing, and that's
yes, it is confusing. It is hard to read. So let's
try not to over-engineer stuff. Like it can be
yes.
done there, but you're gonna get confused like tomorrow or maybe in 5 minutes.
Exactly, that's fast way to say it. So we create a new constant called should show image, and here we're saying, okay, so we need to show the image if detail post is true. So if it is detail post, or if the post has an image. So this is we're fixing only the image now, because right now, let's say if you go here, no, I will not be able to display, but I'll showcase it later. So should show image, we'll show it only when it is detail post or the post has an image. So if we scroll down here, we can simply say here, change it to should show image for the image itself. But now you can see that it is complaining that the image can still be null. And in order to resolve this, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, so we need this to be true, should show image, and we also need to have post.image needs to exist, basically. So when you add these two, now it's not going to complain and it's going to display the image correctly. So now let's go back to the description. So we can say here another like const should show description. And what we'll do here, description should be showed again if it is detailed post or when the post does not have an image. So in order to say if it's false, we add an exclamation mark here. This means if it does not have an image, we also should display a description. And this is solely for the feed. So if we scroll down here to the description part, we can get rid of this part and we simply say should show description and description is here. So basically we should show it and we do have a description, then we display it. So now if we go back, we can see that this works. We have a description here. This one only has an image, but if we open, this one has an image and a description as well. I hope I wasn't too confusing. Maybe Vadim has something to add to clear it up.
No, you are not confusing. I just want to say like the attention to detail that you put into this build like is insane. I would probably take like a shortcut and simplify it, but you said like, no, I'm going to actually do how Reddit has done it, and that's impressive. So I hope everyone appreciates that.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. Thank you very much for those kind words. So yeah, I think we're good with like the detail post. Now let's go back to detail post and let's see if we actually finished everything. So we navigated.
Probably a little bit on the header, but I don't think like we should go like too much in depth. Like
yes, actually for the header, I will not add all of these icons, but we can simply show how to change the background color. So if we go to our layouts, and if we go again, we need to go to the protected.layout. In here, we will need to create another screen like above. So we'll say stack.screen. We'll say which screen we're talking about. And in this case, it is post / and we are working with ID. Okay, let's close this. So we gave a name and now we'll be giving some options here. So let's clean it up because there will be a little bit more options. I'll do this, and to clean up this tabbing, just click option, I think Shift F. So inside these options, we'll be passing a few parameters. First of all, we don't want the header to have a title. Very easy, header title, and we'll say it should be empty. Okay, so what's next? We want the header to have orange this color. So we'll be passing header style, and it's going to be an object because you can pass multiple different styles. The only one we will pass is going to be
the whole like style sheet you can pass it.
Exactly, you can pass the whole style sheet. We'll be passing only the color in this case. So I prepared this hex to have it as Reddit has. And one more thing that I really want to change here is that when you basically go to this screen, I don't want to have it like a simple transition. I want to have it closer to what Reddit has. And to do that, it's so simple. You just pass animation and pass what kind of animation do you want. And we want to fade from bottom. So now if you go back, you can see it's not actually fade from bottom, slide from bottom. But fade also looked good, to be honest. So yeah, if you select one, just as easy, that would change the whole navigation and how it works. I like it that way a lot more.
Looks so good. Just a note here, I'm not sure if all animations are cross-platform. I know that some of them are only available on iOS, some of them on Android. So go ahead on Rec Navigation documentation under the stack, under animation property, you can read more about which animation is available both on Android and iOS. So if you're building on Android and you don't see this animation, that's not a problem. That's simply not available on Android. That's not how Android works.
Yes, I think I made sure to have it. Don't quote me 100% on this, but I think I was checking in to have this animation on Android as well. So I think you should be good. Okay, so one quick thing, only like to have header, back button, display mode. In order not to have this tabs, let's have it as minimal. And now it will only be an arrow. If you go to the final code of this thing, you will find all of the options. So I explained the main options, but let me quickly paste in like the reminder of the of the
properties.
Of the properties. So what we need to do is simply import the view from React Native and a few icon libraries. So let's say, what is it? Ant design. Then it is, let's copy material icons. And lastly, it is ntypo. For me, it's so hard to skip through even the little details.
These small details makes it look so much better.
Yes, and the icon library is
at Expo.
Expo vector icons, right?
/vector.
Yes, exactly like this. So now it looks like
perfect,
like a different thing right away. And router does not exist. Yes, another thing that we need to add is very fast. So in Expo Router, you can take in router. And when you do that, we're going to be able to call router to go back right away. So basically, just like that, the whole back is handled going back.
Amazing. That looks awesome.
Yes. So we are done with detailed post screen, getting URL, finding, and here you can find full code without nested replies. Here you'll have it with nested replies as well. So now that we have possibility.
Do I get commit, please?
This will yes. I will need to get used to git add. While working on projects, it's kind of like always just do a lot of commits. So now we implemented detailed post screen and actually authentication. Okay, so let's go to create a post. And as I said, for now we have a way to see all the post, to see the detailed post, to log in. So now what's left is to actually create a post. And it's not a lot of things that we need to do here. So let's go in here and read the guide, what we need to do. So first things first, we need to adjust the create tab a little bit, and I'll show you why. So if you go here, this has like the top bar and the bottom tab, but in the example and the Reddit how has it, they do not have the top bar or they do not have the bottom tabs, nothing. And like this kind of works as a screen model in a way, you can say. So in order to achieve that, it's actually not that difficult. So we can close this one, ID, everything, and let's go to source, protected, tabs, and create. We will work on this, but in order to adjust, as you remember, the tab and bottom, we need to fix the layout. So if we scroll here and find the create one, let's close this, we can pass some extra properties in order to fix that. So one very fast property, very quick, is header shown, and we already use this. We simply say that we do not show the header, and it's done. In order to hide the bottom tab, we say tab bar style. It's a bit different, not just false, but we need to say that it should not be displayed by passing display as none. So if we save it, we can see that everything is hidden, everything is clear, just as we want. So now let's go back to create in the source app protected tabs create. And in here, we'll be working on a few more topics, let's say. So the first topic that I want to show you is the safe area view. As you can see in modern smartphones, like the screen have notches and status bars as here. So for example, we can still display things down here. We can even display things here, but we should not. We should be able to use as much safe space as possible. That's why it's called safe area view. So instead of a simple view. Okay.
I would say like we render things below the safe area that user shouldn't interact with. For example, if you have a background color, if you have an image and you want to display full screen, or a movie want to display full screen, that's fine. But for the user, if he has to interact with things like press a button or interact with an input, the rule of thumb is make sure you're using the safe area view, so you're not displaying a button below the safe area.
Exactly. And how do we do that? Well, it's very easy. First of all, let's import safe area view from React Native safe area context. Let's go back and let's paste that safe area view from all of that, and just change your simple view with safe area view and closing tag as well. Now, if we save it, we right away have our create screen title where we want to have it. Just like that, it is fixed. We can see here that we are passing some styles because, let's say, we can pass style and say background color red. You can see that right now, this safe area view, it takes up like a very small part of the screen, and we want the whole screen, like in Reddit, to be white. So how to achieve that? Well, we need to say, first of all, that it should take up with a flex, like the full view. And then we can say, okay, so now we can change the background to be white instead of milk grayish white that it was before. And later we might add this padding horizontal, but I'll show you when and why. So now let's start building the actual design, the actual UI, as we say. So for that, I will need to open again my example. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll work on displaying the close button and the pause button. So let's go back to the code and start working. So as I said, the first button that we will work on is going to be an X button that will close this screen. So we will implement a pressable. So what it is basically everything that we pass inside, it will make pressable, like a button. So anything like text, views, huge components, you can pass it inside the pressable and it's going to be, well, pressable. Okay, let's test it out. Let's say we want to display text, and this text will say post. So if we paste it, then we need to pass to the pressable on press event. So basically it needs to know, okay, but what do I do when someone clicks on me? And we will say, just do console.error and say pressed. So if we save it now, if we click on this post, we can see that, oh, it was pressed. Perfect. That means it's working and we can start working further. So what needs to be inside this pressable? Well, first of all, we need to add a cross to go back, like an X icon. And I will do it from and design from, and we'll say expo/vector icons. And let me take this one, paste here. Perfect. So for now, we will not have go back, but we have this X. Amazing. So now another thing that we need to do is somehow have these two in the row direction and one should be here. Well, for that, we don't really need to wrap the icon in pressable because we can make the icon itself pressable. So we can move it out in here. If we save, they're still like the same. But in order to make them in one row, just like I showed before, we should wrap it in one view. They should be together in the same view. Let's close it here. Of course, I forgot to add closing tag here. Okay. Let's close it here. We can highlight it, click tab. And now this view can have some styles. So those styles can be flex direction, and the flex direction is going to be a row because you want to display them in a row. Perfect. Now they are displayed in a row. That's already very good. But as you remember, we want to display this post on the other side. So let's go style and do margin left and we'll do auto to take up all of the space on the left. Amazing. We also want to align our items in the center so that this post would be in the center with the icon as well. That's good. What else do we need? Of course, the post text has some more text. So let's start by styling this text itself, which is first of all gonna have text color should be white. And the background color will be kind of bluish. So for this one, I do need, I think it's this one. Yes, background color is bluish. This text will be font weight bold. Okay, we will have some padding vertical, maybe 2 is gonna be enough, and padding horizontal, let's say around 5 or even 7, yeah, something like that. So now we can see that these styles are getting out of hand. So let's, once again, a good practice in that case, it's to create styles component. So let's go style sheet, and we need to import it from React Native style sheet. So we'll say here, yeah, style sheet dot create, and let's add, let's say here, post text. And in here, what we need is to pass all of these styles that we already defined. Look how long it is. So we'll say styles.postText, and we can paste in here all of these styles and press Option Shift F to fix the indentation. Okay, you can see that the styles still remain the same. Now the thing is that we also need some borders radius to make the corners rounded. Perfect. So we have already this done. So now what we can see is I talked about adding some padding, if you remember in here, padding horizontal. And it makes sense to add right now because as we can see, it's close to the border. So let's just do that. Let's add padding horizontal at 10, and now it looks a lot better. So if we continue further, now we need to add a functionality for the back button. So we already did that, and as you remember with Expo Router, it's very easy. We will simply say router, import router from Expo Router, and we pass to the and design on press, and it's simply gonna be router.back. Let's save it and let's see if it's working. Amazing, it's working. It's good. So now we have the top part done. So let's continue. We'll be working on this selector, and let's go back here. And as I said, like to make it easier to understand where is what, we can add some comments, and I like to do that a lot. So here we'll say it is header, and now copy this one, paste it here, and this will be the community selector. Let's add some space, and let's continue working on the community selector. Well, first of all, it's gonna be inside a view. The view will have a text, which is gonna say select a community. It will also have a small text. We could use an icon here for the /r, but let's use text. We'll learn a little bit more of styling, let's say. And let's save. So for now, once again, the same issue. We need to change the flex direction. So we go here, we say, so the flex direction should not be a column, but it should rather be a row. And now it's going towards where we need it to be. So now let's style the select community text because it's going to be very easy. We just simply pass the style and it's going to be font weight. You can also select it to be a number. So for example, if I pass 600, it's not going to be as bold as having a bold text, but it's a little bit more bold. So yeah, let's keep it like that. And the R will have a few more styles. So maybe I will right away extract it, saying something like styles. Oh, I cannot. I need to, yeah, only one bracket, only one pair of brackets. Styles.r styles. Probably not the best name, but I think you are better thinking names, so you can change it to whatever you want. So inside here, we'll pass some styles to this R component. Well, first of all, what it needs to be, it needs a background color of black. Okay, that's good. But if it is black, the background is black, what we need to do is pass the color of white. So now we can see it is displayed. Another thing is that it needs to have a little bit more space around it. So padding vertical should be a very, very small increase. So I would say it's only a 1. You can barely see that increase. But padding horizontal will be a little bit bigger, basically on the sides. We will add 5 on one side and 5 on the other side. This padding horizontal really helps out instead of writing padding left and padding right. Now it also should be a circle, as I see. So border radius will make it 10. Maybe it is a little bit, let's add also font weight, and it's bold because I see that R is kind of big R. So now it is almost as we want. Okay, we have these two, but we need to style their own container because they have like a background and a lot more things around them. In order to do that, because I already know it's gonna be a lot of styles, let's also extract them and say community container. Let's go here, create another one called community container. For the community container, we will pass, first things first, we need to make the background color like that grayish. So let's say background color, and I already have prepared a color, which is this hex. Oh no, I'm not passing it correct place. Oh, I know. Okay. It's everything is okay. Because I did not pass here the flex direction. I removed it from there, but I did not add it back. That's why it's taking full space. But now it's good. So now we have this grayish color on the background, but it needs to be way bigger. So let's add padding 10. When you specify just padding without like horizontal, vertical, top, left, it will add around every part, like left, right, top, bottom. And then when we add this, what we need to do is, I see, make it a little bit rounded. So border radius will have 20, that's good. And we need to have because they are so close to each other, we can pass a gap of, they shouldn't be too far. So a 5 should be good enough. We see a little gap. And what else? Let's see. Okay, so from the example, we see that this should not be that long. It should only be the background at the, like, close it where the text finishes. So in order to achieve that, we will say that it should align itself to the start of their flexbox. So basically, whatever it wraps only how much you have that text inside, basically. What else? The only other thing I want to do right now is add some padding around it. So if we go to the community container, let's add not padding, but margin. And let's add only on top and bottom. So let's add something like 10. Perfect. So now we have this selector as well. And we can continue further, and we will be working on the inputs. So let's copy this again, and let's say, okay, so what is the next thing? First of all, let's import them. Component called text input from React Native. And firstly, let's just add it like it is. So if we simply add text input, you will not see much here. So let's at least pass, let's do it maybe here. Let's pass a placeholder, and the placeholder in this case should be a title. You can see it here, like very small placeholder. Let's make it a bit bigger. So if I pass styles, and if I passed font size of, it should be big, 20, you can already see the title, but it also needs to be font weight, and I will add bold like that. Save it. Okay, it's getting bigger, and I will add around it all some padding. So I will say padding vertical, and we will add around 20. So to have some space here, and we will have on the bottom as well. Okay, so now we already see the title, and we can actually even type in here, but we also need to display another text input. This one is going to be for the body. So let's just do text input again. If we go here, we'll add again placeholder, and it's gonna be called body text, and we will say optional. Yes, let's add one tab here. So we will still pass, actually no, this here we don't need really the styles, it's good like that. Okay, so how can we continue? Well, as you can see, text input works, but now I will introduce you, if we go back, to a hook called useState. So in React Native, useState hook allows us to manage the values that can change basically over time in component. And I'll show you an example of when that happens. And when we use useState, it creates a state variable, which, as I say here, is like a piece of data that component keeps track of. And if you change that piece of data, they will change, re-render the whole component and change what you see on top. So for example, for a text input, when we are typing, it's showing you the letters. Or if you have a button that's, let's say, a marker, like a checkbox, after you click on it, you change the state of it, like from true to false, and it can be moving. So you can change a lot of things by re-rendering or just keeping that data in the component. So for example, in this case, we'll use it for the text input. To after the user types in something, we need to keep this variable stored somewhere so that when we'll work on the backend and when the user clicks post, we know, okay, this is the text he provided, and we have it in the state for the title, for the body text, and we'll have it also for group and later more. So in order to use this state, first of all, let's import useState from React, not React Native. We'll import it from just React. Let's save it. And at the top of our function, let's initialize it. So let's say const, open an array. And basically the first value you pass here is going to be the name of your variable for this thing. So for example, title, because we'll be storing the title here. And the second parameter will be the function you call in order to change this title stored here. So we'll call it setTitle because we will simply set it. And then we do useState, and inside here we can define basically what's the initial value it has. So I could say, okay, so initially when we have a title, it should be an empty string, or I could say it should be an empty array or an empty object, even a null, or you can leave it even like this. But in our case, let's keep it initially an empty string. And here we will pass also the type of this useState. So what kind of data it can hold. In this case, it should only be able to hold a string. If we pass here a number or a null somewhere, it will complain to us that no, the title has to be a string. So let's do the almost completely the same for the body. So we'll say body text and set body. We'll do useState. We'll make it an empty string, and it can be only a string. Nothing else. Perfect. We have these two states. Now, how do we use them? Well, actually, pretty easily. First of all, we go to our text input, and in here we pass a value. So it needs to know what kind of value does it basically hold now. And it is going to be, the title will be displaying this title all the time. So we pass here the title. Okay, so now how does the title know when this value changes? Basically, how does it update the value? Well, it has another parameter called onChangeText. So basically, when you type in one letter, when you're changing the text, you will be calling this, what's inside of this function. And for example, you could say just simple console warn and say pressed. So if we save and if we go here, I cannot do that right now actually, because we're always displaying this value. Basically, we're not updating it anywhere. So I'll show you right now how to do that and we'll see. So when we type in something, it always returns us here what's typed in. So for example, we can say text, and then we can call here set title with this text inside. So basically call the set title from here at the top from our setter to change the value that we are showing here. So if we save now, and if I type in something, I will always see the thing updating. So before it was also updating, actually I was pressing, but I didn't do console error, I did console warn. But to display it, let's do pressed. Yeah. If I save it, like you see, if I press something, it's being console logged. But yeah, we will do not need that. We need to call set title and pass this title. In theory, we can simplify this a lot. We can remove this whole part and remove this whole part, and React Native knows that everything that you get there in this text, just pass it to this function and that's it. So in this case, this text is always going to be passed to the title, whatever you write, and it's still working. To make it a little bit clearer for beginners, maybe I'll leave it like this. Just know that you can use it however you want. Okay, let's do exactly the same for the other text input, which is body text. So let's say body text, and then on change text, we'll have here text inside, and we'll be simply updating set body text with this text inside here. Perfect. We have two text components that are perfectly working like they should. Okay, that's good. So let's go back to our documentation. Here you can find more things about it. I'm explaining a bit differently maybe. The last thing I want to really showcase in this one is the keyboard avoiding view. When you use a text, you will most likely use keyboard avoiding view as well. Because even though right now it's kind of hard to showcase because the text is so small, but if you had a lot of text, the keyboard would go on top of it. So it's not very good. We need to prevent that. And in order to do that, we can simply import keyboard avoiding view from the React Native. And I say in my documentation that you could use the keyboard avoiding view library. Even the Expo documentation suggests that if you want more customization, you can use it. Now that I talked, I have to tell you which one is it. Keyboard avoiding view. Go to Expo and yeah, like keyboard controller. So if you want even more control of your keyboard, this is a perfect library for that. It has a lot more things, but we do not really need it. We don't need that much configuration, so we can simply use this one from React Native. So now we imported it. How do we use it? And well, the way we will use it is, first things first, another thing that I did not tell you about is if we type like this, you can see that it's going in one line. To fix that, it's like insanely easy, so I'm just going to mention it quickly. Just pass to your input multi-line, and that's it. Now, if I pass to both of them and save it, you can see that it's gonna go a lot nicer, basically, and you can type a lot more text. So what if I would copy this whole code and paste it here? Oh, amazing. So yeah, now if I open the keyboard, and in order to open the keyboard, you most likely will need to go to IO, keyboard, and toggle software, or just press Command K if you're on Mac. So if we go here, we can see that we do not see most of the text and nothing that we write inside it is visible. Another thing is that how Reddit has, they are allowing you to scroll these, but they're keeping only the tab bar on top. So in here, we'll be matching two things. Well, first of all, let's solve the keyboard avoiding view. And in order to do that, under this view, because we are trying to put the selectors and the text input, let's open the keyboard avoiding view. Okay, let's add some tabs. And let's wrap all the text and the selector in here. If we just save it like that, it's still not working because it doesn't know how to behave. That's why in here, I also showed you that you need to pass the behavior. For iOS, it should be padding, but for Android, you can leave it undefined because it should in theory work right away with a default behavior. So let's just copy this part from the guide or write it with me. And let's go to keyboard avoiding view. Let's say behavior, and the behavior will be open brackets. So we'll say platform. Of course, we need to import the platform from React Native. So add this here. If platform.os equals to iOS, then use padding behavior. Otherwise, so this is like an inline if else statement. If platform.os, then else is double dots. So else it will be undefined. So if we save right now, we can see that it already works a lot better. Not fully like we want, but a lot better. Yeah, let's close it, go here. And yeah, we see some of the text. Another thing that we will need to pass to this keyboard avoiding view is style, and it's gonna be flex 1. Take in most of the screen, but you can see that it's still not exactly working, let's say, correctly. So what we need to do in order to make it work, first of all, we will need to also add a scroll view here. So why do we need it? Well, it's maybe easier to explain after I add it. So let's go to React Native and import scroll view. And this scroll view should be inside the keyboard avoiding view. There is a library called something like keyboard avoiding scroll view or something like that, which you can also install and use it, but I wanted to keep the libraries at the minimum for this tutorial, so let's do it this way. So now that we added this scroll view, we will, let's say, open the keyboard, and now we can scroll until the end of the keyboard, just like that. So basically what we're doing here, as you can see, sometimes it's messing up. So for example, I can scroll this one, and in theory, I shouldn't be able to do that. And we can solve that very, very easily. The text input has a nice parameter or property called scroll enable. And by default, it is true, but we need to disable it. So if we disable it, it's no longer going to be scrollable. So you need to scroll the full page. But you can see there is the same problem with this text. So we need to do exactly the same here as well to disable this. So now it's going to be scrollable as one big view, exactly like Reddit has. This is scrollable, these are scrollable. The only problem is this little bar here. Not important, but I cannot leave it with it. So let's pass to scroll view one simple prop called show. I think it's vertical, and we say false. If we save it, yeah, we no longer see it. Maybe we can add some more padding on the bottom. Let's say padding of 10, maybe. Let's see. No, I wanted to add only vertical. And yeah. So now that we have this,
That's perfect.
Almost ready, we can see that this lesson is in a way done, but we did not, of course, like we have these icons, but Vadim will not let me add them probably now. It's important to focus on what's important now. So yes, this is not gonna be that. So now there is one very small thing that we need to fix before we can go out of this screen. Like if I go back and if I click on create, I see that I have all of this selection. And very, very easy solution would be to create a short function called, let's say, go back, and we will implement, let's say, when the user is going out of here, we will set the title to an empty string. So this title will be empty string. We will set body text also to an empty string, and then we can router.back. And that means I need to change this. Instead of calling here on the quit router back, I will do go back. And then if I click now, go back to create, it's empty.
I think, not sure if that's a good UX. Maybe after you post it, after you create it, to delete it. But yeah,
it depends. Like if you, it depends on you. But Reddit removes it. If you go to create, if you leave something here and click the X, if you go back.
So mad.
What?
I'd be so mad to write something and then lose it.
That's also a valid point. I think in a real world app, I would also probably just leave it there. And then if the user wants to remove it, he can just remove it. But yeah, what Reddit does differently is if you have some text, they ask you like, do you really want to quit?
Okay.
So I don't have time to add this like pop-up, but that's that. So let's do open. Yes. Okay. Now we can go into the group filter selection. So why we need this screen? So this screen is important, as you can see in here, to select the community that you want to post your post to. And first of all, let's create a new file called group selector in the protected folder. So right in here, click on it, new file, and let's call it group selector.tsx. So you can see here, I have it in the capital letters. Probably you can keep it like the same. So now we have this group selector in the protected. So this is how it should look like for you. And here's like a basic component that you could start with, which will use the groups. I will do it without spending too much time on very basics. So let's group selector and return. Let's have it like this. And for now, let's return a view from, again, React Native. Let's import text again from, we should do it from React Native. And let's have it group selector. Let's save it. So now how do we navigate it to here? So as you remember, we go back to the create screen, and this select community needs an onPress. And how to make it pressable? Well, it's simply wrapping it in a pressable component. We already have it imported at the top, so let's change.
Why don't you do the link?
Oh yes, it's actually a link because you
can do it like
yes,
both are correct and both are fine. But
even in the example, you have it with the link. So that's how you should actually do it. So yeah, let's do link from Expo Router. So
I think you'd wrap it around the view, so you still have a view.
Yes. Let's do like that. So now we'll all pass this style not to the link, but to the view. And we'll say here simply that the href, where do we need to navigate? So we need to navigate to the group selector, and simply the name is group selector. So we do group selector, save it. And it messed up a little bit, but we have a property called asChild here. And what it does, basically, it tells that, okay, I'm navigating, but use like kind of the styles, everything that's inside.
Yeah, as child, like in that case, the link becomes like a ghost component that is in the end not even rendered. It simply takes its property like the onPress and sends it down to the child, which in our case is a view. The problem is that the view does not have an onPress, which the link depends on. So the link will try to, like a parasite, will try to attach to the view to the onPress event to handle it. So it's not going to work right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope.
Yeah, because the link tries to give the view onPress, it doesn't have, and that's why it's not working. So we simply have to switch it, the view, to a pressable, and then everything is going to work as before.
Yeah. So we do this, we save it, and I need to reload because after adding a new style, I did not reload. And if we go, we are in a group selector. Perfect. So now in here, if we go to the group selector, what we will do is, first of all, let's see how it is implemented. So again, it seems that it does not have the header, and it actually does not. So we need to go quickly to the layout. I'm not going to spend too much time. It's the same, like stack.screen. And we will say that, okay, the name is group selector and the options are header shown, which is, we shouldn't show the header. Yep, I made a mistake. Selector. The header is no longer displayed. So now if we go to the group selector, what we need to do is once again import the safe area view, wrap everything in safe area view, safe area view. Let's do this. Okay, perfect. We have it there. Another thing is here on top, we will need to implement a little header. It's gonna be a very easy one. So let's do that. It's gonna have and design icon. Let's quickly import it and have it here, prepare the icon itself. So it's gonna be an icon, which is like, again, back. So let's import that as well right away. Import router from Expo Router. We can go back. And the other one is gonna be the text, which is post 2. Let's save it. And now we see we have these two. We need to add some styles, not a lot. So we can do inline. First of all, flex direction to make them one besides the other. Another one, we need to align them in the center. As you can see it here, perfect. So now that we have these styles, we'll add a few more to the text because it needs to be aligned in the middle. So first of all, what we'll do is to see the changes, I will make it the background color red. And actually I wanted to make here red, not here. So first of all, what we will do here, we will make it so that, let's start with simple font size, and font size should be, I see, like a little bit bigger, but not too big, because I will also make it font weight bold. So maybe we can make it 16, not to waste too much time. Okay, 16, that's good. So now we will need some text align, and we have center. And how do we move it there is gonna be a little bit different. So for example, I can pass here flex of 1, and now it's aligned in the middle, but you can understand, like, you don't understand exactly why it's here. So if I console log
the comma,
comma. So if I remove this flex 1, you can see that this post, like, this is the middle, it's in its container's middle. But if I add flex 1, it means it tells him take up the whole space. You are basically taking up full space of this like flex container. And now, if I wouldn't have this text align, it would still be here. But when I say align this text in the center, it goes here and it adds himself in the middle. Of course, because we have an icon here, it's not exactly in the middle. So what we need to add is a little bit of padding to the right, and you could do it properly with the dimensions. We'll do it almost properly by defining a hard-coded value by saying, okay, I think here it's the middle. So let's remove now the background colors, and we can see that it is aligned in the middle. Perfect. So now this header is actually completely done. Let's continue to the search bar. For the search bar, let's create a view once again, and this view will have inside like a icon. Once again, from End Design, I have it prepared. You have it in the Notion guide here, and also now we'll use the text input as well. So we'll learn how to use it. Also, the placeholder is, I think, just search. I know, search for a community. Okay, and now the color I see, if I save, it's not exactly correct. So let's do pass. So in order to change the placeholder color, you just pass placeholder text color, change it to a bit darker gray. And now we see that once again, they're not aligned correctly. So probably already learned what flex direction does. We use it quite a few times here. Now they're aligned in the middle. Let's maybe do it like this. Text input. Yeah, like this. Placeholder, just like that. Perfect. Now we need some more styles on it. So first of all, we add a little bit of padding. I see maybe it's on the top and bottom. So maybe padding vertical of something like 10. But before doing that, like we already see that, okay, something is not working here for the whole container, because this whole container needs to have a background color and more things. So now after we gave it here, we can give more styles. So the next style will be in the container. Let's do the background color. And I know we have a probably light gray is not the actual one, but it's gonna be good enough. This container needs to be rounded a little bit. So let's add border radius, maybe something like 5, because it's not exactly like a box. Now we need, between these two components inside, text and the icon, we need a gap. And we'll make the gap something like 5. I would suggest extracting these files into styles, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. So let's write them inline. We need some margin on vertical axis, because here like it's very close, and I would say something like 10 is gonna be good enough. We will align both of the items in the center. That's how we align the icon in this, exactly in the center. And it's also too close here, and if we type, it's gonna be too close here. So we'll add some padding horizontal, and I would say it should be yeah, let's say 5, not a lot. So okay, that's that. So now let's see, the only last thing we need is to add some more padding on the sides. So to do that, let's scroll to the safe area view of itself and add some margin horizontal, and it should be 10. So now it's not exactly to the borders. I think it looks good. Okay, so what's next? We have a search input. We need to create again a state here. So let's import, let's create that. Let's give it a name, search value, set search value from use state from React. Make sure it's imported here. It's gonna be, once again, initialize as empty string, and let's pass here a string. Let's save it, and to the text input, let's pass the value of search value, and on change text will be text and set search value with the text inside. Okay, now that's good. We are updating it. Everything is working. The last thing that's left for us to do is display a list of the communities. So first of all, let's import the groups from now the aliases would help as well. Assets, data, groups. Perfect. Under this one, we will create a flat list, and this flat list, we already as well talked about flat lists. We'll have data, and this data will be, for now, it will be, let's say, groups. And we need to also explain, like, okay, how do I render this data? Not curly. We need to return it right away. That's why, like this. Yes, so now we are gonna build the components. So first of all, they need to be pressable, because once we click, something will happen once we click on them. Another thing is they will have an image of the group. And let's actually pass it right away. Source. Oh, I did not import it. Image. if I go back here, say source, URI, and it will be item.image, a group image. And lastly, it will be text saying item.name. Save it. Okay, we can see already that we do see a list of these items. It's not styled, so let's quickly do that. First of all, let's style the image itself. So it's gonna have, actually the image is not even displayed because we forgot to add the width of 40, and the aspect ratio will have it as one, like this, exactly. Perfect. So now let's add some more styles to this pressable itself. First things first, let's start with the easy one, flex direction. It needs to be in row. Another thing is that we need to align all of the items in the center. You've seen this one as well. As you can see, the text changed. We will also add some gap between them. So let's say 5. And we will also add, under each of them, we'll add a margin only on the bottom part. And this margin will be like quite significant, something like 20 or like that. The image is also, oh, maybe that was loud. The image should also be rounded. So let's do 20. And I think the text needs some more styles from what I'm seeing. It should be at least font weight 600. And for now, that should be good enough. In the code example, you'll have also this on the bottom, recently visited rendered. And also you'll have here appear like a small icon when you type in order to remove it. But now how the filtering itself works. So here we can create a function basically called filtered groups. And what this will do is we will basically take these groups and we'll say, okay, so we need to filter them. So how are we filtering? We're taking this group that we're checking now. And what we're doing is we're saying group, the name of the group. We need to make sure that they are made to lowercase because you can name the group like this. And if you compare it in text without the capital letters, it will not match. Then we say includes. And then we say, okay, so if the search value here, so let's say search value, also we need to make sure it's two lowercase. Actually, we don't need to locale, two lowercase is enough. If it matches, that means it should go in here. So now if we copy this group, we need to pass it in the data of the flat list to always display only the filtered ones. So let's say if I go here and remove everything, it's gonna be displayed. If I say front-end developers or just developers, it's already matching very, very nicely. Actually, in here, if I add one last thing, just for good measure, I will add this clear. So if there is search value, we will display a small icon like this. Let me copy again from design like this. As you can see, it's barely visible, but that's how it is on the Reddit as well. And when you click on it, we will simply set search value and we'll make it an empty string. So let's say if I, of course, now I'll need to align it, but if I type it, it's already back to the default case. Of course, we need to push it a little bit to the side, and to do that we can simply to the text input, because if I do background color red, like if you click on here, you are not focusing the text input. So what we need to do is simply call here flex 1 to take up the full space. And now if I remove this, even the icon, if I type, will be in the correct place. So here it is.
But the group filtering from the UI is done, right?
Yes, the group filtering from the UI is done. Like, actually not exactly, because if you scroll here, you see but it's very easy to fix it. So now it's no longer like it's here.
Okay.
And like I could add here a keyboard avoiding view, because now like keyboard will be on top of it, but
give this as a homework.
Yes, you can.
Because we saw how to use the keyboard avoiding view in the create new screen. So try to replicate the same approach here.
Yes, exactly. So we're done with this lesson. Let's go to global state management lesson. And what is the problem? The main problem is that I am not in full screen. The second problem is that in order to allow users to select groups in group selector, And this selection to persist in the create screen, like this group selector and create screen, are totally different screens. They're so far from each other, and there's no way to like pass this data to each other to talk with each other. So it's a huge problem. And in order to solve it, we will use a thing called global state management. I write here a little bit more about that, but basically there are many global state management libraries available, such as like Redux, Recoil, Zustand, which is very popular right now, and Jotai, which is also popular. And for our case, Jotai perfectly fits because it's a very simple, lightweight global state management library, which requires TLC almost no setup at all. And it's incredibly easy to use. It's basically the same as a use state. So it's perfect for our small scale state management where we only need to pass this one piece of data. Okay, so how do we do that? First things first, let's set up the Jotai, which is simply installing it. So let's do this. Let's paste npx expo install Jotai. Give it a second. We can see already what to do next. So in the source folder of our project, let's create a new file called atoms. These atoms in Jotai are kind of like a use state, but it's a global state. They call them, well, atoms. So let's close it up a little bit. We'll not need this one, and close for now, tabs protected. And inside the source, let's create a new file, as I said, atoms.tsx. And in here, the only thing that we need to do is as follows. Importing the atom from Jotai. So let's do that. And lastly, creating this atom, which is that easy. So basically what we do is we say export const, then we give a name to our atom. So we'll call it selected group because that's what we will store, selected group atom. And we say simply that it should be an atom. You don't really need to define these types, but we are defining the type, so we will do. And you can also pass the default value to an atom just like to a use state. So in our case, it can be null, so we'll do like that. And that means that the types of this should be either a group from the types, because that's what we're storing, a group. So let's import it at the top, import group from the types. So it's either a group or a null. And that's it. We don't need to do anything else. We can now close this and forget about that atoms folder. So here I explain a bit more in the guide. What is it? And yeah, the usage. Now that we have this global state created, let's use it in both create state screen and group selector. Let's start with create screen, because in here we will need to read and also be able to read and set, just like a setter. So let's go on the top and import the atom from the atoms. So import selected group atom from, and we need to say that it should be imported from this file that we just created. So let's go 2-3 times back and we say from atoms. Perfect. Now, how do we use it? Well, in here in the example, as I show you, it is used exactly the same as a use state. So we can simply import the use atom from Jotai first. So let's do that. Import, once again, another hook, use atom from Jotai. Then go here where we have our states and exactly the same, call it, let's say, group and set group. Then equals use atom. And we need to pass here which atom we're using. So basically, the one that we created in the atoms.tsx, the same name, selected group atom. We imported it here, and now we're passing it here for the Jotai to know which atom are we using. Okay, perfect. So what we will do here in the select community part, we need to display here either a select community or if the community is selected, we will be displaying the group. Okay, so now how do we do that? First things first. Inside here, inside event pressable, we will open a JavaScript expression, basically say that, okay, we're using JavaScript expression group. And if there is a group, we will be returning a group image with a text. So in here, we will say, okay, we will be needing an image of the group and we will be needing a text. So the text will have a group name. So we'll be accessing the group from this atom because we will be have it there stored. So let's say group.name. And for the image, we'll, as always, need source. Let's open it. The source will have a URI. This URI will be, it will be group.image. It's a group image. And also we'll be displaying here some styles. Do I have it imported? Nope, of course I don't. So for the React Native, let's import image. Make sure it's from React Native. And yes, then we will be passing the style. And as always, image needs width, and we'll need height as well. So let's say width will be 20 and height, let's also make 20. For now, let's do like that. And also, yeah, don't mind this error for now. But we need to say, okay, so if the group exists, we show this, but what else? So if it doesn't exist, we will simply display what we had before, which is this part. So now what are these little squiggly things are that I'm adding here? These are kind of like an empty view or a div. You can use them when you don't really need a view and define like any styles, because as I told you before, this will be an error. You cannot render a JSX expression like, yeah, as it says here, must have only one parent element. So by adding these things, you're making sure that it's only one parent element, and you can have here inside as many as you want. So now we save, it's working. But now, of course, like we do not have any groups here. So we need to be able to select a group. So now we will go to the group selector screen. And in here, to scroll down, we can see how to update the data. It's also very easy. First of all, we will import the same atom. So import group, how is it selected? Group atom from atoms. And we will import a little bit of a different hook from Jotai, and I'll explain why. So here we will import use set atom from Jotai instead of use atom. So why is it that? I explain it here as well. But basically, that's a little bit for performance. So use atom subscribes to the component to both reading and writing. What does group anywhere? It will still re-render the screen. So this use atom hook helps us to prevent that, and it just uses it to set the group. Here maybe I have like some better explanation, but yeah, you could either use like this, which is totally fine. It still works, but it's not very good for performance, let's say. So if we go back here, we define it like const just as a function, let's say set group, and we'll be using use set atom, and we'll be passing the selected group atom. So now, after the user presses on one of the groups, we need to make sure that we store basically this group in this huge, it's into the small atom. So how do we achieve that? We simply create a pressable. So let's clean it up here a little bit at least. Again, like, don't mind me writing so many inline styles. I would probably extract this one as well, but I'm just trying to save your time. I don't want to bother you. You already saw how to do it. So yeah, sorry very much if it looks cluttered. So here we'll have on press, which will simply, when pressed, set group. We could set to only the ID to the whole object. To be honest, whatever you want. But what we need to do here is, first of all, take this item, and we will be storing the whole group. But the problem here is that I'm taking not the actual item, but like this. No, wait. No. I'm taking it correctly. Like, I don't need, yeah. No, my,
you don't need to
bad.
take
I
it,
don't need even to take it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I already have the item in here. So because I'm rendering here, not sure why I was passing it here. But yeah, this is the group actually that we are rendering through filtered groups, if you remember. So by taking this item group, when it's pressed, we can very easily store it there. The problem now is that we are still, once we click and select a group here, we're still not basically navigating back to where we need. So to solve this, let's quickly create one function, and let's call it on group selected. And let's make it a very simple function. First of all, we will set the group to the group that you will pass here. Later, we'll fix the type problems. So let's pass it to group. And again, we will need to, with the router, to go back, because we always know that the previous screen is going to be the post screen. We are 100% sure. And now we can go and pass this function instead of the set group. So now let's change on group select. We are passing the item that we are pressing on. And in here, we can take that item. We're passing it to the actual set group global state management, and then we're navigating back. To solve this type issue, it's very easy. The only thing you need to do is import group from types. And then we're saying, okay, so this group should be of type group. And if you remember, if you go here, type group is this small type. Perfect. So now if we save it and hold our fingers crossed, after going to select the community and selecting a community, we are seeing it here. Woohoo! Of course, the icon is, I need
That's
to
amazing. Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much the only thing that's left to do here is to add border radius, let's say 10, and voila, it's working.
That's impressive. So Jotai, like in simple terms, is the same use state, but not at the component level, but at global level that we can use from different components.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Let's finish up the styles. I cannot leave like that.
So now anywhere in our application where we need to know which is the currently selected group, like we can take it from there.
Yes, exactly. We can take this atom and basically use it. So another thing that we need to do is, again, like probably doesn't make sense. We need to have some sort of pop-up, but if you go back, because we're setting the title and the body text to blank, we will also set the group to a null group. So basically, it's up to you to decide if it's good or not, but to do it like that. But yeah, now if you press back, the group is no longer be selected. You'll need to select a new one.
Perfect. That's amazing.
Yeah. So let's see. So here, yeah, you can find the final group selector code on the bottom. And yeah, I think we did pretty well. We did pretty well with all the tasks. You cannot even see the last two behind Vadim's camera, but we'll do them as well. So as I said, we can display comments. And in my guide, if you follow it, I do have full code for it.
So guys, before we start coding, go ahead and open the comment section optional from the task board. And here you're going to have like a lot more explanation, but we're taking it step by step and going through it together.
So first things first, what we will do is let's open in the source app, then inside protected, post, and then the detailed post screen. Yeah, here. So first things first, very easily, what we need to do is import the dummy data that I've provided in the guide. We'll be importing comments from, and we'll be importing it from our assets, just like the posts here. So you can basically copy it. And we need one more, and I think one more, slash assets slash comments.json. I forgot to add here data. Yes, exactly. It's in the data folder here. Okay, so we have our comments. Let's maybe follow the same naming convention as well. After we import that, what we need to do for now, because we're working with the dummy data, is to filter out from all of these comments, filter out the comments that belong to, let's say, this post ID.
Can we see the data first? Can I open the data first?
Yes, I had it open, but yeah, probably it's not gonna.
So what's the structure here of the data?
So the main structure are basically we have objects of comments. The comment itself has an ID, post ID, the post basically that this comment belongs to. It has a user ID of the user that posted this comment, and it has a parent ID. This is going to be very important later on, also now, but with this parent ID, we can decide basically to, is this a reply or not? And basically, as you can see here, this is a top level comment. That's why it doesn't have any parent. Basically, it's a first comment, but underneath here, under the replies array, we can see that this parent ID does have an ID of comment 1, which belongs to this top level. Yes, exactly. Perfect. So this is what parent ID does, and we'll see it in action very soon. Then we have a comment, when it was created, how many upvotes it has, and the user object that posted it basically. And as well as I mentioned, the replies array. We'll see how we work with them later on in more detail. So yes, that's the main structure. And what we need to do now is simply filter out the comments. So in order to do that, let's go here. Let's create another variable, let's call it post comments. And in here, let's say we need to filter comments, and then we need to pass an explanation, basically how to filter. So we're taking the comment that we're looping through, and we're saying this comment, basically from this array, its post ID needs to match something. So to make it easier to show examples, let's just say here, like it needs to match. I'm going to show you. I'm not sure if you see my screen inside the comments, JSON.
In comments, yeah.
Yes, here. So for now, I'm going to say, just to make it a bit easier, that it should belong to post one. I will hard code this ID, but later on, we will make it dynamic. Basically, we will use this ID.
Okay.
So yes, now that we have these post comments, we can actually console them and see if we actually get them. Let's console log them. Let's open the console. And let's, yes, now we can reload and we will open soon a post. Let's give it a second to load. Okay, let's open a post. And as we can see, we see the comment data, which is very good. That means it's working. Perfect. So we can close the terminal now and we can continue. So the next thing that we will do is going to be creating a simple component that we will use for our comments. So in order to do that, go under comments, and in here, let's create a new file, and we will call it comment list item.tsx.
So here Lucas created it.
Yes, exactly. And inside here, let's define a very simple UI for now. So we'll import view and text. We will do it from React Native. And underneath, let's export default function. Let's call it comment list item. And we will return a view with a simple text saying comment. Yes, let's save it for now. So now we have a very simple component. Let's go back to our detailed post. Now in here, what we need to do, first things first, is import the newly created component at the top. So let's do that. Import comment list item, and it should suggest you automatically from where to import, but just if it doesn't, you can import it just like we did here. So now to see if everything is working correctly, if we see this component underneath here, let's add it, comment list item, and let's save it. Perfect. We can see underneath that the component is imported, and we can see it. Perfect. Now let's continue and maybe improve a little bit the component UI. I would suggest, if we want to manage to see everything right now, we can very easily copy from the Notion guide. I provided a let's say a step in between. Yeah, here, improving the UI. So here we can copy all of it here, and we will paste it in just to save some time, basically. So let me find myself.
I can do that for you.
Yeah, you can import it. Yep.
So the code from comment list item code, I just copy it, and inside comment list item, I'll select everything and I'll replace with this one.
Yes. So here I really do not show anything new. Basically everything we already covered. There's some stylings, there's some basically styles in general.
Yeah.
That's mostly what it consists of. So now the problem is that, as we can see from the emulator, saying that we cannot read property of user of undefined. And it is because here we are passing the comment, but yet we're still not passing anything from the list that we basically, yeah, exactly, from this component that we just created. So in order to solve this issue, what we need to do is we need to do define, as we learn, comment, a new property, not parameter. And let's say that we will take from post comments, and let's take the first item inside an array. We can save it, and let's quickly go to the detailed page of our post, and voila, we see our first comment very nicely displayed underneath. So now, because we have a huge list of the comments, probably you already remember, but what we need to do is to use a Flatlist from React Native, which helps us to render huge lists of data very efficiently. So to the Flatlist, we need to provide required two properties. One of them is data, basically what data to loop through, and it's going to be post comments. And then another one, as you probably can remember, is going to be the render item function. And here we need to again explain how to render the data that we are looping through. So for that, we will simply copy this just created component imported, because we'll be looping through all of the items and rendering this component here. Let's maybe clean it up a bit to make it more readable. This really depends on your taste, probably how you want to have it. So, okay, now we still need to destructure the item that we are looping through. And instead of passing all the time the same comment, we will pass the item as a comment. So now let's see what, cannot find Flatlist. So, okay, it wasn't imported. Let's go to the top here and import Flatlist from React Native. Perfect. Now, if we save it and go to the detailed page, we see that we are rendering two components. As you can see right away, there's an issue that only the component part is being scrollable. So in Reddit, how they have it is that the whole top part of the item should also be scrollable. We can solve that very easily and very fast. The only property that we need to pass is list header component. And instead of having our post list item here at the top, we will pass it to the Flatlist to basically render it as a component at the top of the list so that it's still scrollable. So now that let's save it, and you can see that it's not sticking to the top. It's basically scrolling together with the comments, just like we need it to be. Amazing. Now that we have it ready, the next thing that we will do is add the text input at the bottom, because we need to be able to leave a comment, and also we need to have a button in order to post it afterwards. For that, let's go underneath the flat list and let's create another view inside here, just like that. Inside it, I need to write, and here
input that we want to create should not be at the end of a list. Like, we don't have to scroll to get to the input. It should be like always visible on the screen. So that's why you added it besides the flat list, right?
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Because otherwise, if we add it, we can add it as a footer and it will be scrollable, but we don't want to do that. We want to always be on top of everything. So yes, inside here, let's also import the text input. Make sure it's imported from React Native. And let's pass a few properties to the text input.
Lucas,
here.
Can you stop for a second? It's going to be easier for you. I don't think it auto imports for us, so let's go ahead and import manually.
Okay, yes, most likely it does not because we are using live sharing, but yeah. So it will import for you pressing there, but for us it doesn't. So what you need to do is just scroll to the top, select the React Native, and let's import the text input here at the top from React Native. Inside here, let's pass some properties, as I said. So the first thing that we will do is add a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to be join the conversation. Another thing that we will need to do is add some styles to it. So let's right away pass a few styles to our text input, and those styles will be simply changing the background color as far as I see. And I already, let me find somewhere, prepare the color. Here it is here. Okay, and also we will need some padding now around all of the sides. The padding will add 5. And lastly, we will need to add some border radius to the whole box, and it will be border radius 5. So now if we go back to the detailed page, we still don't see anything, but shortly we should. Maybe it doesn't sync yet. So let's add some more styles and see.
Maybe we can comment over flat list for a second to see what's going on. So it's here, but it's...
Oh, yes, it is. Exactly. So we can go back and now we'll work on displaying it, because we need to also pass some styles to the view itself, basically. So the styles that we will pass here will be, first things first, border width, because we will need some border on the bottom. The border should have a width, as you can see in the example. So let's go here to the code and let's add some styles. First of all, border bottom width. So let's make it a bit bigger. Let's make it 1. We will also need to now define the color of the border. Bottom color will be, let's say, light gray. Now we will also need to add some padding around everything, and let's make it 10. Lastly, we'll make the background color itself from this white-ish to a complete white, and also pass the border radius as 10. Now we also want to add some shadows to this box.
Maybe it's better to fix like why don't we see it first?
Okay, maybe it is. Let me here also add it. It needs to have flex 1 in order to let me save it, and but you still don't see it on the bottom.
Is it also the flat list that needs a flex 1?
No,
but maybe the flat list is taking way too much space.
It shouldn't. So let's comment out the flat list and let's go back. Okay, so for now, let's start working like this, and later on we can push it to the bottom. Now that we have this done, what we need to add is some shadows to the view, basically. And you can add shadows by going to the shadow generator online and maybe like define there the ones that you need. But I provided us in the example the shadows that we want. Yeah, exactly. Vadim is showing where to go, so you can check it out. Yes, you just basically set up what you want, copy all of these styles, go back and paste it inside your styles. But if you don't want to do that, you can simply copy the code that I provided at the end of this guide, basically. And yeah, you'll find it as a final code, because here there's not much left to do. So if we save it, now because it's not on the bottom, we do not see the shadow itself. So what we need to do is actually, we will need to fix this issue of not this. Yes.
Oh,
now we do display it at the bottom, as you can see. And the problem, it's very weird because the flex 1 should have fixed it. So maybe it wasn't synced.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the flex 1, what it does, it takes up the full space, and that means that basically this is going to be pushed to the bottom. So it should have fixed. So if I remove the shadow and save it, you should see the difference now. And after I added back that code, the shadow should appear.
Yep.
A little. Do you see it in the emulator?
Yeah, I see it. Yep.
Perfect.
Quick question: why do we need the border bottom? Because we don't
border
see...
bottom. Actually, it's a good point. Like, let's leave it out, because when we add the button and then we add some, because as you can see now, we have some issues that the safe area, our conversation basically reply box is out of the safe area. So now we will not even see that border bottom, but we will need to add it later on.
Yeah.
So let's leave it for now like this. And it's gonna be necessary when you start typing, basically. Okay, so now that we have it this far, we need to add a possibility to actually start writing in the text input. So as you remember, what we need to do is create a new state. So let's import it from, yes, it's not going to work for me automatically. So I will need to do import use state from React. Let's save it. And here at the top, I will create a new state. I will call it const comment, and let's have set comment use state. And initially it's going to be an empty string, and we can type it also saying that it can be only a string, nothing else. So yeah, we have the state. Now we can go back to our text input below here, and we need to pass it as a value. So we say value, and it's going to be the comment. So now we also need to implement how can that value be changed, and it's going to be changed with onChangeText function. And we simply, what we do here, we take the text and we set it to our state comment, just like that. So now it's going to be always the state updated to the latest text. Perfect. So if we save now and go try opening it, start typing, I mean, we will see right away an issue that it's only in one line. Like if we write for a little bit more, it's gonna be one line comment, which we don't want. That's bad. So again, simple solution is adding a property called multiline. If we save it, now it's good. It's always going to the bottom, just as we need. So now that we have this, we need a button to be able to post this. So we will do it exactly like Reddit. Under the text input here, we will create a pressable. So we need to again go to the top and import it from React Native. Pressable. Now we can scroll back. And in here, let's add the pressable component. Not like that. It needs to be not self-closing because inside we pass what needs to be pressable. And in here, it's actually going to be a simple text, again, not self-closing tag, which will say reply or post. I think it says reply. Okay, so now that we have this, of course, we need to add some styles because now it looks horrible and barely visible. So let's add some styles, first of all, to the pressable itself. First things first, let's define the styles. And here we will add the background color. And I know I have it somewhere. Here it is. It also needs, now it's like full length, but we will fix it very soon. It also needs some border radius to have the rounded corners. And we will have border radius as 15. Then it needs to have, basically it needs to always stay on the right. So we already learned that. We need to simply pass margin left and it needs to be auto. So basically to take up all of the space on the left. Perfect. Now we need to also add, because it's sticked to our top input, so we will add margin top 15. And now we can start styling the text itself, because now you, first things first, can't even see the text itself. So we set color as white right away. Now we can at least see it, but it's not fixed yet. So we need to add some padding vertical, which means padding on the side. And the padding vertical is going to be 5, and padding horizontal is going to be 10. Let me see how it looks. Okay, it's already shaping up. So we also need to add the font weight to the text side as bold. And lastly, we will slightly increase, I'm not sure if that's necessary, but for me it looks a bit too small. So let's slightly increase the font size. And now we can almost have a perfect button. It goes into the unsafe area. So we will solve this now, because we will have more issues here. So for example, let's open a keyboard basically right now.
Keyboard toggle.
Yes, we do not see our text below. So we already had this. We know how to solve it. First things first, let's import the KeyboardAvoidingView. And we will also need to import the platform because it changes based on Android and iOS how we need to handle it. Then we need to scroll a bit more to the bottom and change this top view with the KeyboardAvoidingView. Don't forget to change it on the bottom if it did not change for you automatically. And we need to pass the behavior, how it needs to behave, this KeyboardAvoidingView, because yeah, it changes. So if our platform is iOS, so let's say iOS, then we will use the padding behavior. Otherwise, it's going to be undefined because Android's default behavior works here. So if we save it, we can see that it did not fix the issue right away. And it's because of the suggestion box and the header at the top. Mainly it's because of the header at the top that we use here. Yes, exactly. So in order to save this, we already used safe area views. I will show you one more way how you can handle it. And when you need, let's say, more
control.
Yes, exactly. That's the word I was looking for. More control over your safe areas. So we will import a hook called use safe area insets from React Native safe area context. So now that we have it here underneath, we also need to take those, basically define this hook. Let's call insets equals use safe area insets. Perfect. And now we can use it. So now how do we use it? If we go to the KeyboardAvoidingView, we will need
Just
to add
explanation. These insets will contain the size of the notches at the top, on the bottom, left, right. So
yes,
we can dynamically use padding or margin or position when we need like that control.
Yes, exactly. So we will see one very particular case in this view later on, but now let's fix the keyboard. So we need to add here some keyboard offset. What does it mean? It will basically, when the keyboard avoiding view opens, it does not take into consideration in a way this header at the top. So it displays our input still behind the keyboard. So if we add the offset, will move it higher basically. So we need to add the offset as insets top. So basically we're saying take the header height and add it as an offset. So if we would save right now and open, we can see that it almost works. The only thing is that we do not see our reply button. And to solve that, we can actually simply add, like, let's say insets.top plus 10. And now if you would open it, and it's not gonna need to be plus more, because if you close the this input, that's what I talked about, this view issue. We still have some problems. So because the reply button goes into unsafe area on the bottom. So to solve this, we can go to the view of our button. And in here, we also need to add some padding on the bottom, padding bottom, and it needs to be insets.bottom. So if we save now, we can see that the button is clearly visible now. And if we open the keyboard, it should be okay here as well. So yes, exactly. If I wouldn't have that plus 10, it would be slightly hidden. Yes, just like that. So we still need that plus 10. Now to follow it up, in theory, this reply button shouldn't be always visible. I'm not sure how necessary it is to showcase, but I have it in my final code and it's very fast to do it. So we will need to create this use state called is input focused, because we only need to show the reply button when the person clicks on the input. Otherwise, it shouldn't be visible because it takes up so much real estate and it's difficult to view, difficult to read the comments. So let's create a new state called is input focused, set is input focused, and we will have it as a state, and it's gonna be initially false because it shouldn't be focused, and it should be only Boolean. It cannot be any other value. So now scroll to the bottom, and on this view that we just added here, actually not on the view, on the pressable only, the reply button, we need to wrap it just like we learned with is input focused. So if the input is focused, we will show this pressable, otherwise it should not be visible at all. So if we save it and now go to our...
Well, I just...
yes,
a bit
perfect.
of jumping around.
So now we do not see our button. And even if we click on the view, it's not gonna appear. So in order to solve this, text input provides us again with a very good, let's say, property just for that. One of them is on focus called. So basically, when the view is focused, we will call set is input focus to true. I forgot to add the arrows. So now if we click on the view, it will show us the reply button. Yes, we see the button, but now if we unfocus it, if we press out of it, it still is there. So what we need to do is simply pass on blur effect. And what it does is it is called when the user clicks somewhere else, basically when the input is unfocused, and we will change it to false. So now it should work perfectly. And yeah, sometimes it's difficult to unfocus. You need to open the real keyboard and then close it, like clicking somewhere else. And now you can see it's unfocused. Now it's focused, you see the reply. Perfect. So now we have done everything that we needed for our text input. We have the avoiding view, everything is working perfect. We are tracking basically whether the reply button and which state are we. Now what we need to do is actually implement showing the replies. So now we are kind of completely done on this screen, and we can go to the comment list item and continue there. So now here, let's scroll completely to the bottom, and under these icons, the view of these all icons here, you can select here, scroll to the bottom, and yeah, right now you don't see which one, but basically this view, you can see it's connected. Underneath this view, let's add another button basically that will be show replies. So if we go to the designs on the presentation, we can see that there is a button show replies, and we need to show this button when there are any basically replies that are associated with this comment. So we will do that, just that. Underneath here, let's create a new view. And inside here, actually, we can make it right away pressable. So for you, it's probably going to be imported automatically. For me, it's not happening. So scroll to the top and import pressable from React Native. Let's scroll back. And inside here, we will simply, once again, have a text that will say show replies, I think. Yes, show replies. Now we should see the show replies button. So we need to add some more styles because it does not look good at all. So let's start with the pressable itself. Let's pass the styles. And the first style that we will change is the background color of it. So I have it somewhere. Yeah, it is here. So I pass the background color. Then we need to add some border radius again to make it the corners a little bit rounded. We need to add some padding on vertical side. Okay, I forgot the comma. Now we need to align the items in the middle because it's not currently. And I think that should be it. Let me check out. Yes, I think it's pretty good.
Yep.
Let's pass some more styles for the text itself. So first things first, very easy. Let's make the font size 12. It should be a little bit smaller. We also need to definitely add some letter spacing, 0.5. We need to add font, make it a little bit bolder, but it should not be bold. It should be slightly bigger than the default, which is 500. And lastly, we will pass the color of, once again, I have it here, and the color will be this. So now that we have it, basically our show replies completely styled, we need to decide when this should be visible, this button. And also when the user clicks the reply, show replies, we need to know when he did that. So first of all, let's once again wrap it inside kind of an if statement, let's say, and there will be a few criteria when this button should be visible. But the most important one, and the first one, is going to be when the comment has some replies, at least one reply, we will be definitely displaying this show replies. So if we save it, because both of these comments have replies, it doesn't change really much here, but it would if it wouldn't have any replies for you.
Bring this point home. If we look at the data, a comment has an array replies. So if this array is empty, that means there is no replies. So that's how we are tracking, like, should we show the button at all or not?
Yes, exactly. So now we covered one of the cases when it should be visible. Another case should be when we click the show replies button itself, we should not show it anymore. And also we should display more comments. So first things first, right away, we can think of what we need is the state to control these things. So let's import at the top, use state, and it's going to be from React. Perfect. So now we can create this state and we will call it something like is show replies. Doesn't sound well, but let's stick with it. I know you will create a better name. Set is show replies. And we will make it a state. Initially, it's going to be false because we do not want to show the replies right away. Well, it depends on your use case, but we do not. And it can be only a Boolean. So let's type it. Perfect. So now if we scroll here to the bottom, back to our basically button, another condition is that it needs to be is show replies, and double is show replies needs to be false. And we show it only if the show replies is false. Otherwise, we do not show this. So if we save it now, we can see that we are still seeing them because we did not press any button. But if we add to our pressable the on press, what it actually expects to have, in this on press, we will call a function set is show replies to true. Basically, we need to tell that, okay, person pressed on this button and now we need to show the replies. So if we click on any of the show replies, For now, we will not see the comments, but the button would disappear because we have this condition here at the top. So yes, just like that. So later on, we will hide the button and also show the replies itself. Perfect. So let's leave it like that for now. And let's work on actually displaying the replies. So we can go a bit here, probably further. And let's maybe add some comments in order not to make it a bit cleaner. So here is show replies button. And we will also copy it, and under here, we will add list of replies. Perfect. So now in order to display the list of replies very easily, again, when you hear a list, you should right away start thinking about the flat list, almost always. But let's go to the top, and we need to also import the flat list here inside React Native. So we can go back to the bottom, and as data, we will pass the comment and the replies of that comment. So this is going to be the data it needs to loop through. And now we need to also explain how to render it. So here it's going to be, I'm not sure if it's more confusing, but it might be a bit different than you would expect, but we will call ourselves. So basically this flat list will recursively call the comment list item function itself. So basically we call it here, first of all, as a list, not here, comment list item, this to render all the top level comments. But in order to render the deeper comments, we need to keep the style like exactly the same in a way. So we will call recursively ourselves, which is gonna be comment list item. And we know that we also need to pass the comment is going to be the item. So now if we save it and open, we can right away see the comments. But the problem is that they're displayed all the time. There's no condition when to show them or when to hide them. So what we need to do is once again, wrap it inside JSX basically expression and say that we will only show the comments when is show replies is true. So basically when the user pressed, he wants to see the replies, that's when we will render all of the replies for this exact comment. So now if we try to go, it only loads the comments after pressing the show replies button. Okay, so
this one has 3 levels of replies, right?
Yes, then now you have 3 levels of replies. But as you can see, it's kind of difficult to see the levels also.
I see. I'm not sure if you plan to solve it. Most probably you do, but we have this error, and I wanted to point out to people watching a very common error like this. You see, text string must be rendered within a text. So the problem that we see here usually means that somewhere in our code we are rendering something that is not within a text. So this is always going to show an error. And this is a very common mistake when you start and you come back, find like where you're rendering this text and you put it inside a text like this. The problem is that if we look in our code, it's nowhere we are actually showing a text within text, because this is a text within text, like everything looks good. So the problem is actually this condition.
Yes.
Because with the AND operator, what actually happens is we are using it like an if statement, but basically we are using a feature of JavaScript that is not supposed for that. Like what JavaScript is doing when we have AND operation, it's going to return, like execute or look at the values one by one, starting with the first one, and we'll see if this one is true, that means that the whole AND operator has a chance to be true. So it's going to go next. If this one is true, then it still has a chance to be true. It's gonna go next. And it comes here and it basically returns this value.
Yep.
Because it's the last one. However, as soon as one of these is false, that means that that's it. Like the whole AND operator has no chance to become true, because any value AND false is going to become false. So JavaScript, to optimize how it evaluates these Boolean expressions, it's going to stop even looking at everything else if one of these is false in an AND operator. What ends up happening is it's actually not going to show it, but it's going to return this one here. And if this is a Boolean, like in show replies, it's good, because if I do false here, it should be good. I mean, not like this, maybe like this. It's going to be good. Rendering false is perfectly fine. But here we have length. So what ends up happening is we are trying to render 0. When length is 0, 0 is a false value. So in a Boolean expression, 0 is going to be considered false. But when it's returned like 0. So that's where this issue is coming from. To solve it, we transform a true or falsy value to an actual true or false, to a Boolean.
Yeah.
To do that, we add double negation. So one time if we negate, it becomes a Boolean, but it's going to be the reverse. And if we do it once more time, it's going to be back if it was falsy. And falsy means either 0 or undefined or null or actual false. It becomes a Boolean, which is strictly false. And now the error disappears. This is a very common mistake, and I believe it's very confusing when you're getting started, like, why is it happening? And I will always get into these mistakes because you don't think about it. Like, you think logically, like, if it's falsy, it's good. But then this falsy bites you in the ass.
Yep. Very, very well said. I wouldn't have gotten into so much detail, but I think it's very important to explain, and it's good that you stopped and explained it very, very, very well. So I think we can continue, but do remember this, as this is going to be very common while developing. So to continue, now we still have one more basically use case to solve. Because currently, we in theory can render as many replies as we want. And we would be rendering them as a reply, as a reply, as a reply until it gets out of the screen, or basically you cannot even see the text. So how Reddit is handling and how we will do as well, Reddit is only rendering at most 5 or 6 levels of comments. If you render, like if you want to see more comments after level 5, Reddit will open a new screen where the comment that you clicked show replies on will be the top level comment, and then you'll display the rest. We will not do this exactly like with opening a new screen, as this is, you can do it very easily as a homework, or maybe you don't even need this use case. But what we will do is we will keep track of the depth, and also we will be keeping tracking of when should we actually show the comments and when not, based on that. So in order to handle this depth level issue, we go back to our detail post screen, and inside the render item, comment list item, we need to pass the depth of which we are right now. So just because this list inside the detail post renders only the top level comments and nothing else, that means that the depth is going to be 0. Basically, it says I am the top level 1 comment. If we go back to the comment list item, now we need to accept, first of all, this prop. So let's do it here. And also now we need to fix that TypeScript issue. So let's say that we should expect depth, and it should be a number, or is it an integer? Let's see. It's a number. Yes. A number. So yeah, now we fixed it. So if we scroll to the bottom, we do remember now that this is calling itself recursively, this list of replies. So if we hover on, it also says that, oh, I need depth as well, because it is required. So we will pass depth here as well. But because this is not a top level comment, it's somewhere in the nested replies, what we will do, we will take the depth level that we passed here. So initially it's going to be 0, because we are like after going from the top comment to the first reply of it, it's going to be now at the level 2, let's say. So we will take the depth that is we are currently on and add 1, basically saying that, okay, so I am actually render me another comment, but this is no longer a top level comment, but let's say a reply to the top level comment. basically we render this again later on, like as a reply. And if the reply has more replies, now the depth will be 1. And here we're saying render my replies, which is going to be at level 2 and 3 and 4. So it's always going to be increasing the depth, and we'll be able to know very easily how deep are we in right now. Now, first of all, right away, what I want to solve, because for me right now, it's very difficult to track which of them are replies and which of them are not replies. We're going to go to our comment list item, scroll to the view, the main view of it, and under it, let's add a border left width. And basically, we will say, if we are on a deeper level than 0, show a line on the left to showcase the level better, basically. So now if we open the replies, we can see a little bit of visual clarity on which level are we by displaying this border left with icon. Perfect. So yeah, I really wanted to solve this, and now we can go scroll to the comments, to the show replies button. As I said, because we don't want to allow opening like million level replies, we will only show replies up to the level 5. So what we need to do here is simply add another condition, and that condition is simply going to be if the depth level is lower than 5, we can show this. Otherwise, if it's like bigger than 5, then we will not show it anymore. And I will wrap it in these parentheses. Just, you don't need to, it will work. It's just cleaner for me to see where is the condition and where do we actually render. So if we save now we will not render more, like we will not be able to press show replies on level 6 or more comments. So yeah, now we will handle it simply like this. Now what we need to do is we need to be able to actually reply to these comments. Because now if you, in the main screen, if you click join the conversation and type something, you will simply going to post a top level comment. But let's say I want to reply to someone. Well, it's not possible for now. So in order to solve this issue, what we will do is, first things first, we go to the detailed post, and at the top here, we can already remove this console like this. And in here, we can create a new function, and we will call it handle reply button pressed. And inside here, for now, let's simply console log the ID of the comment that we are pressing reply on. So in order to know that, first of all, we also need to get here the comment ID. Then we can console log it. Now it right away is complaining that has any, like, comment has any type. And of course, we cannot leave it like that because red looks bad. So we need to specify what type this comment needs to be. And in our case, it's going to be a string, because if you go to data and comments, you can see that the comment ID, which is here, is a string. So perfect. Now we can go back to our code. So what we need to do now is pass this function to every comment list item of ours. So let's scroll here, and at the end, pass handle. Let's make it shorter, reply press. So let's do this. It's a very long name for a function, but we are very specific. So now if we hover, we already are seeing the issue that a comment list item does not expect to get a handle reply pressed function. So if we go back to our comment list item code, scroll to the top, and we need to add it as a new property, basically, that it should expect. So it should expect a function that we just created. This function should have a comment ID, and it is of type string, and it also does not need to return anything. So we can say it returns void, because yeah, it does not return anything. And now if we go back to our ID, we can see that the error disappeared. To detail post, I mean. Now we are good here. We no longer need to do any changes for now. We can go and solve the issues in comment list item, because if we scroll here, we will see in the recursive calling that it also complains that it does not have the function. And now we are not passing this handle function to deeper levels of comments. So we will solve this issue exactly the same. Actually, I forgot to import it also here at the top. with comment, depth, and also we need to import the function itself. And now it's perfect. So if we right now go to our comments, so go to the detail post page, and one last change actually that we will need to do is inside the comment list item, we need to find here the reply button, the reply icon. So in here we need to call this function that we just passed, because once you click on the reply icon, that means we need to reply. But if we call it simply, we see that, okay, it's complaining about something, and it's complaining that we're not passing the comment ID. So in order to get the comment ID, we simply do comment dot, and we can see that we have the ID, and this comment is coming from here as a property. So now actually, if we do it, if we open the terminal, and if we go click on a reply button somewhere, we can see that we are console logging right away the comment ID that we want to reply to. Okay, that's good, but now we are getting into another issue, because the text input is not being focused. So even if I click reply, how do I type it? And to solve this, we will be introducing useRef.
Just to be more clear, like what Lucas is trying to do, and this is like quite advanced, like Lucas is very attentive to details, is he wants, when we press on reply, to automatically focus on this one and open the keyboard. Like the keyboard is going to be open whenever we focus here on a real device. So that's what Lucas wants to implement, like automatically focusing here if we press reply on one of these items. The keyboard actually opens automatically when we focus on the input on a real device. So the goal is to focus there.
Exactly. So we will use a hook called useRef. We also need to import it from React inside the ID, because that's where we have our text input.
Let me see inside where the detailed, you are. Okay, yeah, here you are.
Yeah, inside the detailed page of our application, post detail. So scroll at the top, import useRef. I have some more information about useRef inside the step-by-step guide, but very briefly, I also want to comment out here as well. So useRef is a hook that provides a way to basically persist value across renders without causing any re-renders when the value changes. So how useState works is if we change the state, we will also re-render the whole screen. So just like comments, when we are typing, we need to re-render the whole screen in order to see new letters appearing. But useRef, you can change that however you want and that value, and it will not re-render the component. Also, you can attach this reference to some of the components, which is exactly what we will do now. And how to do it? So, well, first of all, let's, as I showed, import the useRef. Underneath here, let's do it maybe under our states. We will also create a reference variable, and we will call it, usually when you're creating these reference variables, you want to show that, okay, this is a reference. So we do input ref. So this last ref is kind of important just for readability. And then we say it's useRef, and the type of it be either a text input from React Native, or it will be null. So if it's not attached, it might be also null reference. So now how do we attach this reference to like a component? Well, it's kind of easy. You scroll, let's say, to the text input, and text input, we can also pass like a ref, saying that basically attach this reference that we just initialized to this text input component. So we will see very soon how it works and what is it. No overload matches this call.
Should it be type of text input in the types here when we define the ref?
Types here.
Isn't it type of text input? If I do it like this, let me check.
I think you can pass. Oh, the thing is also that, not sure if this will solve. I don't think you need the type of. We also need to initialize it at first with the null, but it also really depends. Like it's not mandatory to have it as a null here, but yeah, we will provide a default value. But why it says then it's complaining. So actually it's important to add null here. So well, Here you go, you'll learn. Okay, so now it is actually attached itself to this text input. So yeah, this is kind of advanced stuff. You don't really do this that often. And we're doing this in order to be able to programmatically control the text input, which means that when we call this handle reply button pressed, what you need to do is you need to somehow make the text input focused. And the easiest way is like to do it programmatically, because otherwise the text input doesn't know when it needs to be focused and what not. So we will do input ref dot current. So basically that's how you access the value of the reference. And then we say if we have it, so we add this conditional parameter, then we will focus this input. So basically this is how you can programmatically focus the text input. And if we go save it and now try to do it, you can see that it opens up right away and focused with the text input.
As soon as I press on reply, it automatically opens.
Yeah, exactly. This is a bit more advanced, but you should not expect doing this like very often, but it's good to know that you can do things like that.
Another thing that we learned during this tutorial.
Yep. Now, one last thing that I really want to showcase, it's also going to be a little bit more advanced, but I think you should know these kind of things. So now what we will do is, in order to test and see the problem, we go to the comment list item component, and inside here, let's console log at the top saying I am rendered, just like that. If I save this and go here, open the terminal, and let's give it a second to load. Now let's go to the detailed post and start replying something. We're seeing that on every little button pressed, it re-renders the whole comment list item component with all the comments. So if you have millions of comments, even I would say thousands, it's gonna be horrible for performance. And we do need to solve it somehow. So why does it re-render also? The thing is, after you update, so if we go back to the detail post, and after you update the state, as I mentioned to you, it re-renders the whole function body, everything from top to bottom, it re-renders every line. Putting very simply, behind the scenes, it's a bit more complicated. So basically, when you change a letter here, it re-renders this whole flat list. And with it, it re-renders the comment list item. And when it does that, even though we don't change the comment, we don't change the depth, we don't change this function, it's still being re-rendered because it does not know that, okay, this should not be re-rendered. It thinks, okay, I'm doing this one. And then inside here, we are re-rendering every comment inside this flat light. So basically all of the levels on every button pressed because the state is being updated. In order to solve this issue, we can go to the comment list item component that we just created, scroll to the top first of all, and import one little thing called memo. Then after importing it, we can scroll to the bottom and wrap our export inside this memo. So let's wrap memo, comment list item. Now it will not solve the problem right away, but I will quickly explain to you what the memo does itself. Memo basically prevents unnecessary re-renders of the components if the props that we are passing to this component, basically if comment, depth, and handle button press does not change. But you might be wondering, so yeah, but nothing changes, but we still re-render. Why is that happening? And it is happening because of this handle reply button press function. And we will solve it later on as well. But how memo works is it performs a shallow comparison of props, and I will get back to what shallow means. So, but when a new function is created on each render, because as I told you, once we change the state, everything from top is recreated, which means this function will be recreated again. So it is recreated and it
gets a new address.
Yes, it gets basically a new address, a new location inside the memory. And that's why Memo is thinking, okay, the props have changed. I need to re-render the whole component, even though we did not change anything here. Okay, but now we might be wondering, so why is that happening? It comes back to the shallow comparison thing I talked about. So a shallow comparison checks if two values are the same by comparing their references in memory, not their contents. So for primitive values like numbers, strings, or booleans, it checks like this. That's why we don't really have an issue, let's say, with this property. But for objects, arrays, and functions, it checks if their reference is exactly the same in memory. And when we recreate it, it gets stored every time in a new address. So if at first it was zip code of 1111, now when you recreate it, it can be 1112. So now it's no longer in the same location in the memory. That's why this memo does not work, because it thinks that the function completely changed. So that's like very, very high level explanation of how it works. But now, how do we prevent this from happening? And for that, we can go to our detailed post component. And inside here at the top, where we import useState and useRef, import one hook called useCallback. And what we will need to do now here is we need to, in a way, wrap our handle reply button press function inside that hook. It's going to look like this, const. Then we give it a name. So the name will be exactly the same, this one, but then it will change a bit. We say it equals to useCallback. We pass here the, let's say, all the properties that you want to pass to the function. So in this case, we need to pass the comment ID of string, as we here have it. And then inside here, we will say, okay, what needs to be done when this function is called? So for that, we need to do exactly the same as we did in the function previously. So we can copy and paste the body of it. Now we can remove the previous function, but now use callback, you can also pass to it dependencies to let the use callback know when it needs to be re-rendered, because there might be a case where you actually need to re-render and recreate this function. So now with passing it empty, we're saying, okay, we only need to create it once and we will not need to recreate it basically. It will stay like that all the time. So now if we go and try to do the same test, so open a comment, and if I did not forget anything, if I start typing, we see that it's not being re-rendered anymore. So everything works as it should, which means that combining the use callback and memo, we managed to make it work. Why we need to use both memo and use callback? It's because the memo will prevent the re-renders of the comment list item, as I mentioned, but only if the props do not change. Without use callback, handle reply function would be recreated on every render. This means that the props will change whenever we type, since the component re-renders on each key press, which makes memo completely ineffective. But when we use callback, it ensures that the handle reply button pressed function doesn't change the location in the memory, which allows memo to properly optimize the re-renders and not re-render whenever we type something or change the state. So now to show you also how the dependencies work, console instead of comment ID, I will console log the comment itself. And let's say if we right now inside open the terminal real quick and press reply button anywhere. Yes, you can see that it says hello world, the comments are not re-rendered. Good. If you click again, you will see that exactly the same. But you might be wondering, why is that happening? Our text input is completely empty. Like, why does it re-render this comment? And well, it is happening because we said here in the dependency array that no matter what, do not re-render this function. I know that it does not need to be recreated. But if we pass the comment itself as a dependency here, and now try to do the same, we will see that the comment is always going to be changed. So don't mind, because now if we're typing, we're saying like when the comment changes, we render everything. Yeah, so don't mind those console logs.
Yeah, this is just to show.
Yes. So it updates the comment basically. If you type something and click reply again, you see that, okay, so now we're showing the latest comment, but we do not, that's what we're trying to solve. So we definitely don't want to pass here the comment. So don't forget to remove it. And here we will console the comment ID. So yes, that's basically how it works. One very important thing to mention, do not use this memo everywhere on all of your components. Because even though you are sometimes making the performance better, what this does, it uses the memory of your device. So if you store everything in memory, it also not gonna perform very well. So you need to only use this memo, let's say, in such an expensive functions like this one, which re-renders like thousands of comments and causing huge re-renders. That's why probably sometimes it's even better maybe not to use it instead of overusing it.
I think a couple of re-renders here and there is not going to hurt your application.
Yes.
That's how React was built, was like, okay, like having a set of data, which is our state. If that state changes, we're going to simply re-render everything because that's faster than finding what exactly we should re-render. Yeah. So that is the whole psychology of React and how it works. And this memo and useCallback, they should be used only when you detect a performance issue, you find what's causing that, and then you solve it with this. So use it as a solution to a problem rather than always using them.
Exactly. So yes, I think that's what I wanted to showcase you.
So that is our UI, right?
Yes, that is our UI.
Before we move next, I actually, not to forget, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. So the thing that I saw is you inside the comment list item, right?
Yep.
You have used a Flatlist to render the replies.
Yep.
Basically, inside an item, you use the Flatlist. I'm not sure why we do not see a warning, but if we think about where is that Flatlist rendered, this Flatlist is rendered inside the details page.
Yep.
And the details page, this comment list item, is inside another Flatlist.
Yep.
And on React Native, like usually when we have Flatlist inside a Flatlist or any scroll view inside this scroll view with the same direction, so both are vertical scrolling, it should raise an error and show that a warning, like you cannot have like scroll views in scroll views.
Especially if you use like a flat list in a scroll view, you would 100% see this error.
For example, if you put a scroll view, scroll view on top of a flat list, which a flat list behind the scenes is a scroll view, we're going to see this virtualized list should never be nested inside plain scroll views with the same orientation because it can break windowing and other functionalities, use another virtualized back container instead. So that means we cannot use flatlist in a flatlist. I'm not sure why they didn't raise the error, so that's a bit confusing for me, but logically, like it's inside, it's a flat list inside a flat list.
In theory, you probably it would even be better to use here a .map for those.
Yeah, but like for example, a flat list is a simple for each loop, like mapping over the data, and for each item there, rendering this one. So you can, yes, Flatlist has a lot of other things behind the scenes. It's not just as simple as that. So that's why we are using Flatlist. But for small applications, we can recreate it. So I'm going to comment it out. And for example, we can start with the same is show replies, or maybe I'm going to start right away with comment.replies. And then we are going to map through these replies. And for every item, we can keep it as item as well. For every item in that array, we're going to render a comment like this. And now it should still work, but it says that each item should have a unique key. Whenever we do map, we need to provide a key so that React knows how to optimize this list as well. And the key should be unique to this item, and it can be item.id, because item.id is a unique key. And now it still works, and I'll just have to put the condition is show replies and do that. So now it works again, but it's not a scroll view itself. It's not a scroll view, it's not a flat list, it simply grows the component, and because the parent component is scrollable, like it works like this.
Yeah, I double checked it also now, and so rendering like flat list in the scroll view is strictly bad, like 100%. But flat list inside a flat list is not in like, so you could use it that way, but I would still agree that map in this case is better. Yeah, like I will not get into details why, but it's because of also virtualization, and having a Flatlist inside a Flatlist will not throw an error, and it's inherently not a bad like a practice or anything, but Flatlist inside a scroll view is definitely bad.
That's interesting. Flatlist inside a flatlist is good.
It's not inherently like a bad practice or anything. That's why you don't see the like a warning or error. Because there are sometimes cases when you also need to render horizontal flatlist inside a vertical
horizontal flatlist inside vertical flatlist is fine because it's that's how I thought, because it's a different direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking that if you cannot do like flatlist in scroll view, that also means that you cannot do flatlist in flatlist. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I also love to check more about that, and maybe indeed like nothing wrong with this one. We can leave both of them.
Yeah. It depends. Like not sure. Like in this case, I'm not sure what is better. The thing is that with flatlist, you could also handle very easily like the loading more comments, and also it's virtualized, so if there's millions of replies, it's better for performance, I would assume.
But how would you render the load more here? You mean like on end reach?
That's already, I don't think you can use it anymore.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like if this is a flat list and
when does it reach the end? Yeah, what's the end?
Whose on end reach is going to call?
Yeah. That's actually a very interesting topic
to discuss. Yeah. Okay, so let's go with this simple mapping because it kind of feels more correct, but most probably this one is correct as well. So I might be wrong. Let's go ahead and do git status, git add, git map instead of flatlist. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is git push origin UI comments. So Lucas has taught us how to build the user interface. So we already have the home feed with a list of posts, with flat list, with items. We know how to use props, state, and so on. Then we have a detailed post page where we can see more details about the post. We have a page to help us create a post. And when creating a post, we can select and search a community in which we want to create that post. And we also have authentication fully working thanks to Clerk. It was super easy to integrate the whole authentication lifecycle in our application. It was a matter of like 5 or 10 minutes to set something up and install Clerk in our application, create these screens, and then we have sign in, sign up, forget password, confirmations, and everything else when it comes to authentication. In this part of the tutorial, the focus is going to be on the backend, and we're going to build that with Supabase. For that, we're going to use the database, the Postgres database from that Supabase is built on. We're going to use the storage for uploading images and edge functions to write more functionalities on our backend. The learning goal, by doing that, we're going to learn how to integrate Supabase with React Native projects to build full stack mobile applications. We're going to learn how to design our database, how to design our tables, how to create the relationships between them in a scalable way that is going to help us grow the project. We're going to implement and learn about the CRUD operations like create, read, update, delete using the Supabase SDK. And also we're going to learn about task query, how to fetch and cache the requests using queries and mutations in our React Native application. We're going to learn how to upload and manage files with Supabase storage for our images, and how to integrate Clerk authentication with Supabase so that we can create security rules on our database layer to allow only specific users managed through Clerk to do some operations. For example, only the owner of a post can delete a post. We're gonna do these rules to protect and secure our database. I think it's time to get started and get our hands dirty and implement our Supabase backend. I just want to remind you that we have a step-by-step guide prepared for you. So if you haven't already, go ahead at assets.notjust.dev/reddit. And after you download the guide, you're going to have access to all the tasks that we are going to need today. So today we're going to focus here on the backend.
Yep.
Perfect. At the moment, everything is coming, all the data is coming from assets, data, and these dummy data files that we provided you. Now we are going to go ahead and create the backend so that this data is coming from a database. Lucas, you, as far as I know, you do not have experience with Supabase, right?
Nope, never used it, but
Perfect.
heard a lot of good things about it.
Perfect. Today, I'm going to try to sell it to you, even though they're not paying me to do that. I'm going to show you how easy and how great it is at creating backends. And if you have questions, stop me and we can discuss. I'd really love to have a conversation about that.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll do definitely that.
Perfect. So let's go ahead, open our guide. And the first step is going to be to create a new Supabase project. Let's go to supabase.com. Let's press dashboard. Here I have way too many projects, but some of them I should actually delete. And let's go ahead and create new project. I'm going to choose my organization. All I have to do is give a project a name. I'm going to give it Reddit and give a database password. Let's suggest a strong password here. I would advise you to save it somewhere because we're going to need it a bit later. But if you forget it, we can easily reset it. All right, after pressing create project, Supabase is going to start setting up our project. Let me actually store that password somewhere. And a Supabase project is basically a Postgres database and a lot of features on top of Postgres database. That's actually what I like about Supabase, is that we're not trying to reinvent a lot. We're building on top of Postgres, which by itself is super powerful, is very used, it's open source. There are a lot of extensions on it, used by a lot of big projects. Postgres is a relational database that also helps us with relational data, create these relationships, and in a Reddit clone, we're gonna need them a lot. So in a couple of seconds, we should see that our project is set up, and what we have here is the table editor, which does not have any tables, at least in the public schema. There are more schemas there. So our Supabase project is ready for us to integrate with it. Let's go ahead back in our guide, and the next step is to also prepare our React Native application to be integrated with Supabase. For that, we're going to have to install the Supabase SDK, and here I also bring the async storage, which we might have already installed in our project, but if we don't, we're gonna need it. So let's open a terminal in our React Native project, and let's install the Supabase SDK and the React Native async storage. While this is installing, we have to add a couple of new environment variables. One of them is the Expo public Supabase URL, and I'm going to add them in the .env file, which we already have. Let's add them here, equal. So one of them is going to be the Supabase URL, one of them is going to be the Supabase anon key. Anon stands for anonymous, or think about it as a publishable or a public key. We can find these keys in our Supabase dashboard, so back in our Supabase. Let's go ahead under project settings, under data API for configuration. We're gonna see the URL. Let's copy this one. And this is going to be the first, the Expo public Supabase URL. And then under API keys, we have two keys. One is a public key or a non-key, and another one is a service role. This is a secret, and this should not be included anywhere in your client-side code. But the public key is the one that we can include there, because just having this key, if we integrate the correct row level securities, which we're going to do later, with this API key, you still wouldn't have access to the data. So this is a safe key to share publicly. Now that we have these two environment variables, it is time to set up our Supabase client. The Supabase client is being set up with a create client function from the Supabase SDK, where we give the URL, the anon key, and some configuration for authentication, for example. So let's go ahead and actually copy this file here, and we're going to put it in source. I'm going to create a new folder, lib, and there I'm going to create a file, supabase.ts. I'm going to create the client here and export the client from this file, so that in other places in our application, I'm not going to have to create the client again and again. I'll just reuse it from here. So as I was saying, creating the Supabase, a matter of just calling create client. And the only thing is here, like we configure a bit the authentication, giving it the storage that it needs, async storage. We can also use secure store from Expo. And we also add an event listener. When the application goes in the background, we're going to stop the auto refresh for the authentication. And when the application comes in foreground, we're going to start that auto refresh. And that means that the tokens will auto refresh when the sign out event happens or when the token just updates behind the scenes. All right, so this file, we need to touch it only once, and then we just have to use it when we need to interact with Supabase. Let's go back in our documentation, and I think for the first task, we are done. And I'm gonna go ahead and say git add, git commit, setup Supabase. All right, so let's go ahead in the task board and continue. And the next step is going to set up our database tables. Because if we see in our Supabase, we do not have any tables yet. Setting up the tables is a process of first understanding what tables do you need, basically what models do we have in our application, and then like what fields do they have, and then what relationships do they have between each other. And knowing all of this, like you draw a schema and you have an idea of what you're gonna have, and then you set it up in the database. The process you should do is, if you already have some dummy data, that's the place where you can understand what models you're going to have and what fields they will need. For example, here we can understand that we are working with post.json. That means that we're going to have probably a posts table. Then we see that we have groups. That tells us that most probably we're going to have a groups table with fields like ID, name, and image, comments, and then users here as well. Or if you don't have dummy data, like the user interface should tell you like what fields and data do you need. I took all of these properties and I actually did what a normal developer would do in 2025 is I went to ChatGPT and I said, hey, help me build the database, the SQL query to create a database based on these tables and fields. And ChatGPT gave me the SQL queries to do that. And I asked him to change something. So it was a couple of iterations, but in the end, we have this setup tables SQL. Let's go ahead and copy this SQL. And as you can see, this is just SQL queries to create tables, to create the users table, to create the groups, the posts, the upvotes, and the comments. So let's copy them and go to Supabase. In Supabase, you can create tables from a visual interface by pressing this plus button. And then you can add things here. So this is great if you are building like slowly and you are more of a visual learner. However, with an AI tool like ChatGPT or other AI models, we can easily generate these SQL statements, and we can go to SQL editor and paste in here the code that we copied from the guide. And if we run that, we're going to see a success. And if we go back to table editor, we're going to see the 5 tables. For example, in the users, we have name and image. In the posts, we have title, description, image, user ID, group ID, and so on. And if we go to database here, we're also going to see the database schema that Supabase is showing us. So you can move things a little bit around here, but you see that we have posts. They have a relationship with a group because a post belongs to a group, like a subreddit. Then we have users, and a post has user ID, and this one links to a user from a table. What else do we have? We have upvotes, which is a relationship between posts and users, and that's how we create this many-to-many relationship, where a post can have many upvotes, and a user can submit many upvotes. So for that, we need a separate table, upvotes. Then we have comments, and this is another many-to-many relationship between posts and users, but the comment has a little bit more data, like the actual comment that the user wrote. The parent ID is going to help us to multi-level comments, but we're gonna get there a bit later. So let's focus on the fundamentals here. Okay, perfect. So now that we have these tables, we are ready to actually go ahead and integrate them in our application, to insert data, to read data, but I will make it a bit easier for us to do that by creating the seed file. Seeding the database is the process of adding some data in the database, so it's going to be easier for us to start developing and testing it without us having to insert manually things. So here again, I used ChatGPT to create the seed file, which is a lot of insert commands, inserting data, some random data into users table, into groups, into posts, into comments, and so on. For us, let's just copy this SQL command. Let's go to Supabase SQL editor. Let's copy everything and delete, and then paste the new SQL here. If I'm going to run, hopefully we should see success here. And if I go back to the table editor, for example, under posts, we should see already some posts in the database with links to users, which we can press and it will actually show me the user details with links to group IDs and so on. And there is also this button refresh. If you don't see that post, you press refresh and it should update the table. Perfect. So now we have a database with the tables that we need, and they also have some data. Let's continue, because in the next lesson, we're going to see how we can fetch this data in our application. In Supabase, actually, if you go to, for example, the post table, there is a button here, API docs. API docs contain some examples of how you can fetch data. And I think having examples is the best thing for a developer because it gives you a starting point. And you can look at more like reading, filtering, or inserting into this table. I'm going to show you how to do it. Let's go ahead and open our source application. We need the feed screen where we want to fetch the posts. I'm going to go into protected tabs, and then here there is the index file, which is the home screen with a flat list of dummy posts coming from a file. Now what we have to do is we need to import Supabase client from our library that we created here. So we actually have to destructure it, if I'm not mistaken, from lib Supabase. Now I will need two things. We will need a state where we will store the fetched posts. So let's import, maybe I'm going to do that at the top, import use state. And also we are going to need a use effect from React. We need the use state to store the posts that we're going to fetch. So let's define it here. Post set posts. This is going to be a use state hook, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. Initially, there are no posts, but it's still an array. Now I can comment out the dummy data import, and my home page doesn't show anything because the flat list receives an empty array from our state. The next step is to fetch the post from our database using Supabase. When are we going to do that? We're going to do that when the component mounts. So that's why we need this use effect. And a use effect has two things. It has the function that is going to be run, and the second parameter, it's a dependency array that specifies when should the function be run. If we provide an empty array here, this function is going to be executed when the component mounts, when the home screen is mounted and displayed in our application. So when that happens, let's call a function called fetch posts. We don't have yet fetch posts, but we can define it here. Const fetch posts is equal to an async function. And here we have to fetch the post from Supabase. How can we do that? Well, it's going to be super simple. We just do supabase.from. Here we specify the table name. Our table name is called posts. Then we do select. What columns do we want to select? If we do star, we are going to select all the columns from the posts. And I don't remember if we need anything else, but this should be the minimum stuff to select all the post item with all the columns there. Back, we are going to receive data and error, so we can destructure them. And this data and error, you're going to see that it's very common, and Supabase always returns data and error. And we can do console log error, and then console log data. If I open the terminal and reload my application, we should see an array of data. So I believe these are actually posts. Let's go ahead and try to set them, or maybe I'm going to actually do json.stringify data and be able to see them. I'm going to do here 2 at the end. And if I do it again, we can see exactly the data about our posts. So indeed, this is coming from our post table here. If I go ahead and say, hey, we have a data which is our posts, let's go ahead and do set posts with this data. That is supposed to work, but actually it's not going to work. It's going to have some issues. And that specific, the issue is coming from our post list item trying to access post.group.image. The problem right now is that a post data does not have a group here. In dummy data, we had it embedded. You might think, okay, then we have to, for every post in this list of data, we have to run another request to get the group. And if we have like, I don't know, 10 posts here, we need to send 10 more requests to fetch the group of that post. Well, that's not how it works in Supabase, because in Supabase you can, where we specify what columns we want to receive, we say we want all the columns from the post table. And if we do here, comma, and say, but we also want all the columns from the groups table, and the groups is the name of the table that we have a relationship with. If I will look in the data in the console log now, the error is still going to be here, and it's going to be for a second, but I want to slowly get there. We see that now the post also have groups, which is the object with data about the group that it references. So that's how easy it is to query related data. But our post list item expects a .group, not .groups. Well, we could either change the post list item, or we could rename this group by putting here a prefix with a name that we want, and then semicolons. So we say, give me a column group, name group, which has the value of this relationship. So now we see that everything is working back as it was supposed to. And if we look in the data, it actually has the group, because we specify the name here, and the data. Perfect. I also wanted to show you how we can fetch the offer of the post, because if we look at the database, this post has also a user ID, and a user ID links to the users table. If I just say, hey, also give me information about the offer, like users, as I think we needed it as user.user. Yeah, post.user. So let's rename it to user like this. We're going to see that something is happening here. Most probably that's because there is an error. If I look into the logs, we indeed see an error, and it's a bit cryptic, but try to understand it. What it says is message could not embed because more than one relationship was found for posts and users. It has a hint here how we can be more specific. Either use the user's post user ID foreign key or upvotes. No, I need the post's user ID foreign key. I'm going to copy it from there. Yeah, this one might sound a bit more cryptic, but it's like an edge case for when there are multiple relationships between the tables. But this is just saying like, give me the users specifically for this foreign key, for this relationship. And now if we look at the data, not only do we have a group for a post, but we also have a user who is the offer of that post. So that's going to help us when we go on the details page to display the user of that post. Perfect.
Amazing. Very good flow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and say git status, git add, fetch posts. So now we see that how we can fetch items from our database. We could go ahead and continue the same process for all our requests, but this process is a little bit manual, like using the use effects when creating a function, when calling this function. And if you want to add like a loading state or an error state so that you can display the error, that's going to be 2 more use states. So you're going to very soon see how this is getting unmanageable and hard to work with. So that's why I prepare for you that we're going to learn how to use Tanstack Query to fetch data from Supabase. And Tanstack Query is going to help us do this in a more central way and also help us manage the cache and a lot of other benefits. However, before we go there, which is the next one, Tanstack Query, I want to set up the TypeScript for our Supabase. This is an optional step, so if you're going to have issues with this, you do not have to set it, because as you can see, everything is working. We're just going to have some red TypeScript warnings. So let me go ahead and find the Supabase TypeScript documentation. So what we have to do is do Supabase gen types, project ID, and then output it to a file. Let's try to do this. I'm not sure if we need anything else other than this, but hopefully we don't. So I'm going to prefix it with npx Supabase gen types TypeScript, and the project ID is going to be changed to the actual project ID from my Supabase project. There is general, and here we see project ID. Let's copy it, let's paste it, and here we specify the file where we want to store them. Do we have types? Yes, we have. Let's create a new folder with maybe types, and I will specify here, store them in source types/database types.ts. Let's see if that is going to work. Or we need to initialize Supabase locally as well. That's the question. Need to install the following packages. Supabase. That's a bit weird. Wait, why did it do that? It output that one here. Let me delete the file and try it again. Because it kind of worked, but it has some weird text there. So if I do that again, is it still going to do that? Let me check. It's finished faster. So I'm going to look into the types, database types. And yeah, now it is much better. Now we see that there are database with comments, with groups, posts. These are basically all our tables. And it looked at our tables with the columns and it generated these types here. The good thing is that what we can do now is we can go into the lib where we set up Supabase client. We can go ahead and import database from types, database types, the file that we just generated. And if we specify this type, database type, when we create the client, we're going to see that now all our requests and fetches, they are typed. If I hover over data, we see that it has created at, it has group ID, image, title, and so on. The only thing why now set post is not working is because we need to type it here with a post that is coming from the generated types. Post array. So we see that it doesn't match the data. That's because the types that we have built in the previous step, the types that with Lucas we created here. Now that these types belong to the database, I would say that we, instead of using them from here, we use them from the database types that is auto-generated. To do that, instead of importing them from these types, from these local types, let's go ahead and see how we can do that here. 1 second, a helper function. Tables. Yeah, I think we're going to import from database types. Here, let's import the tables, and using tables, we can specify what table. This is going to be a post table. Or you can extract, like if this is getting out of hands, you can extract this one to a separate type here, saying the type post equal to tables post, and then you can use it easier here, like this. And yeah, this is probably not going to work because we are fetching like relationships. Even though the data here matches, we would have to over-engineer here. Maybe if I do here post with, let's say post, I think I can engineer it like this, saying that we also have a user, which is of type tables users, and also a group, which is of type tables groups. So now it still doesn't want group and user.
What does the warning say?
Null is not assignable to set. It might be null, right? Yes, it might be null. It might be null. So it will be null if there will be ever an error. So if there is error, do something else, set the data. Because if there is an error, the data is going to be null. So that's why we put it in the else, and now everything works fine. And here we can do console log error.
So now do you still need in the types to add these two, like user and group?
I think so, because by default, it says that it works, right? And if I look at the post here,
but interesting.
The thing is that if I hover here over the posts, it doesn't know that it can have a group and a user. And later, if I would try to do console.log posts at position 0.offer, it will say, I don't have an offer. So that's why like this would work. And don't overcomplicate things. Now maybe I'm overcomplicating things, but this is like a more correct way because we are fetching here relationships as well, and we just specify them here. And now if I hover over the posts, it doesn't show me that, but if I do console log posts at position 0 dot user dot name, it knows that it can have it. So this probably might be a post with group and name, like if you want to be more specific in the type, but I'm going to leave it like this. Okay, so now that we have the types, I usually in my project, I also add this code of generating types in package.json as a script. Let's do gen types, and I can remove here npx, because at any point in time I can, if I do some changes on the database, I'm just gonna come here, I'm gonna do npm run gen types, and I think I need the npx, right? And I'm going to refetch the types from the database. So every time you manually, for example, change some fields in the database, you can do that here as well, and your application is going to be typed. And if you are trying to access a column that doesn't exist, it's going to tell you before it reaches the production. So it's going to be much safer like this. Let me do git add, git commit Supabase types, and maybe I can even push. Perfect. So we have our Supabase set up, we have our tables, we have our data, we know how to fetch data in our project. We also have properly typed with the auto-generated types from Supabase. And now it is time to learn more about Tanstack query. As I was saying, Tanstack query, we are calling it a global state management for asynchronous state for remote data. In a little bit simpler terms, let's think about it as a fetching library, even though it is not a fetching library. And maybe with this explanation, I'm going to confuse people even more. It's basically a library that helps us get data from our server, from our APIs, and then store it into a global cache in our application. So the benefits that we as developer get is, first of all, way less code. We're going to see that in a second, much less boilerplate. And the second benefit, the other main benefit would be the global cache that I'm talking about. So if you're sending the same request from two different screens, this global cache will prevent two duplicated requests to reach the server, and it's going to reuse the data from there. Or at least it's going to use it from there first to provide you a great experience in the application. You're going to feel that everything loads instantly, and behind the scenes it can reach the server to update the data if it needs to be. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue our journey, and now we're going to learn about Tanstack query. Let's open it up and let's go under the installation. To install, we just simply do npm install tanstack/react query. Tanstack query is previously known as React query. So you might also heard about React query, and this is the same thing. And yeah, after installing it, we can go ahead in the quick start. And what we have to do is create a query client, and using the query client provider, wrap it around our application. So that's global providers when using Expo Router are happening at the root layout level. And here, let's go ahead and import. We're going to import something from Tanstack React query, and that something is query client and the query client provider. Now we create the query client and we have to provide it here. Let me think, where should it be? Above or below the Clerk provider? Maybe above. Let's do here query client provider, and the client is going to be this one that we just created, and we wrap it around everything in our root layout, just like that. Okay, now our screens and components are going to be able to run queries. And what does a query mean? Let's go back in our screen here in the protected tabs index, and this is the feed, right? And this is how we queried a list of posts. As I was saying, like usually you would also want to check the loading state. So you'd have set is loading, and this would be another state, which is going to be false. Then you'd also want the error state and so on. So you're going to see how fast, like it's going to be very hard to manage the logic of fetching asynchronous data. I'm going to replace all of this with a couple of lines of code. And for that, we're going to use a use query from TaskStack query. A use query is a hook, and we're going to create it here, use query, that receives an object with configuration. The two properties that it requires are the query key, which is going to be the key that identifies this query, and it should be an array. Let's give here a string saying posts. The second one is going to be query function or query fn. This one should be an asynchronous function, and whatever you do here really depends on you. And that's what else I love about TaskStack query is that it's backend agnostic. Like it doesn't care like how you're fetching the data, being it from a REST API, using fetch or Axios, using GraphQL or something else. As long as you are fetching and returning the data here, everything is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, I have this fetch posts here. Instead of setting the posts, let's actually return them. I'm going to do return data. So this function is going to return the data. What I can do is I can say that the query function should be fetch posts like this. I need to call it because it has some other parameters. And just like that, if I get access here to data and go ahead and do a console log data and look in the logs, we should see some posts. We can go ahead and comment out the old post, the is loading and the use effect, and maybe rename this data to posts. Now, if I reload, we see our application loading and the data displayed here. So this is the minimal thing, but use query gives us a lot of more information. For example, it gives us things like is loading to show the initial loading. It gives us the error to show us the error. And we can take this and handle, for example, if is loading, return an activity indicator. If error, return a text from React Native that says error fetching posts, and so on. And all of that logic like of handling this is happening here. The only thing that is important to understand is about this error, the error that TaskStack query is going to get. Let's try to simulate in the fetch post. I'm actually going to remove this one to make it easier. And usually the fetch post shouldn't even be here because it can be in another file. So I'm going to even extract it outside the component. So let's try to simulate an error here. For example, I'm going to have a typo here saying something like this, which definitely does not exist and it should give an error. And in fact, it kind of worked, but I was expecting it not to work. But why did it work? Lucas, why did it work? Let me do a console log error. What's happening there? Oh, error, post data is undefined. So it still throws an error because it sees that it didn't return anything, but it's not the actual error coming from Supabase. It just says that data is undefined and that is the error, but not the actual error that happened. That's because in order for the use query to catch that error and give it to us for this value here, the error from this function should be thrown. Either you should return a rejected promise or we should throw the error. Throwing the error will actually raise an error, and that's how TaskStack query will be able to catch that error and give it to us here. So if I look now at the error, hopefully now it's going to be the correct error coming from there. And I see that it is. Here is the error with details, search for a foreign key, and found this one. And there are other benefits that I see that's happening here, but just because we are behind the scenes, you might not understand what's happening. Did you see that now the loading state was there for way longer? Like, let's see here, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 8 seconds. And if we didn't throw this error, it was 1, 2, and that's it. So what's happening there? Well, because we correctly threw the error, TaskStack query saw that it's an error and automatically is retrying to send the same request a couple of times with the right intervals, because in a lot of cases, just by sending the same request again, it's going to be successful. So TaskStack query has some defaults that we can also adjust manually, but by default, it will retry the same query, I think at least 3 times over a period of time. So that's why it took a bit longer to actually say, okay, I did try it 3 times, it still gave me an error, so most probably there is an actual error. So I'm gonna go back to not throwing that error, not causing that error, and now everything is working here perfect. Perfect. Lucas, what do you think? Too confusing, too fast?
No, it's very clean and clear. Now I was more focused on listening.
Yeah.
And never used 10 stack query as well.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I think like it takes some time to get used and to understand the full value of it, because initially it's just, it's kind of a different way of the same like fetching, which I can do it myself. But after you see like these small details that are happening behind the scenes that initially might not be so obvious, such as this retrying, like this would solve some issues with where a request is totally fine, but it was just rejected because of rate limiting or stuff like that. And just by retrying, it's going to solve the issue. And the cache is another thing that is helping us. And I'm going to actually show you about the cache and how to visualize it by going to documentation and React Native here. There is a third-party Expo plugin, which is actually not a third party. It's actually developed by Expo, a dev plugin that is going to help us debug and see the 10-stack query cache. Super simple to install. We just have to install the dev plugin /React query. And by the way, this is optional. So if something is not working in the future, you can skip this part. But it's helpful because it gives us a better understanding of what's happening in the cache. And then we can import it also in the root stack, in the root layout, in the application layout. We import use React query DevTools, and in the root layout, we simply say, hey, can you please use these DevTools by connecting to this client that we created here. And if we go ahead and restart our project, you're going to see here an option Shift+M that says more tools. If I press Shift+M, it's going to give me more tools, and one of them at the end is the Open Dev Plugins React Query, the new dev plugin that we created. If I do that, we're going to see a new window appear, and this window will help us debug our cache and see what's happening. So if I will reload my application, in a second you should see a new item added to our cache, and that item has the query, the key posts, the data is stale, like a lot of things will happen here, and you can explore the data through this route, seeing like what information do you have there, and also refetch it if you need to. All right, perfect. So yeah, maybe later we're going to actually use it more often when we will add more queries, and let's actually go ahead and do that. For now, I'm going to go ahead and do a git add, git commit setup 10-stack query, and I think we can continue.
We can very easily, very fast fix this post image if you go to detailed post.
Let's go to the details post.
And we just need to the link pass as child.
Okay.
And
but this should be then pressable.
Yes, and this should be pressable. Yes, exactly. And now it's fixed.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. And now post not found, but we're gonna fix that.
We'll fix this.
Yeah. Another thing is that here the item has the type this type post. Well, actually, now that we are using use query, these posts, we don't even have to tell ourselves, you see? With the use state, we had to manually create this type. But now, use query will look at what is this fetch post returning, and is going to use the type of this fetch post function return statement as the type of our data. So the posts are automatically typed with the group and user, because this is what we are returning here as data from Supabase. So that's cool. The only thing like where we need this one is, for example, I'm actually going to copy it from here and go into the post list item, because here the post, we are going to say that, hey, the post is of type post like this, not the post from our that we manually created, the one that we generate and keep in track with our database. So if we scroll down through here, we might see things like, hey, the image can be null. and that's true because on the database the image can be null. The created at can be null. I don't know why, but maybe it's nullable on the database, which actually shouldn't be. The upvotes, we actually don't have upvotes yet. We're gonna calculate them a bit later. So maybe this one is actually a task. So Lucas, remind me later to calculate the upvotes.
Okay, I'll try.
And the number of comments as well.
Okay.
So this is great because now it actually still connects with the data source, with the database, and says like, points to us like potential errors. Okay, perfect. Let me go ahead and do a git commit. Let's do here some fixes. Perfect. Okay, guys. So now I'm thinking like if I should put these functions in a separate file where we're going to store all the logic of fetching, like fetching the posts, fetching a post by ID. I think that's going to make more sense to keep them in the same place. What do you recommend? A services folder. Let's call a post service.ts. And the first function that we need there is the fetch posts. And let's make sure to export it. And this fetch post depends on the Supabase from lib Supabase. Now back in our home screen here, we can simply import fetch posts from our services. So the low level logic of how do we get the posts are going to be here in the services, and in our components, we just use that function and store the results using the useQuery hook. Now that is going to make a bit more sense because the next step that we have to do is implement the query on the details page. So first we need in our services post service to create another function, and I'm going to actually do that by duplicating this one, saying fetch post by ID. This function should receive an ID, a string ID, and it should fetch a post by ID and return it as data here. We're going to also select the group and all the fields and the user, and I'm going to add here after select equal, and where the ID is equal to the ID that we received there. And this is still going to give us back an array, even if we're only interested in one. So what I can do is I can simply say dot single. I'm remembering like what's that. And dot single is simply going to transform from an array. It's going to take the first item and return back in the data one single item or null if it didn't find. Now, the same thing. If error, we throw the error. Otherwise, we return the data. And this is the fetching logic that we can go ahead and use it together with the useQuery hook to get this data on our post details page. Let's go in application protected. Is it in post ID? And here we have ID. We're no longer going to need to find it like this. What we're going to have to do is we're going to first import the function that will fetch the post, fetch post by ID. And we are going to import the useQuery hook from Tanstack query. Now, let's go ahead and we are going to get the same thing. Let's do useQuery. And here we need two things. One of them is the query key, which is an array, and the other one is the query function, which is a function that we're going to call this one. And this fetch post by ID needs an ID, and I'm going to take it here because it's going to come from the URL. I'm going to use it here. The thing is that this ID, if we look at the types, can be either a string or an array of strings, and we can say that we are sure that the ID is going to be just a string, not an array of strings. And in this case, it works perfect here. Now the next thing is this query key. If we look at how we did it previously in our index, we said that the key is posts. Why do we need this query key? That's how we identify a query. Based on this query key, Tanstack query is going to use the key to store the response in a place based on that key. So if we send two different requests from different parts of our application, but they both share the same key, Tanstack query is going to write the result in the same place. So in this case, we cannot use the same key posts here because it's going to override our query from the home screen. We need something else. We can do post details, right? That's totally fine. But the problem is that in this case, if we go to post one, that's going to write in the post details. Then if we go back and open another post, it's going to write in the same key, overriding the previous query. That's going to kind of work. It's going to have some glitches on the UI, but it's not going to be optimal. What you want to do is you want this query key to include the parameter that might change the result. And that parameter is the ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a compound key from 2 values, and the next one is going to be ID here, meaning that this compound key is going to be different than the key posts, and loading different posts is also going to get different and unique keys based on their ID. And now it's going to work. And we can put here any amount of values. It's really up to us. Not only strings and numbers, we can put numbers, we can put objects like, I don't know, status, posted, and so on. And this is great, like for example, if you are filtering a list and you have a lot of values on which you are filtering and sending the request with those filters, you can put all of those filters into an object. Okay, so let's get back from this use query the data and the is loading and the error. And we can say here, if is loading, return an activity indicator. Here, instead of if detail post is not there, I'll say if it's error, we can say post not found. Otherwise, we're going to render in the post list item this data. And why it doesn't like it? Because it can also be undefined. Let's put in this error, another saying if error or there is no data. Do you think I should rename always from data to post, for example, to be more specific? In that case, it puts it from multiple lines. So sometimes I really like just data and just working with data. So in this case, yeah, data is going to be defined. And as we can see, TypeScript is also happy. Let's go ahead and reload the app. And if I press on one of these, I didn't even see the loading indicator. Where is the loading indicator, Lucas? It's so fast. I think while it opens, it already has data there.
It might be. Yes, it might be.
So yeah, this is actually data coming from the backend, fetched using Supabase and then cached using task query in the use query here. And we no longer need the dummy post here. And we can see more in the dev plugin for React query that initially we are fetching the posts. Then we go to this page and we are sending a query post and with this ID. If I come back and go again here, we're not going to fetch it again. We're going to use the same data here, and it's just simply going to first get the data from the cache and display it to us. But because the data is marked as stale, behind the scenes, it's going to go and fetch it from the server. And if it's going to be different, it's going to simply re-render and update the screen. But it will not show the loading indicator because for that split of a second, it's going to use stale data that is already available in the cache. And that is the power. If we, however, go to another post, it's going to load it because it has another query hash, query key. So that's the cool part.
Nice.
The thing about this stale is that it's also configurable. Stale data means data that is marked as might be outdated. So if a data is stale, it will still be used by UI, but when we try to use it, it's going to behind the scenes fetch it again. And by default, task query marks all the data as stale, but this can be adjusted through the query parameters. For example, if you say here stale time 3000, that's going to say that for 3000 seconds, consider the data up to date. Not 3000 seconds, 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So in this case, we're going to load the details. We see that the data is fresh. If I come back and load it again, it's not going to fetch again. It's not going to reach the server again. And only after 3 seconds from the moment that the data was fetched, it will become stale. And only now, if you pay attention here, it's going to have it fetching. So if I go back, it has the fetching. So only then it reached the server. And you can even, if you don't believe me, you can even open with J, the DevTools, and reload the application, and you're gonna see here request to the server. So if I open it here, do we see it? Post, right? But if I open it again, actually that is posts request. That is the feed. So don't look at that. But it never...
Yeah, it
wait.
didn't do another request.
At one point it should. Wait a second.
Oh, but it's for all
Let me
posts.
also put a stale time on the feed, because the feed is the one messing up. So I'm going to put on the feed also maybe 10 seconds on the feed even, because it has the same posts. So that's why. So we load the posts. If we go to the details, it's going to load the post details. If we go back, the data is still fresh, so it's not going to send a request to the server. If we come back here, okay,
It's
now
3
it doesn't.
seconds.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
You had it before 3 seconds, so it was passing that.
Yeah, you're right. 3 seconds. Let's put here 10K. I mean 10 seconds. I'm trying to explain, but I'm confusing everyone even more.
No, it's good, it's good.
So we go back, come here, it's not going to load for at least 10 seconds. As much as you go here, it's going to say, hey, this data is quite fresh. Like it's not that long ago that I requested it, and only after 10 seconds it's going to say, okay, maybe now I'm going to check it with a server. So that reduces like the amount of requests you're sending to your backend like by a lot. And this is like the stale time, that is a topic that kind of we don't see it, like we just have to understand, and we have to optimize our queries in a way that data that you know that is not going to change that often can have quite a high stale time, even like up to like 1 hour, like if it's something that is not crucial. However, if it's a data that changes very fast, very often, I don't know, let's say you're building a bidding website where people are bidding like at any millisecond. In that case, you cannot afford any stale time. So you're going to do stale time 0 or delete it completely, because by default, useQuery considers all data stale. But if there is some data like, I don't know, a statistics about the whole year, that number is not going to change that often. So you can have like a very high stale time there, because if you query it again and you have it in cache, like you can have it there. So that's another cool trick about Tanstack query. And there are others like garbage collection as well. You can adjust it for here, GC time. This is Tanstack query is going to take care of cleaning up all data that is no longer used, and that is configured through the garbage collection time. But we're not going to get into that. Perfect. So we have it here, right? Git status, git commit, fetch, post details. Perfect. Let's quickly finish up our fetches, because what other data do we have to query? We have a feed, we have a post details page, and we have a group list. So the group list is going to be when we go to create and select community. This is the list of groups, and we're going to go in where? First of all, we're going to go in services. Similar to a post service, let's create another service called group service.ts. Here we're going to export const fetch groups. This is going to be an async function, and it's going to have to do the same like fetching Supabase, if error, throw error, else return data. So something like this. I'm going to be lazy and copy some things. Let's import Supabase. And for the groups, we're going to select from groups. And I don't think we need any relationships here. It's just going to be details, the fields from the groups table. If we look at our database, we have a groups table with name, an image, and ID. And this function is going to help us fetch those groups. Let's go ahead on our screen, which should be under protected group selector.
Okay.
And here in the group selector, we are going to fetch the possible groups. So let's do use query. We have to provide a query key. We can say groups, and the query function is going to be fetch groups from our services that we just created. Now we get data is loading and error, and our traditional way if is loading. Return activity indicator for the spinner, if error, return text, error fetching groups. Now, instead of here for the filter groups, instead of working with these dummy data groups, let's work with the data from our query. So data, and the data is possibly undefined. I'm going to move these filtered groups below the error, just because in this case, data shouldn't be undefined. Maybe I'm going to put here if error or if data is undefined, then stop here. Otherwise, move next. Now, if I'm going to go to create, select a group, are these coming from my backend? Let's do an insert row in our table. What group? Not just developers. Save. It's not going to have an image, or maybe I can copy an image from another group and paste it here. And if I reload and do create, select, we're going to see not just developers advanced, which means that, yeah, indeed, these groups are fetched from the server. And we can do here not just and do the same filtering. And we can also press on one of them and hopefully, yeah, I see that even the selection is working. Perfect. The only thing that we can do here better is to handle the filtering not on the client side, but on the database layer. This kind of filtering where we fetch all the items from the database and then we filter locally, that is called client-side filtering. That means that we still have to bring all the items and load them in our application and filter in our application. However, imagine if we would have like millions of groups, and probably Reddit actually have millions of subreddits. In that case, you cannot fetch all of them and load them in the state, in the memory. It would be much better if we filter on the database layer, and as we search new stuff, we send this search field to the database. So what's going to happen is in the fetch groups, we're going to receive here a search query, or let's do search string. Then in the Supabase, we can do, hey, search where I'm trying contains, but I'm not sure if it's the correct one, but let's try. Let's say if the column name contains the search field. Let me look in the API docs for filtering. There is filter like equal, greater, like, I think this is good. But contains, it's about arrays. So this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like, where compares strings. And if it's just like, that is going to be case sensitive. If it's I like, it's going to be case insensitive. Think, Lucas, we need case insensitive, right? We don't care about the casing, like it should still give it to us. So it's going to be I like. I like.
Yep.
I like name is equal to search. Why it doesn't like it? And should I do with this? I think so. Maybe I need to put this kind of stuff around the term like this. It's just an unknown word. So now when we call fetch group, we can say here, fetch the ones with dev there. If I'm gonna go into the create, select community, we see that it only fetched the groups that has dev inside their name. But we shouldn't do dev. What we should do is we should use the search value from there. So if I write here, hello, I'd like to see them like there, but it doesn't work. If I do PVA, it works. If I do dev, well, the thing is, it works, but it's not supposed to work. I was trying to show you a problem. And it works because the stale time is 0. If, for example, I would say that this stale time is 10 seconds, in that case, it's not really going to work because it's going to be, for example, GS. Sorry. I was filtering both on the backend and on the front end.
Yeah.
So I need to remove these filter groups. We no longer have to filter on the front end. Everything is happening on the backend. And we need to take this data and send it to the Flatlist. We're going to figure out that one as well. But now if I go here, select community, even if I search something like web dev, nothing is going to happen, at least for 10 seconds, because this query with the query key groups is cached for 10 seconds. The thing is that previously I mentioned like we need to add in the query key all the variables that can change the result to make sure that we are storing the result separately. And one of these values is the search value. So I'm going to take the search value and I'm going to put it here. I can put it here like this, but maybe I can put it in an object to say, yeah, search value like this. So now the web dev, if we look in here, is going to be stored separately compared to, let's say, just dev or D. And it reloads. It reloads. I know why it reloads, because it has this is loading. Give me one second. This is also configurable for Tanstack query. It should be
Try to look maybe in a search at the top with Command K.
Yeah, one second. It should be, you know what the problem is? As we change the key, we move this query into loading. Loading stops here with an activity indicator. And that's why we kind of stop rendering this for a second. That's why I lose the whole, like we see this full rendering. There is a way to save a use query that even if something changes, for a second, like while you're loading, use the previous values. Don't be afraid to use previous values in a way. And it should be initial query data maybe, or placeholder data, something like this.
Maybe keep previous data?
Yeah, it should be keep previous data. When we use placeholder data, will not be in pending state. It will start out as being in success state because we have data to display. Can also be a function where you can get access to the data query method to a situation where you want to use the data from one query as a placeholder data for another query. That's what we're looking for. When the query key changes, for example, to do 1 to do 2, we can keep displaying all data instead of having to show a loading spinner. So that's exactly what I'm looking for. For more information, see paginated queries. Yeah, I think it's basically, I need to say that
now they use placeholder data.
Yes, placeholder data can be a function where we get the previous data and we say, hey, while you're loading, use the previous data that you had access to. So if I go here and try to say dev or PVA, yes, it works. And we do not lose access because as we are loading the next query, we are using a placeholder data with a previous results. And for a user perspective, like for UI, it doesn't make a difference. It's better to show like previous data than to show like loading indicator after all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And we're gonna, all the search values as we type are going to be here. We can also add some debouncing, not to have like so many, like not for every letter, but that is our proper backend filtering as well. So I'm very happy.
Don't forget to remove the stale time.
The stale time. I don't think it's a bad thing to have it, to be honest. This
Really?
is like
For 10
groups.
seconds?
Like, do you think groups are data that changes very often? I don't really think that. Like groups is
10
something
seconds, maybe it's okay. If you just created a new group, I'm wondering how would that work. But it's still 10
if you
seconds
just
probably.
create a new group, that's another thing. In that case, we can invalidate queries manually, and we should invalidate query manually. And we're going to, maybe not with a new group, but with a new post, we're gonna cover that situation as well.
Okay.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do a git add, git commit, and this is going to be fetch groups and filter on the database layer. And this was going to work even if you have like millions of groups. When you're going to search, it's going to search on the database layer in a very efficient and performant way. Perfecto. I was thinking that maybe this Flatlist or, let me see. These are just a couple of typed issues. For example, on group selected, where is it coming from? From here. And it's using a group that we created when we didn't have a backend. Now we can say that a group can be of type dynamic type tables, groups. And now it's going to come, the data is going to come from based on the database, automatically generated. Same thing here for set group. This is in the atom, right? So in the atom, we're going to also say,
you need to go to the
here.
atoms. Yeah.
So yeah, let's say that the group is coming from the database tables. And now when we do group selector in the on group select, it's working better. I mean, the TypeScript is also happy with that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's do what? Git add, git commit. Okay, so how are you feeling, Lucas?
Amazing. How are you feeling? That's the question.
That's I was thinking previous time, like it's actually so much easier to code because like you don't feel like the time you go into this flow state. I don't feel like the time.
Yeah, it is definitely easier to code. I agree 100%. You get in a state like just go. What's next?
The next step is we learned about queries, and this is how we get data in our application. Now let's go ahead and learn about mutations, how we can update data. So in this lesson, we're going to learn both about the use mutation hook from TanStack query, and also we're going to learn how we can use the Supabase SDK to insert rows in our database. It's actually not that complicated, kind of the same as getting them, but we call .insert instead of .select, and let's go ahead and do that together. So what's going to be the mutation that we do? Most probably the create post, right? Here we can write a title, a body, we can select a community, and then we can press post. Let's go ahead and see where is that page. Let's go into the application, protected, where is it? Tabs, create, and
yes,
this is
here.
the create page. We have a post button, which we're gonna find somewhere in this header here.
Yep.
And what it does, it just says console log error. That's good. Now let's go ahead and start running the mutation. As I was saying, with TanStack query, when we get data, we use the use query hook. When we want to change data or update data, we are going to use mutation hook from TanStack React query. Let's go ahead and at the top of our component define use mutation, and again we need to send an object with some variables. We no longer need to provide the query key because a mutation is not going to change the local cache. A mutation is going to send data. So what we need is the mutation function, which again is an asynchronous function that should tell like what should I do, like how should I change the data. Well, here we need to use Supabase to insert a new post. Let's go ahead on Supabase and see how that can happen. I'm gonna go into the post table. Under API docs, you can see under insert rows that you can do that by calling this await Supabase from an insert. Let's do that together step by step. So first is await Supabase, and the Supabase was imported from our library where we created the client. Again, using the from, we specify a table, and then instead of doing select, we are going to do insert. And here you can provide, I think, an array of items, but maybe you can also provide just one item. Yeah. For that item, you need to provide the fields that it needs. For example, a title, and the title is going to be this one. What else does it need? It needs a group ID. Let's do here, I don't know, 1. And it needs user ID. Let's also do 1 here. And these are the most important things for a post, the required. Because ID is going to be auto-generated, created time is going to be auto-generated. You can also check that if you look at the edit table, under the columns, you see that it has a default value, and created at is going to be the current time step. The title is the one that is required. Description is not required, but we can give it because we have it here. Description is going to be the body text. And the image is optional, user ID is required, and group ID is required. Let's do user ID here as user ID so that we can also see it in the table. These are not the correct one. These are very temporary for a second. Now this Supabase is going to again return two things, data and error. This is a very common pattern with Supabase. Almost all operations with Supabase will give us back data and error. We know that if we have an error, we have to actually throw it so that the mutation is going to properly catch it. So let's do throw error. Otherwise, let's return data. The thing is that the insert by default is not going to give us back the newly inserted item. For that to happen, we need to, after insert, right here, we need to chain another call to select, saying that, hey, first insert the items and then select and give us back the values. We need back the values because we need to know like what's the new ID, what's the created at, and everything else that was inserted in the database. And only if we have a select, after the insert, we're gonna get the data here, we're gonna return it through the mutation. Now, the mutation result is similar to a query. For example, we get data, we have is pending, which is like a is loading, like if it's fetching. But another important method here that we get access to is the mutate method. That's because while a query is being executed as soon as we mount the component, a mutation is not executed. A mutation is just defined and we get access to this mutate function that we can call to execute the mutation. That's because mutations usually depend on some user event, a user pressing on a button or something happening, and only then you have to change things. So that's why it's not going to be run automatically. We need to get the mutate function and then call it. When do we want to call it? We call it when we press on the post button here. So instead of calling console error, we're going to call mutate. And again, you can rename it here after getting it, but I'm going to keep it like this. So let's go ahead and get the console log data and console log error. Or yeah, here there will be error as well. And if it's pending, let's actually disable the button. So what I can do here with a pressable, say disabled if the is pending. If we are currently sending the request, disable the button so that we cannot press it multiple times. Maybe even the text can be changed. If it's pending, we can say posting. Otherwise, we simply say post. Now let's give it a try. The title is going to be hello. The body is going to be body. If I select a community, I'll do post and something happened. I don't know what, but we see here a code, invalid input syntax for UUID group ID. The problem here is from this group ID. This is not a valid group ID. Let me actually go into the database, look at the groups and take one of the groups here. For example, the React.js or not just developers here.
Don't have, oh yeah, we do have
Let
one.
me copy the ID. Let me hard code it here and the same thing for user ID I'm going to do. Alice is posting something. So if now I'm going to post, we see null for the error and we see a new item here. We've created that with description, with image and so on. As you can see, this is an array. And we remember, like when we are working with one items, we can call after select, we can do .single to get only one item instead of an array of one item. It's going to be easier to manage this data. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and extract the logic, the mutation function outside, because usually the logic of mutation is the one that contains more low-level code. That's why I will extract it from here. I'll put it first above. Let's call it const create or insert post equal, and this is going to be an async function. Now in the mutation function, I'll just say, hey, call and return the insert post. The thing is that we need to send some data here. We could manually say we need a title of type string, then we need a body text of type string and so on. That would work, and as you can see, it's working. But I think a better way is to, again, use the auto-generated types by Supabase. Because if you look at these types, a post has multiple subtypes. The row is the type of a one selected item. The .insert is the type of the fields that we can specify when we insert. So we see here that it has group ID, title and user ID as required and everything else as optional. So it's going to be like this, const insert post equal, I don't think it's tables. I need to double check that. It's not a const but a type, obviously. If I do what? Posts, how can I access the insert part of this post? Let me look more into this database file. We have database. What else do we have? Tables. Tables insert. This is what I'm looking for. So it should be tables insert and accessing the post. And this is going to be the type for an insert object for a post. So I can write here post, insert post, and I can destructure all of it here as insert post. Why doesn't like it? Oh, I destructure the post. And here I'm overriding and I'm hard coding some data now, but later we're going to send it from there. Now when we call insert post here in our use mutation, we're going to make an object and send the title there and send the description that is going to be our body text. And that's it for now. Well, actually, we have to do this as well there. So I'm going to copy them from here and this one as well. to make TypeScript happy. And I don't need to do anything here. I can actually delete this and it's going to be super clean here. From post, insert post, select single, manage the error, return the data. That's it. Now here we call, when we run the mutation, we call insert post. We send things from the state and now it should work. If I go ahead and do post, everything seemed to work. And if I look in the database, we should have some new posts here. So it should be at the top. These are the two ones. Hello body, hello body. Perfect.
Amazing, amazing progress.
Yes. The next step I want to share is we see that we've got the data and the error similar way as we did with a query, right? We get them here. This is like, you can do that, but rarely do I use it like this, because in most cases, what we need to do is when that mutation finishes, we need to do something with the data. I cannot do something here in the body of our component because that's going to run every time we re-render. And I don't want to create a use effect on this. The whole point of using task query is to use the use effects less. So in order to perform some actions when the mutation finishes, we can actually do that through the use mutation here. Because now we send the mutation function, but if after that we send on success, we're going to receive the data that we already saw, and we can say console log data here. And the same thing can happen on error, and this way we kind of have callback functions that are going to be executed when our mutation either successfully finishes or throws an error. And we can do something here. For example, what do we do with data? I don't know what do we do with data, but probably we're going to do go back if it successfully works. And if there is an error, we're going to do maybe an alert failed to insert post. So now if I'm gonna come here, I lost the styles. Usually that happens when I do this kind of stuff. Now I got them back. Are we still here? Yes, we are still here. So now if I go here and say title, something like this, post, as you can see, the mutation happened. In the on success, we got access to the data and we are performing some actions. We are saying, okay, if the mutation happened, like what should happen next? And we said go back. Perfect. And we no longer need it here to get access to the data and the error. Oh, on error, like this. And we don't need it here. You might get access to the error if you want to display it on the UI. If you might have a text here in the return statement that displays the actual error. In that case, you might need to take it from here. But if you want to do something with that error, but you can also have both of them. Take it here and also do it on error. It's totally fine depending on your needs. Just know that it's possible with just getting data through here or having a callback that is going to be executed when the error happens. Now, the thing is that if we go to the Reddit, the home screen, we do not see our latest posts. I'm not sure even if we reload if we're gonna see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this mutation on a pause for a second, and I'm going to go into our protected index to fix a little bit our fetch post function. What I want to fix here is I want to, when fetching the posts, I want to sort them, or how do we call it, order, based on the created data. I want the most recent posts at the top. And in the options, I'm going to do ascending false to make them descending. If now I'm going to reload, we should see the latest post that I created here at the top. Perfect. I'm also going to implement the pull down to refresh list. Might sound complicated, but it's super simple. From use query, we get two variables, refetch, which is a function, and is refetching. Now we take this, when we call refetch, the query function is going to be re-executed to take new data. And what we can do is in Flatlist, we can say on refresh, call refetch, and refreshing is going to be is refetching. Just with taking those two variables and giving them to the Flatlist, I can come here and I can pull down to refetch so that new items are added here. I wanted to add this feature because I want to show you the next problem. New post. If I create a new post and I come back to this screen, I do not see it at the top of the screen. Maybe in some applications it's fine, but we can do better. We can already have a post here by the time we are navigating back. And the post is there, and we can see that if we pull down to refresh. We see at the top, new post. How can we make sure that after we create a new post, when we get back, it's going to be here? I'm going to go back into the create where we're running the mutation. And this is where query invalidations are coming into play. Invalidating a query basically means, hey, that query might have been affected, so go ahead and refetch it in the back. To invalidate a query, usually that happens after a mutation. When we run a mutation, we expect to change some data, and as a developer, we should know what kind of data might have been affected, and we can invalidate those queries. Let's see how that is going to happen in practice. First, we need access to the query client that we can take using the hook useQueryClient. This useQueryClient is a hook imported from Tanstack React Query. Now, in the on success of our insert post mutation, what do we need to do? We need to invalidate the queries that might have been affected. Invalidate queries that might have been affected by inserting a post. And to invalidate a query, we call queryClient.invalidateQueries. And here we specify a filter based on the query key. What queries do we want to invalidate? And what we want is, we want to invalidate the feed query. And if we look at the query key, it has the posts here. So if I'm going to say, hey, after you successfully insert a post, go ahead and invalidate the query with the key posts. Why it's not working? Query client invalidate query. I think it should work. Let me just first check. If I post and I come back, it's already there. But why it doesn't like it? Let me check the docs. So under mutations or query invalidations, oh, it's query key. Yeah, okay. Even this one worked. Probably this is the deprecated way, because we need to provide here a query key, and then here the query key that we want to invalidate posts. So now let's go ahead and do it once again. Create a new, still working. And as soon as I press post, and by the time we go back, we're going to see that it's going to be updated and it will appear here in the feed because we are invalidating that query. Perfect. So that's another reason one success callback function is good, because we can do this kind of query invalidations here. And this is our mutations, guys. Let's figure out one thing here. Until we actually finish this query or this mutation for inserting a post, we need to properly set the group ID here, not hard-coded. We have access to it through the atom, because when the user selects it through here, it's going to be available in the group. So we can simply say that the group ID is going to be group.id, and the group can be null as well. By the way, were you supposed to be able to post without a group?
Nope, you are not able.
So in that case, we can add some validating logic here in the mutation, saying that if there is no group, then we can throw an error, please select a group. And here, because we expanded the function, we need to return this result. And we need to put a comma here. So now if we get here, it's going to have this group ID like this. What am I doing? Oh, here it's like this. Yep. So now if I try to post something without a group, it's going to say fail to insert. And in the fail to insert, you can actually add the error.message here. And we're going to see the error message, please select a group, because this error message is going to come from the error of our use mutation, but this use mutation is going to get it from the error that has been thrown here. The same thing with, you can do if title is not there, then we can throw a new error, title is required. I'm sure that you can do a way better job at validating the form using React form hook. That is another thing that we teach in React Native Mastery. when you are working with forms, like there is a much better way to validate the forms other than these if statements. So if you're interested, check out React Native Mastery for that. All right, so we have title. Description is optional, so it's okay even if it's not going to be there. If we try, we need to select a group. If we post, title is required. Hello there. We can post without the description as well. And I can press and it will open the details of that page. Perfect, so far so good. The only thing here that we still have to do is the user ID. And that is going to be the next part in a second. Before that, let me go ahead and commit create a post mutation. Okay, so the next part is going to be the interesting part. What we're going to do is, as you can see, we need to somehow connect a post that we insert with a user. We need to connect it with a user.
So how will we achieve that?
For that, the thing is that users in our case are managed through Clerk. We go to Clerk, we see users, they are here. And we need a way to connect it to user specifically from the Clerk, because later we're going to have to protect these tables. Now, as you can see, they are not protected. Anyone can read and write things from our database. In the next step, we're going to protect them and to say that, hey, only users that are authenticated through Clerk can insert items. Then we can say only owner, for example, only Vadim can update posts that are created by Vadim. Only the user, the owner, can delete a post. Only the user can delete a vote or a comment. So this row level security is very tied together with the authentication. And because we are using Clerk for authentication, in this step, we're going to connect Clerk with our Supabase. For that, let's go ahead and integrate Clerk with Supabase, and I have here a URL. There is also documentation on Clerk, but we're gonna go with this one from Supabase. So Clerk authentication, authenticate users manages tokens, and Supabase uses Postgres and row level security to authorize things like this user is allowed to do that. Let's scroll down to see how we can integrate. Step one is we're going to create a function that will check the incoming user ID. In that function, we're going to call it request user ID. And this is going to be a database function. We're going to create it on the database layer, which is not like a Edge function. It's not like a JavaScript function. It's an SQL function that we can run directly on the database. And this function will parse the Clerk user ID from the authentication token. And what? Let's go ahead and do that. So in the sidebar, in the Supabase dashboard, we navigate to database functions. So database functions. Again, it's important to understand this is not an edge function. It's a database function which works on database layer, very close to the data, which is very performant. Let's go ahead and click create new function. For the name of that function, we're gonna give it requesting user ID, return type text, return type, let's use text, show advanced settings, language, let's use SQL. What else? And this is going to be the definition. This is going to be what is going to be executed when we run this database function. And as you can guess, this is a SQL definition. Like it's not JavaScript, it's pure SQL. So what is going to do, like I'm not like super familiar with this, but like looking at the code, it's going to look at the settings, it's going to look at the JWT, and it's going to take the field sub from that JWT. Sub usually means subject or the unique identifier of a user. I think that's everything we need. Let's do confirm. And now this function you can, because it's on a database layer, we can go into the SQL editor. And if I'm not mistaken, we can do select and call this function like this. If I do that, we see null because we do not have any authorization token, any JWT token. But indeed, it manages to call this function with this select. Let's go back to the documentation. And we need to create a user ID column. The following step will need to be performed on any tables you wish to secure. So for example, on posts, we have already a user underscore ID. We're going to populate this user ID with the ID coming from Clerk. Same things for upvotes. It has user ID. Yes, it has user ID. Comments have user ID. Perfect. These are the tables that we're going to protect. Let's go. Next, you'll create the user ID column in the table you wish to secure. This column will be used in the RLS policies to only return or modify records scoped to the user's account and will use requested user ID, the function that we just created, as the default value. This is an important, like we need to set that user ID with this function that is going to default when we do not send manually a value there. So what we have to do is for all the user IDs that we have here, starting with comments, we have to go edit table under user ID. For default value, we have to call the function requesting user ID. Let's do save. With a given ID column is of type UID, but the default expression is of type text. That's one of the first problems we have here. Fun. Let me think. So in the post here, we're going to do some changes. We're going to edit the table. And because at the moment the user ID has a local connection with a user's table, it has this type UUID. And we're going to manually remove the foreign key towards the user. Let's remove it. And let's go up, and here in the user ID, first let's remove a user ID altogether and do save. This is the first step to get rid of the old user ID. Now we can open it again, edit table, and we can ourselves add manually user underscore ID. Now we can say that this type is going to be text, and the default value is going to be requesting user ID function that we have defined previously. And it can be nullable. Yeah, let's keep it nullable for now. In future, like if you are starting fresh, maybe you can put it required. Let's go ahead and click save now. And the post now does not have a relationship with the local users, but it has the user ID that is going to be filled automatically with ID from Clerk. We need to do the same, for example, for comments, edit table, first remove user ID from here, which will also should remove this foreign key towards public users, remove and save. And let's go ahead and add manually a user ID here. User underscore ID of type text with requesting user ID function as default value. And the same thing for the upvotes. Edit table, we remove a foreign key towards users and the user ID field, which might break a little bit because let me cancel. Maybe I don't need to remove a field because in that case, the user ID is part of the key. So I'm going to simply remove the foreign key to public users, save. I'm going to go back in Upvotes, edit table, save a user ID of type. Yeah, now I can change the type because it's no longer connected to anything. I can change it to a text, which I'm not sure if it's going to allow me. Hopefully it will. Let's start by just simply changing the type and doing save. As you can see, I'm doing step by step, not to do too many changes at a time. And now finally I can go into the edit table and say that this user ID, the default value, is going to be the requesting user ID function, save. So now I think we are safe to even remove this user ID because if we look into the database, users should not be linked to anything. Let me reload. Yeah, as you can see, the user table is not connected to any post. At the moment, I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to see in the future if I need to change anything. But now I'm not going to delete it. What we have right now is the tables in which users are going to insert data, such as comments, posts, upvotes. They have a column user ID of type text with the default value. The default value is requesting user ID function that we just created previous step. Let's go ahead and continue the guide. The first step is to enable RLS in your table and create the policies. We are going to enable RLS, but I'm wondering if now it's already going to work. Let me try something. As I said, I didn't try this before, so I'm going to be naive and say that I think now is going to work. But first I'm going to do, because I changed the database structure, I'm going to do npm run gen types to regenerate the types. This is going to change a little bit here, especially, for example, in the source tabs index in the feed. We are no longer going to, if I go into the post list item, we're no longer going to have a users. It's not going to work. because we no longer have relation to the users. So we have to do a bit of changes in our services. Post service, we no longer have access to these users. So let's remove them. And in the index post list item, let's comment out this user. We're not going to have access to it. Let's do a question mark here. So if I reload, now it still works. The details page still works, but doesn't display the username. Okay, that's good. We are going to fix it later when we finish our connection. But I was wondering, in the post service, not in the post service, in the create post screen, protected tabs, create, we have here this mutation, insert post. We specify that the user ID will have a default value, meaning that we can skip this part. And I think it's not going to work because we still have to do some changes, but anyway, it's worth trying. Let's do you have a user ID? Question mark, let's post it. We need to select a community. And let's go ahead in the database, refresh the data. Let's sort it on created at. And here, do you have a user ID? No, it doesn't have, because as I said, like we need extra steps there. And for the extra steps, actually, I'm going to skip the first step. I'm going to cover it in a moment. I just want, even without RLS, to see the user ID in the table. So skipping first step for a second, fourth step. Yeah, let's do the fourth step. So to give users access to your data, the users that are managed through Clerk, then Supabase API requires an authentication token. The Clerk project can generate these tokens, but it needs the Supabase project JWT secret key. So Supabase, we have a secret key in our Supabase project. If we take that secret key and give it to Clerk, then Clerk can encode some data that only Supabase can decode, because only Clerk and Supabase will have a secret key. And by that, Clerk is going to encode some data that Supabase can read, this way understanding who is the user that is doing the request. So to do that, let's go ahead and find the JWT secret from Supabase dashboard, project API, project settings, API, is it data API? And here we see JWT settings with a secret. Let's reveal and copy it. Make sure to keep it a secret. And what we have to do with this secret is we have to save this value in the field somewhere secure. This value will be used in the next step. We need to go on Clerk dashboard and create a way for Clerk to encode these tokens. So JWT template allows you to generate a new valid Supabase authentication token for each signed-in user. Those tokens allow authentication users to access your data with Supabase API. So we go to Clerk dashboard, JWT templates, new template, then Supabase. Okay, in our Clerk dashboard, we go into the overview, maybe in configure, we go into the JWT templates under session management, and we create new template for Supabase. Here, what we need to do, the value name field will be required when using the template in your code. For this, name it Supabase. Signing algorithm SH256. Signing key, this is where we paste the Supabase JWT secret that we copied from here. Okay, signing algorithm, signing key, this is the JWT token. And then we click save. I would like to check the other things, for example, the lifetime of a token, 60 seconds, maybe we can increase it, I don't know. And these are probably what fields do we give access to. But we can come back here and adjust it. So let's first go ahead and save this template, and it should have been saved, right? If we go to the templates, we have a Supabase updated less than a minute ago. Perfect. Let's go ahead in the sixth part, the step, configure your application. The next step is to configure your client, the React Native client. Supabase provides an official client that we are using. Okay. And this guy is using Next.js. That's okay. Set up Clerk. To configure Clerk in your application, we did that. Not for Next, but for React Native. And we need to do some changes on the Supabase client. What we need to do on the Supabase client is we have to call create client from Supabase with these values, but then we have to override the global fetch function by appending the authorization token. So if I'm going to copy this global part, which I'm not sure where it ends, but probably here, and that's the missing part that we need. Let's go into our lib Supabase where we create the client, and here besides the auth, like in this configuration, we can set globals. Yes, we see, and I will paste the code from there. So global, we override the fetch method. Fetch is used to send requests, and what we do is first we take the Clerk token and we add it as the authorization, this way telling Supabase what is the token. But the session, where is it coming from? Session is coming from use session from Clerk. I see, use session from Clerk. But in this case, we are not in a component, nor we are in a hook, so we cannot use a hook. What can we do? I think we should transform this into a hook, such as use Supabase. And in that case, we're going to have access to the session, because otherwise I'm not sure how we're going to have access to the session. Yeah, I think the easiest way actually to have access to the session is going to transform all of this part into a custom hook called use Supabase. This is a custom hook, means a function that can use other hooks, such as const session equal use session from Clerk. And having this session here, having access to another hook, we can return the Supabase client. And the Supabase client is this create client, all of this part. So I'm gonna copy it here. I'm gonna remove it from here. So we transform from exporting a constant to exporting a hook. That will influence everywhere where we use that Supabase client. We're gonna have to take it from use Supabase. Let's see why here get token does not exist on a use session return. Get token does not exist. Oh, I think I need to destructure it, right? Yes, I need to destructure and then we get token. I'm wondering, can I get the session Clerk Expo to get the session outside the hook or outside the lifecycle? I doubt it because it needs access to there, but get session ID, Clerk client, still needs the client. So we're going to have to re-engineer a bit how we're going to create these services. Maybe we're going to create them as hooks. We're going to see in a second. Anyway, this use Supabase now, as I was saying, is overriding the fetch method to take the Clerk token from the session and append it as an authorization header. And it's going to still do the fetch request. Here, Supabase. Let me come back to this one a bit later to see how to add it back. Perfect. Now we are going to have to think how we can use this use Supabase, because it has to be, we cannot use it in services. For example, in post service, we no longer can do that. We need to take access using a hook use Supabase, and we cannot take access to it here because this is not a hook, this is a function. We can think about transforming it to a hook, but do we want to? Or we can say, hey, give me the Supabase client here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be properly typed. Should we type it as database? So we are going to send Supabase through there, but it doesn't like it. No, Supabase. What's going to be the type of Supabase client? And here as well. This is one way, like to receive it through parameters. And that means that where we call fetch posts in our index, right? Here we need to send the Supabase client. Now to get access to Supabase client, we need a hook use Supabase from lib Supabase, and we get access to it like this. Supabase equal use Supabase. We can take it and send it to the fetch posts to be used there. That's one way. What's happening? To use Supabase is clear here. Oh, I need to do export. After exporting, this is working. And I need to do the same in other places as well, where we call fetch post. I don't think we call fetch post in other places, but we call fetch post by ID, for example. So this one as well needs the Supabase here, which we're going to get access to it through import use Supabase from the lib Supabase equal use Supabase, and we send it to the function. Perfect. And one more place. Let me try to see if it works. Okay, so this one works. The details works, which is good. The only thing left to do is go back into the services. Post service here, we implemented this too. Now we need to go on the create. We need Supabase here as Supabase client of type database. And when we fetch groups in the group selector, here we need to import use Supabase, get access to Supabase, and send it to the fetching method. Now, if I go to create, this fetching of groups works as well. And finally, it's going to be on the create, in the tabs in the create group here. We need access to Supabase. It's not going to be this, is going to be use Supabase. We are going to get access to it here, and we're going to give it to the insert post as a second parameter. In the insert post function, we have first post, and then we have Supabase as Supabase client of type database. So now, actually, if I try to create a post, I believe it should work. It might fail, like there are almost 90% time that it's 90% chances that it's not going to work from the first time. But let's see, does it work? Do you have a user ID? Post. It was posted, that's good. Let's go into our database under posts and we see does it work. I'm going to scroll slowly and user ID, actually it has a group ID, but it also has a user ID. And if I take this user ID and go to Clerk under users and do search, will it work? Here it is.
Amazing.
It belongs to my account. Let's go. So how did everything work? Let me see if this is the last step. We're doing everything in one file, but it's a bit too much. But even with this custom hook, it's not that bad. It can be reused. That's the benefit. Okay, that was the last step. Later we're gonna go into the RLS, but that's the next step. So let's just recap what happened, because a lot of things just happened. Let's do that from the user's perspective. So in our application, we implemented authentication through Clerk. The user creates an account, then he signs up with his account like this, notjust.dev. When he creates an account, his data is stored in Clerk. So Clerk is the service that is managing this user, together with information about the user, together with IDs of that users, and so on. So we keep using Clerk for authentication, but we want to add some rules on the database layer to say that only specific users are allowed to do specific things. And at the same time, we want to do it in a very secure way. So what are we doing to accomplish that? We first say that, hey, in the lib Supabase, every Supabase request that we're going to send to our Supabase SDK, that is the one responsible for interacting with the database, every fetch request there is going to be appended automatically with an authorization token that is taken from Clerk. And Clerk is the one responsible for authorization. The thing is that Clerk should know how to generate these tokens, because if Clerk generates it on its own, only Clerk is going to be able to decode them. What we are doing is we are specifying a template for Clerk to use to generate a token, and only then with the template that we created, we give it as authorization. Now, this template is important because this is where we are making the connection between Supabase and Clerk. If we go back into our JWT templates under Supabase, we created a template called Supabase, and the signing key, the key that is going to be used to encode that token, is a secret that only Clerk knows because we gave it here, but it's a secret that is managed by Supabase. So in Supabase, if we go into Data API, there is JWT secrets, and this is the secret that Supabase is using to encode and decode authorization tokens. So now that Clerk is using the same key to encode it, only Supabase is going to be able to decode it. This is what makes this integration secure. Only Supabase and Clerk can encode and decode these tokens. Now that we are attaching the authorization header with the requests to the server, to the database, we need a way to decode and take the ID or take the information from that token. That's where we created a database function called requesting user ID. This function is going to look at the JWT claim at the request and will take the sub, the ID of a user. And then based on this function that we generated here, we can use it as defaults for our fields. For example, in this case, for post, we say that the user ID field by default is going to take the user ID from the authorization header using the helper function here. So now when we create a function, create a post from here, from our application, it's going to encode the token with Clerk. It's going to send the token to Supabase, and Supabase is going to decode that token and take the user ID and set it for the last post. And if I post, I should see that the last post there should have a user ID, and it doesn't because it needs a sort created at. Here it is, and we have two posts related to the same user. Perfect. Now that we have this data here and we have access to the authorization token for every request, we can now add rules on who is allowed to do what. We can say that only user with this ID is allowed to update this item, or only user with this ID is allowed to delete this item. This is called row level security rules, and we're gonna do that in the next step. For now, let's do a git add, git commit -m, integrate Clerk with Supabase. All right, so that was cool. I think it's super easy. Like we had some, it was a little bit slower for us because we didn't prepare well beforehand. We had to do some changes on the database because we no longer keep track of the users locally. We are keeping track of them with Clerk. And we also have to change a little bit how we are interacting or using the use Supabase.
But that's amazing. That happens a lot when coding. Like you start doing, you see, okay, it's not exactly like that. You need to readjust and you need to learn this thinking of like how to readjust, solving the problems. It's really interesting and cool to see it in action, especially.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering with this use Supabase, isn't it going to create a client every time we use the hook?
That's a good concern.
I need to put here to do. Check if it creates a client every time we use it. I'm gonna check that later. We don't see any issues or warnings, but that still might not mean that it's not a problem.
Seems to work fine.
Even previous time we were importing it in multiple places and we were calling create client multiple times. So I don't think it should be a problem. We'll see. So let's go ahead and cover the next step is going to be RLS. RLS stands for row level security, and it's the logic or the checks that we apply on a table that is going to be applied on every single row. Like when we try to interact, either inserting, updating, deleting, selecting, and so on, these rules are going to apply at the row level. So for every individual item. That's why it's called row level security, short RLS. We see that our tables have this RLS disabled. So go ahead and press enable RLS for the table. And I want to do that for the post, which I have here enabled. Now there are no policies, it's just enabled. And we have to press add RLS policy to start defining policies for different operations. For example, inserting, deleting, updating. For that, we're gonna go ahead and press create policy. I'm going to hide the templates for a bit and we're going to try to implement them together. For example, the policy name can be, hey, allow insert for authenticated. The table it's created on is the posts. is going to be a permissive behavior, like allowing something. You can also do restricting, not allowing. But we are allowing insert operation with the target roles. I'm going to look in the documentation here to see if it's the same with neighbor RLS. Create a policy, want to enforce that the data return has a user ID, authenticated. Yes. So let's go ahead and for the target role, select authenticated, saying that only authenticated users are allowed to perform an insert operation on the post table. That's it. We can go ahead and click save policy. And we need to provide here an expression, which can be, I think, true if we do not have any more checks, like the target role is enough for us. If it's authenticated, he's allowed to insert. Now I'm going to go back and for a second, I'm going to comment out in the Supabase lib, this header set. This would make our request look like they are not authenticated. If I'm going to reload, we don't see any items there. And why don't we see the items? Let me see if I add it back. Will it display? Maybe, if I'm not mistaken, it might be by enabling RLS, it's going to be deny by default. So we are not going to have access by default. Let's try to create a new policy for allow read for anyone, or maybe for also authenticated. This really depends on what authentication rules you want to allow. If you allow public users to read the post or only the ones that authenticate. So I will do authenticated for select, and I will do the role authenticated. And here in the SQL statement, I'm going to say true. Save policy. So now I have two policies. If I go back and do reload, I will go ahead and debug this by looking at that in the dev tools at the network to see what requests are being sent here. For example, posts preview. So there is no error, but it's empty list, which gives me an understanding that it's a permission error. If I'm going to go back and for the select, I'm going to edit this policy. Why is it authenticator? It should be authenticated. I'm going to check with this one. Maybe it's my mistake. If I do reload, tell me that it's going to work. Yes, it's actually working. It's working. The only thing is that now we are also trying to fetch the group, but by default, if we have our RLS enabled, and it is enabled on the group, we should also specify who is allowed to read items. By default, nobody is allowed to do anything. So we're going to go into the RLS policy of the groups as well, and let's create a policy to allow read for authenticated. And we're going to do select and the authenticated. Make sure not authenticator. And here we're going to do true. This is the if statement, and we just do it on the role, not on any other logic. And we do save. And now if I'm going to reload, we're going to see that we are back up running. And I also wanted to show you that now if someone who doesn't have a token, and I'm going to comment out to simulate that someone doesn't have a token, if he's going to try to go into our application, there is not going to be any error, but because he doesn't have any access to any items there, we're going to see an empty screen here. So by default, the functionalities like in our services from posts select everything, they are going to only return the items that we have access to, and the items that we have access to is going to define by the RLS policies. And here we are allowing, for example, the groups to be read by only users who are authenticated. You can, maybe the groups, for example, I will show you how we can change to be allowed to be read maybe by anyone. So the groups are public information. So in that case, we can put anon here. I'm wondering if we should do both anon and authenticated, because authenticated is users who are authenticated, anon is users who are anonymous. So let's do save, and this in now, even though we don't have access to the posts, that is only for users who are authenticated, we should have access to the communities. And indeed, we have access to them, even if we have this token missing. If we're going to add the token, we are going to have access to both posts and to communities as well. So that's, at the end of the day, a big picture, like what row level securities are. There are some rules that specify who should have access to what and to do what. Let's double check the RLS policy for creating. So now I don't think I'm going to be allowed to create a community. If I'm going to try to post, it actually does, but why? If I go into the post, did I create the insert? Yes, I created insert. So that's why it's working, because I already created the insert property for authenticated role. But now let's try to implement the delete feature. The delete feature is a very sensitive one because we only want to allow owners of a post to delete items. I'm going to do that maybe through the header here. Let me try. Hopefully Lucas is not going to be mad at me because I'm breaking his UI. But I'm going to go into where application protected post ID, and here Lucas, is it here? Maybe through the layout you have adjusted the header right.
Yeah.
Can I do some of these configurations and specifically the header right, or I'm going to override it actually in the ID here. I'm going to put the header right here, the stack. I'm going to skip the name because we are in the details page. I'm going to skip the options, not all the options, but title, style, because this is handled through the layout. The header left, I'm going to skip it. And I'm only going to override header right. And what I want to do is a delete button. Can I do that?
You can do that, yes.
You can try. Is there a trash icon in end design? Is it the trash icon in material icons? Is there in typo? Yes, there is an in typo. Doesn't look the best, but it's there. So what I want to do here, let's go ahead and implement the delete functionality of an item. To delete an item, we first need to define a service in the post service. Similar to how we fetch, we're going to have export const delete post by ID. An async function. We're going to receive ID of a post we want to delete, and we're going to also receive a Supabase client. To delete a post, we still work with Supabase, so await supabase.from. This is how we target a table from post. We want to either remove or delete. Is delete. It's very important when you delete to add the equal sign, because otherwise you're going to delete everything. So we want to delete the item which ID is equal to the ID that we provide. Then we can do const. Not sure if there is any data actually after deleting, but we're going to check if there is error. We're going to throw it, else return data. Nice. Let's go ahead and create a mutation on the details screen that is going to execute delete post by ID. That one is back in our application protected post ID. And we are going to, after the query, let's go ahead and do a use mutation. And the mutation function is going to be delete post by ID. And the ID is going to be this ID. And also we need to send the Supabase. Perfect. On success, what should happen on success? I think we should just do router.back, but for that we need access to the router. And on error, let's take the error and do alert.alert error. And here let's do error.message. And the alert imported from React Native. On success, like if we are implementing it correctly, we should also invalidate some queries, because by deleting a post, most probably the feed also changes to remove that item. So let's get access to the use query client and let's invalidate query client. Let's invalidate here. Before we go back, we do query client.invalidate queries. Query key is going to be posts. So the query from the feed, we're going to invalidate it. Okay, now this mutation will give us back a mutate, which we can rename it to delete. Why it doesn't like delete? Oh, delete is a keyword. Remove. We can call remove when we press on the icon. So in the trash icon, if I press here, let's call remove. Perfect. Now let's try to go to this and let's try to remove it. It didn't work. even though we went back, we see that the item is still here. Nor did it throw an error. Well, that's because we are not allowed to delete a post. Now nobody is allowed to delete a post. If we do the same policy for delete, so let's go into the table editor under posts, of policies, and create a new policy, we can go ahead and say allow delete only by owners. So we're going to select delete action, and we're going to say let's allow only authenticated users. And for now, let's also do true here. I want to show you the problem. At this moment, what we say is that we allow only authenticated users to delete items here at the top. If we do that, yes, I'm going to be able to delete this item. Perfect, the item was deleted. We don't see it anymore. But the problem is that I'm also going to be able to delete how to get started in TypeScript. If I delete this one, it disappears, even though I am not the owner of that post. Even though, yes, it only allows delete to people who are authenticated, but that's not the only rule we want to apply. We don't want any user to be able to delete any kind of post. And just by hiding this button from the front end, that doesn't mean that your backend is secure, that your application is secure. Because if your API allows this kind of actions, bad people can find these problems and take advantage of that. So we need to do these checks on the backend, not on the client side. For that reason, I'm going to edit the delete policy, and I'm going to say here, hey, yes, only the authenticated user should be able to delete, but I also want to apply a little bit of a logic. And the logic is going to be if the user ID of a post is equal to the user ID of the user that is sending the request. And that can be done with this logic. Requesting user ID equal to user ID. And we remember that requesting user ID is a helper function that will decode the token and take the ID of a user. And the user ID is the column from the table that we are using, public posts. So if I do save policy now, I should still be able to delete this post at the top. If it's mine, I don't remember. Yes, but if I try to delete this one, why React Native is the best, I don't think I should be able to do that. And as you can see, I was not. Even though I have a button, I'm trying, but it's not deleting because it's not my post and you should not be deleting it. So yeah, that's how you do that. That's how you apply the role level security. We'll learn how to do that through simply role-based security like authenticated node. And these are great for allowing to insert or to select. But things like that depend on a specific item like delete or update, that one I recommend to also apply some checks to make sure that only owner of that item is allowed to do that. And you can do that with this example that we had created here in the requesting ID is equal to user ID that you're trying to do. Perfecto. I'm not sure why it's not throwing an error actually. I was expecting it to throw an error if we don't have permissions. I'm pretty sure you can adjust that as well, but I'm okay even with just simply ignoring it. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add here git add git commit RLS and delete post. Okay, let's go back to our task board. Let's see what we are planning. Upvotes. Do they have downvotes as well?
Yeah, you can downvote, but it's counting as one integer. Basically, how many upvotes does it have? So if it's 160, if someone downvotes, it's gonna be 159, not separate.
Yeah, the thing is that I prepared our table because we are not going to update a number when doing the upvote. We are actually going to insert an item in a table. That would be a much more secure way because we know like which user upvoted which post, and we can also apply row level security on that. And in my case, I thought that Reddit only has upvotes, but then yeah, like you're saying, I think it also has downvotes. So we can go ahead in the upvotes and say, let's edit the table and adjust, maybe add a new column that will say if it's an upvote or downvote. Let's do should we do is downvote in the upvotes table? A little bit confusing, but is downvote. Let's do a boolean like this. And then we can select all of them, select all upvotes, select all downvotes, and then count. Or if we do here with value, in that case, we can just sum them if they're going to be either 1 or -1. So, okay, let's do it like this. Integer, it should be low, and by default, it's going to be 1. And it's also not nullable. So let's do save. And now all our current votes are upvotes. But if that value is going to be -1, that is going to be considered a downvote. Sounds good?
Sounds amazing.
Should I do it like how we're supposed to do it or how usually people would do? I'm speaking about row level security. Usually when I work, I forget about them and I start implementing, and then I see that something is not working, and then I come back. So let's do the same here. We're going to go into our application and we're going to start implementing the upvotes and downvotes. First of all, like what we're gonna need here, we're gonna need to insert, we're gonna need to count, we're gonna need to check if a user has a vote or not. So first, let's talk about counting. At the moment, in our components post list item, the post list item is trying to show here the number of upvotes, but we do not have this field when we're querying the post. What we can do is we can go ahead in our services, post service, and when we fetch a post by ID, not only should we take the detail about a post and a group, but also the count of upvotes. So let's check here in the post API docs, read row, and there should be select count. Let's check the docs. Supabase docs, select count. I imagine that it's just simply count because it should be that easy. They want to show the data here. Getting data, query here, querying reference table with count. So we are specifying the name of the table and then we say count. So the name would be upvotes. Count is actually how many. Interesting. Okay. Now let's look at the data console log data. We don't have access here. Let's do it here. And I'm going to do json.stringify. Then I need null and 2. If I reload now and go to the details of a post, it's going to fail, but I want to look at the data now. Here the data, group upvotes, and upvotes is an array and it has a field count. Can we do something about it? Query with count options, count. Look, but even with count, we are not good. So I'm gonna have to think about how to do it better, because we're not looking at the upvotes count, we're looking at the upvote counts that are positive, that are 1, not -1, because those are downvotes. Okay. I'm not going to overcomplicate stuff here, but I'm going to have it as a separate fetch request called export const fetch post upvotes. This is going to be the ID of a post. Then we are going to have a Supabase and we are going to do as normal data error equal await Supabase dot from upvotes. What we want to do there is we want to select, let's do select everything for a second, equal post ID is equal to the ID that we are trying to fetch here. And the select, let me do it like this. And this is going to simply get us all the upvotes. But in the next part, we're going to have to sum them together. So I'm going to get this fetch upvotes into the post list item. And inside of a post list item, I'm going to run this query. Const use query. The query key is going to be posts. Then we should specify the ID of a post, post.id. Then we should say that this we are taking the upvotes. Now the query function is going to be fetch post upvotes and then post.id. We're gonna get the is loading and data. And let's make sure to import this. Oh, we need the Supabase as well. Const Supabase equal use Supabase and send it here. Now this data is going to have, let's go ahead and see what the answer is going to be. If we are here, are we? No, we are not console logging the data. Let me do it here. outside console log data. So we see a list of upvotes, but actually we don't need a list of upvotes. We need to select the sum of value. So now if I'm going to reload, what's going to be the output, the response? If I go here, it's going to be undefined. Why? Sum of value. Select sum of value. Isn't that how I saw here? Select. Oh, value.sum maybe. Value.sum. Value.sum. Let's do here console log the error. Use of aggregate function is not allowed. Why it's not allowed?
Let's see. In Supabase, they say there is an issue. You have to enable them.
Oh, you have to enable them. Why didn't you tell me? Where?
Yeah, we have disabled aggregate functions. Just look for that and you'll find a link where they say we have disabled. But the link is not there.
Okay, because of a potential performance risk with aggregate function, we have disabled it by default only after reviewing the risk and ensuring appropriate. On Supabase, you can enable it by modifying the Postgres connection role and then reloading the server configuration role. Oh my god. So I guess we just need to copy this one, go into our Supabase SQL editor, paste it, run it, success, and then reload. And column upvotes ID, I don't need ID here. And now we have sum 17. And if I uncomment the equal sign, we should have, come on. I'm wondering if now the previous part is also going to work. Because now we see, yeah, sum 2 and so on.
Yeah,
I will double check that directly through fetching a post by ID. If we go here and say what? Looking at the upvotes, you cannot do upvotes.value.sum, can you? And console log data. I don't think that's going to work. Upvotes.value.sum. If it does, I need to go on the details page. Null. Oh, but if I say upvotes, select not everything, but the sum of the value. I have high hopes. Look, if I clear and go here, don't complain. Go with me. Look at this, Lucas. We have upvotes, which is an array, and it has sum.
Okay.
We did it. So we can get the upvotes, the sum of the upvotes, in the same query as fetching the post by ID. So this one is actually optional now. I don't think we actually need it because it's going to be easier to do that through here. We're going to access it a little bit differently, but I will add it as well in the fetch posts. And in the post list item, we're going to adjust a little bit the type that we expect because we are going to receive upvotes, which is going to be a bit different. Like it's going to be an array where there will be a sum. So it's going to be an array of objects where there will be sum of type number. So with this in mind, we can go ahead in our user interface and say, hey, where are you taking the upvotes? Here, post.upvotes at position 0.sum. If I do that, maybe if there is 0, it doesn't show. So I'm going to override it with 0 like this. Perfect. Okay, finally, we have the sum of upvotes perfectly displayed. And here it is 1 because this post has, we saw in the database, has 2 upvotes and 1 downvote. Oh, that was tough, but we did it. And I'm going to go ahead and do git add, git commit display the number of upvotes. Perfect. Now it is time to create a new upvote when we press on one of these items. So I'm going to go back in our post service, or maybe we're going to create a new one, upvotes service.ts, and we're going to have export const create upvote. Is going to be an async function. It's going to receive a post ID, and it should be a string, and also Supabase. Supabase of type database, not database, but Supabase client of type database. Now to create an upvote, what we're going to do is we're going to do a wait supabase.from upvotes. Please insert a new upvote with the following values: the post ID and the user ID is going to be inserted automatically. And the value, let's also add it here as either 1 or -1. So only these two values are going to be allowed, 1 or -1. Now let's do select to get back the results and single to take it as a one item. We're going to be able to take them here in the data and error, and we can do the same stuff as we did before. If error, throw error, else return data. Now that we have a logic of creating an upvote, let's go ahead and go back in the post list item. Here we no longer need the fetch post upvotes. So let's remove it. And we're no longer going to need this use query and the data, but we're going to need a mutation that will create upvotes. A mutation that we're going to call, mutation function. Make sure to call create upvote. And the post ID is going to be post.id. And the value that we are going to send, we don't know at the beginning because it depends on what button we will press. So let's add it here as a value of either 1 or -1 and pass it down to the create upvote. Finally, we give a Supabase here, and on success, we're going to get the data. Let's do console log data. Let's call mutate. Let's do it upvote. And we're going to take this one and call it when we press on one of the icons. Where is the styles? Where did you go? Here they are. So we have material icons share. No, we have this one for upvotes, right? Okay, so we have these material icons with the text, and then we have material icons without the text. Let's put it on these material icons. On this one, on press, what should happen is we should call them upvote function with 1 because we want to upvote, and in the other icon with arrow down, we're gonna do -1 to create an upvote with actually downvoting. If I reload and press on upvoting this one and I reload the whole state, we see a new upvote there. If I do down and I reload, it should go back to 0. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. We're gonna cover that in a second. But yeah, if I download this one and I reload, it's going to go -1. What we can do is, on success, we can invalidate the query so that it automatically updates. Query client, use query client, import from Tanstack query, and here let's do query client dot invalidate queries, query key, and it's going to be posts. Now if I reload and if I go, for example, here and upvote this one, for example, here, it's going to automatically update. The back is not working super properly. If I downvote this one, it's going to update here. Why we cannot upvote again? That's because the database is designed in a way because upvotes has user ID and post ID, and they both create the primary key. As you can see, composite primary key based on user ID and post ID. A primary key should be unique, so that means that the user can only vote a post once. So what we can do next is to actually update it if it already exists, not insert a new one. This is actually not very hard to do because instead of doing insert, what we can do is we can do upsert. Upsert is an operation that will either update if the item already exists with that primary key, or it will insert if that item doesn't exist. So let's see if that works. If I'm going to reload, I'm going to go on the post that I never liked. So if I like that post, it's going to insert a new vote. However, if I dislike it, it's going to go to -1 because it was 0. We upvoted it, it moved to 1. And then we changed our upvote to a downvote and it moved it to -1. Lucas, is that correct or am I tripping? Maybe that's not how it works there, but
It is.
So yeah, I can move back to like it. I can move back to dislike it. And it would be cool to also know if I already liked it or not.
And they show it with a red arrow.
Yeah. Again, I'm pretty sure I can hack a solution through the same query, but I'm not going to do that. What instead I'm going to do is I'm going to, in the upvotes, I'm going to fetch my vote. Select my vote for a post by ID. So let's copy this whole thing, select my vote. It's going to have post ID, and we're going to do from upvotes, select everything, and I will add an equal sign here, where post ID is equal to post ID that the user sent, but the what? I also need a user ID string, and the another equal sign is going to be user ID is equal to user ID. So we are going to select the upvotes for this post by this user, and we're going to do that in the post list item by sending a query, use query. The query key is going to be posts, then it's going to be a post ID because it's about a post ID, and let's call it my upvote. Query function is going to call select my vote by knowing the post ID, by knowing the user ID, which we can take using what? The session from Clerk, use session from Clerk, and do we know session.user.id? And then we're going to give a Supabase here. Let's import this one from services, and that is going to be data my vote. Now, having my vote, let's try to do a console log my vote. It's going to be important when we run a mutation to invalidate this query as well. But the way invalidate query works is actually it's going to invalidate all queries that starts with this key. And because we have this post at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to invalidate this one as well. So let's see it in action by going to a details page to be easier to manage. I think this is my vote, right? Value 1. Oh, this is for all the items. Yeah. If maybe I go here, I see this is my vote, value 1. If I do minus, it's going to be value -1. If I do plus, it's going to be 1. Okay, so I think it works. Only thing is, let's transform them to booleans. Is liked equal, or is upvoted, is equal to my vote dot value equal to 1. This is going to be like this. It doesn't know about value because I updated the table, but I didn't do npm run gen types. If I do that again, in a second it's going to be here. And I can do the same is down voted if that vote is equal to -1. I can take these ones down voted, and I can go to our icons and I can do a different color. This is for the upvote. So if is upvoted, the color is going to be crimson. Otherwise going to be what black was. And then we are going to have a material for this one. If is downvoted, it's going to be crimson. Let's see it in action. Okay, here we have it. And maybe
amazing.
I will do it even like this.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say, but
so I will even change the icon to be a bold icon like this. And same here. Let's put it like this value here and here, but here without outline. Perfect. So now if I move here, it moves here, boom, boom. If it doesn't have a vote, it's going to get one.
Amazing.
Lucas, you're laughing. I'm pretty sure that's not how Reddit works.
Why it's not?
Where is it? Like everything good?
Yeah, we are. Well, it should be here also. It is red. Here you go.
It is red. And actually, in our course in React Native Mastery, I'm teaching about optimistic updates, and it solves exactly the problem that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Like
yeah.
in our case, we are waiting for the request to reach the server, to get back, and then to reload, to invalidate queries. And this usually takes like some time. And you don't feel that it happened instantly. With optimistic updates, you can create it in a way that it instantly updates and I teach that in React Native very much in detail. But this is done with the upvotes. The last step is to actually enable RLS, because now anyone can delete votes. So if you enable RLS, just to make sure that we did everything. Let's create a policy for what? Allow select to authenticated. So this is going to be select users to authenticated, and the logic is going to be simply true. We allow insert to also authenticated. Allow insert to authenticated, true. And you might think that's enough, but actually no, because we are using an upsert operation. An upsert sometimes will do updates. So who should we allow to update? Here we need to allow updates only to owners. And that's where in this using and with check, we're going to use this requesting user ID equal to user ID. That's very important for security to allow updates only to the user who is the owner of that upvote by putting this one in both using and with check. That's it. And maybe you should also allow delete. Like if I go ahead and press once again here, maybe you would want to go ahead and delete that one, but I'm not going to do that. You would also create actually the policy I'm going to show you, because delete is very similar to update. Delete only to owners authenticated, and we do the same check here. Only the owner of a upvote can delete it. Now we have all insert, update, delete for upvotes. Let's double check if it still works. I'm gonna try to upvote a new post. This one, it works. It took some time, but you saw that it took some time, especially to make it red, because the number changed instantly. Oh, that's because the red it's about my vote, but the number it's about the whole session. So it took some time. So here I would highly encourage you to implement optimistic updates. If you want to learn them, check out React Native Mastery. Okay, so upvotes is done, right? I don't know what happened with my terminal. I think it says like Vadim enough. Git status, git add, git commit upvotes. And with these upvotes, we actually managed to learn something interesting, some new stuff with counting even relationship data. That's nice.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, so I think we're ready to go ahead and now that we have the comment list here, we are still using, if we check the post comments coming from dummy data. Let's go ahead and implement the backend of the comments and fetch the comments from the database. Because if we look at the database, we already have a table comments that links to a post. And after seeding the database, we actually should already have some comments linking to some posts. The only thing that is left is to fetch these comments when we are fetching the post details. For that, what we're going to do is we're going to check how we are fetching the post. First of all, we could get the comments in two different ways, either in a separate query by fetching a list of comments, or in the same query that we are fetching the post by ID, by saying, give me the post and its comments. And I think it's much more performant to do it in the same query because there is less back and forth between the server and the client. In some cases, it's better to make the query smaller to get data faster, but with comments here, I think it's going to be good if we go into the fetch by post ID or fetch post by ID. And here we say that, hey, Supabase, give me the posts and give me all the columns from the post. Also give me all the columns from the relation, from the groups, and all the value of the upvotes. If I go here and say also, give me all the comments with all the columns that is related to these posts. If I'm going to go back here and check the post data by doing console log, it's going to be easier to see it if we do JSON stringify post null and then 2. And if I look into the logs, we should see that now we have data about the post, data about the group, upvotes, and finally the data about comments. This post in itself does not have any comments. Maybe one of these will have still doesn't. How to do it better? Because I see them here, post ID, and this post ID is 22D. And I will check by clicking on it, which one, or maybe I'm going to copy this ID, post ID. And let's look into the post, which is the post with that ID, by looking at the filter by ID. Why React Native is the best. So if I will check why React Native is the best, this one with a picture, we see that indeed we have an array of comments with all the comments under that post. Okay, let's take these comments and use them instead of post comments. So I'm going to remove post comments, which is dummy data. And I'm going to check the Flatlist that renders the post comments, and I'm going to take them now from the post.comments. And it should work if I will find that why React Native is the best. Most probably it is going to work, maybe not exactly, because we also need the user of a comment. So that means that if I look into the comment list item, we also need the user, so comment.user. If I simply comment out this part and go into this part, replies. Okay, it's a little bit more information that we need here. We need the user, we need the reply. That means that back in our post service into the fetch post by ID, it's not enough to fetch only the data about the comments. We also need data about the author, the user of that comment. So inside these parentheses, we are going to say, okay, besides all the columns of the comments, I also want the relationship with the users. This is the table name. And from that relationship, take everything. Maybe you can be more specific because you might need only image and name, but I will take everything like this. If I save, it's still not going to solve it because I expect it to be renamed from users to user. So I'm going to say in a new column called user, put the values of a relationship with a users table. This is the name of our table here. And actually, we do not have users table here, That's going to be probably the challenge. Let me stop for a bit here. And in the comment list item, let me comment out the user info part. And also in the replies, where we check comment.replies.map, let me find comment.replies. We have this one here. Let me do it with question mark for a second, because with question mark, it's safely going to access the length, and we don't yet have replies. And here, let me comment it out for a second as well. Okay, now if I go to a post, we should see the comments themselves, which are coming from the database. If I look at the comments, we see these comments coming from here. Let's go ahead and fetch and understand if their comment has any replies. To do that, I'm not going to fetch the replies. I'm only going to fetch probably the number of replies. So in the service that we used to fetch this post, fetch post by ID, inside the comments, I need to let's do replies, the relationship of a comment with a comment like this. And if I open it up, we see that now all the comments, they have a field replies with an empty array. But if I'm going to go ahead here and transform one of these comments, none of them have a parent ID. But if I will point one of them to another comment, for example, I'm going to look at this comment, or let's say this one, nicely written, keep up the good work. I'm going to open this one. I'm going to copy its ID. And to another post, for example, totally, I'll say that, hey, this is a reply to the previous one. So in the parent, I'm going to put this ID. If I do that, and maybe to the totally agree this one as well, like they are two under here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the third level. I'm going to take totally agree, which is a reply. I'm going to take its ID and I'm going to put this one. I wanted to say exactly the same as a reply of a reply, and to see how this is going to work. If I do that and come here, and I will go into this post with comments, we are going to see comments, no replies. This one, nicely written, has replies as totally and totally agree. And it's only one layer, because that's what we did. We only queried the one layer deep. The problem right now is that we are fetching all comments related to a post. The thing is that a reply of a comment will be displayed as a reply under the comment replies and as a parent one because it still has the same post ID. We can fix this either by removing the post ID from the replies, or we can filter out when we fetch the post comments, the top level comments, only the ones that have parent ID null. If they have parent ID null, that means that it's a top level comment. And I'm thinking if the first solution is that bad, if a reply should point to the post, maybe it should. So in that case, we're going to go with the second one by filtering out when we fetch top level replies, the one that have parent ID null. And in that case, with this approach by fetching comments together with the posts is not going to work because here we cannot add conditions to this relationship. So that's why we're going to need a completely separate function with a completely separate query that is going to be separate than the post. We fetch the post and then we fetch the comments. So let's go ahead and do fetch comments. And this is going to be an async function. And let's say that we are going to send obviously the Supabase to know how to get it. But before that, we are going to fetch the post ID for which we're trying to request. Now we're going to do again const data and error. That's how we interact with Supabase. That's what Supabase is going to return. And Supabase.now we are going to do .from comments. We are going to select everything. And the good thing is now we can add conditions like where clause. I'm going to add where the post ID, let me do it like this, select everything, equal, where the column post ID is going to be equal to post ID from here. So I'm going to do the same if error, throw error, otherwise return data. And now I'm going to use this fetch comments. And yeah, as you can imagine, I can already say that for comments, also fetch their replies like this. So I will comment out this part from here to make it easier to fetch a post, to make the query faster. And because we're going to fetch comments separately, let's go ahead inside the details page and define another use query below the post. And the other use query is going to be use query, is going to have a query key and is going to have a query function. For the query function, it's going to be the newly created fetch comments function that needs the post ID, which is going to be the ID of this page, and Supabase. Now for the query key, we're going to say this is a request not to get a post, but to request to get comments. And comments that we are filtering based on post ID equal ID. This way, fetching comments to different posts is going to land in a different part in our cache. Because without that, we're going to put all the comments for all the posts into the same part and it's going to be messing up. Now we're going to get data here and the data is going to be comments. Let's go ahead and do a JSON stringify to see the comments themselves. And now if I go to, for example, this post, we should see an array of comments. It's the same array, and we see again this reply, totally agree, being as a reply and as a top comment as well. But now, because we can apply conditions, I'm going to go into the fetch comments function. I can say when I do this, make sure that parent ID, like the field parent underscore ID is null. That is a top comment. Parent ID is null. Equal null doesn't want to work.
Can you do like .is?
.is
instead of .equal?
What's the difference? It kind of works. So if I go here and look into the logs, that's what I'm interested in. If I come here, now I will see only 2 top level comments because indeed we only have 2 top level comments and the other ones are simply replies to this one. Perfect. That means that now we can use this in the details page, the comments from our use query inside our Flatlist. Comments like this. Perfect. And list header component. Okay, we're gonna figure out like the types And the show replies actually works as well. The thing is that I'm not sure if we actually need the replies themselves or we need just the amount of them. Because yeah, it's good, but what I'm thinking is let's query the amount of them here. And when we press on the button to go ahead and actually fetch the replies. Let me see in the post list item when we do show more, something like that, right? This is post list item. No, I'm looking at the comment list item. We have here is show replies. So comment.replies is show replies. Then what's happening is we are not displaying them. So if I just comment out this one, we are going to display them. Perfect. But it's going to stop here. So we need to send another query to get now the replies of these replies, because remember, one of them has a third level of replies. So to do that, we're going to send another query here in the comment list item. So for every comment, what we are going to do is let's fetch the replies. So the replies are going to be the following. So let's go ahead and do use query. It's going to be very similar to how we fetch the list of comments, by the way. This one, comments, is going to be kind of the same. We just have to adjust some things in the fetch comments here. The difference is going to be that we are going to say comments, then we're going to do replies, or maybe I'm not going to do even replies, but I'm going to say here parent ID, which is a different value, is going to be equal to comment ID. So now we're not going to filter based on the post ID, we are going to filter based on the parent ID, loading replies to comments. Now in the fetch comments, we need the Supabase. So for that, we're going to do use Supabase. And here, instead of ID, we need a different value. It's parent ID. So to fetch comments, let's go ahead and see how we are going to modify these fetch comments to be able to, maybe we can actually do a separate function and call it fetch comment replies, or we can have a same function, but this is going to be our filters, and the filters are going to have either post ID of type string, and this is optional, or we are going to have, or should I do it separately? I think it's going to be, I'm not going to confuse you if I do it separately. So yeah, let's actually go ahead and duplicate this fetch comments function and call fetch comment replies. In this case, fetch comment replies does not need a post ID, it needs a parent ID. The replies to what comment we want to fetch. And when we fetch, we're not going to filter by post ID, we're going to simply filter by parent ID, where this parent ID is equal to this parent ID, and we don't need the last one is here. And again, we fetch the reply fields and their replies as well. So this way we are fetching one layer below. Now I'm going to copy this fetch comment replies into the comment list item, and this is the function that we're gonna call here to load the replies. Let's import it, and the ID is going to come from comment.id. And you see we already have them in the replies, but we are also going to have them there. So I can go ahead and do simply comments.length and work from comments themselves .comments. Let's do if and comments.length. Now if I will put it as Lucas did here like this. If I go ahead and open that post, we're going to see the top level comments that were fetched by this use query in the details page. Now, if I press show more, we see two more comments. This is depth 1, and we see that one of them has also the show replies button. If I press show replies on that one, we see the third level, and it stops here because it no longer has comments. But if we take and make the fourth level by copying the ID of a third level here and creating a new post, insert row, this post ID, fourth level, and this is not, doesn't matter what post ID it actually has, I'm going to just do parent ID, that's what matters. If I do that, yeah, it doesn't want this with post ID, I'm going to simply select a record like this one and do save. Now, if I will reload, we should have a fourth level of comments. So we have this is top level comments, second level, third level, and fourth level. All of them queried and imported from the backend. And if we go ahead and look by pressing Shift M for more tools and going into React Query plugin, this is where we're going to see how this data is stored in cache. And this is how we designed our cache. If I'm going to reload, it's going to load the first posts with their votes for the upvotes. And then if we go into one of the posts, for example, into this one, I should see somewhere here that I'm loading the comments for a post ID. Then I'm loading the comments, comment replies for this parent ID, and another comment replies for this parent ID. So all of them are stored like separately, depending on how we filter them. And as we do, like it loads and loads and loads more. Perfect. That's how it's done. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up where I have that console log somewhere. This one, I no longer need it. So I'm going to do git status, git add, git commit -m, fetch comments. There is one thing that we didn't implement, and maybe first actually something that we can do is fix a little bit the types. For example, the comment list item here, if I go into the comment list item, this comment should not come from the types that we manually generated. It should come from the types type comment is equal to tables, which will be imported from our database types, which are auto-generated based on our table, and we say that it's a comments type. And I will remove this import from here, and now the comment should be fine here. So comment list item is good here. The only thing is that most probably we should also specify that it can have replies or comment upvotes. This is something that we don't have yet. I'm gonna leave it like this because indeed we do not have upvotes. But about replies, but we do not take the replies. You take them from here, comments, or maybe this actually should be replies, right? Comment list, like if we call them, right? Yeah, to be more correct, these are replies, and let's not confuse because this is going to be if replies.length and show replies, and here if show replies, map through them and display them. Okay, perfect. Going back here in the ID, there is also this post list item that doesn't like that the post type, post is coming from tables post, group and upvotes. And what with this post, where is it coming from? Fetch post by ID. Unexpected input. Why unexpected input? Do I have too many brackets here? Maybe. So now... That's the problem. Where is it? Post. Yeah, that was the problem. Did you see, Lucas? Yeah, now it's fixed. So TypeScript found out that in my select, even though it was working, my select had one extra bracket here. And TypeScript told me like, something not good. Perfect. Now the types are good. The only thing that we didn't implement is displaying the avatar of the user that is posting the comment. That's because our users are not handled here in the users database, they're handled on the Clerk. So we're gonna see if by the end of the video, we're gonna be able to see how we can replicate them here, to add there more details about them here. For now, we're not gonna do that. So our comments are going to be without a user. Lucas is probably not very happy about that, but let's go ahead and first implement some features like adding a new comment. That I'm going to start with a service. Actually, I don't yet have a comment service, so I'm going to create a new file with comments service.ts, and I already have some functions related to comments. So these are fetch comments and fetch comment replies from our post service. They shouldn't be here, so let's copy them from here. In the comment service, let's make sure to import Supabase client and database at the top. And also let's make sure that where we import the fetch comments, which should be in our application protected post ID, here we are importing fetch comments. It should be from duplicate them. And I'll say that the fetch comments should be imported from the comment service. Now, while I'm here, I'm also going to remove this dummy data for the comments. And there is also one more place in the comment list item where we import both fetch comment replies and fetch comments, which fetch comments we do not need. only replies. And this one is going to come from comment service. Now let's go ahead in our service related to the comments and create a function that is going to create a new comment. Let's go to the bottom and say export const insert comment. We're going to need access to the Supabase, and we are going to need access to some data that we can insert. We can look into the post service, because here we should definitely have a fetch post, delete post. We didn't implement creating a post. No, we implemented creating a post. Maybe we didn't extract it. So I'm going to go into the protected tabs, create. Yeah, and here we have a function, insert post. And insert post is coming from, oh, it was just not extracted. I'm not going to do that now. It's better to extract it to there. But we see that the way it's designed, it says that insert post will expect a post that is the type tables insert, containing only the required fields that the table has. When we do insert, select single, perfect. I know how to implement it. So here in the insert comment, we're going to need here new comment of type tables, but not tables. Tables is just the value that when we fetch something, but it's tables insert. And tables insert is only going to be, like if I import it from our generated database types, it's going to be a type for the insert object in the comment. For example, when we insert, we don't have to provide the ID, it's going to be auto-generated. So that's why it's different, the type when we fetch with the type what we insert. Now let's go ahead and get data and error, and we're going to do that from await supabase.from, specifying the table. It's going to be a comment, and we are going to insert a new comment like this. And in order to get it back with the values that we inserted, we can do select. And to get only one item back, we're going to do single, not an array. Now we can do the same if error, throw error, and return data. And we are ready to use this insert comment in a mutation on the details page of a post. So going into the protected post ID, we are going to define here a mutation. We have a mutation to delete a post, and just below it, we're going to add a new mutation called useMutation, and the mutation function is going to call insert comment, and it needs the new comment with values, and it needs the Supabase. Let's do it like this. So what does a new comment need? Well, it needs to know, if we look in the data of a comment to see in the edit tables maybe, we see that ID is going to be auto-generated, created at auto-generated, post ID, parent ID, and comment ID is something that we need to provide. User ID is going to automatically be taken from the authorization header. So the comment is the easiest one, because we say comment is going to come from the input comment that the user is typing here. Now the post ID is also not very complicated, because we know the ID of a post that we are on the page. So we're going to take the ID of this page. Now the parent ID, like if it's a reply, we're going to take it based on the previous reply button that we pressed. For that, we need to create a new state variable and store that one in state. So I'm going to go at the top, and somewhere here where we have our state, we're going to say reply to and set reply to. Let's do reply to ID to know that this is just an ID of a comment that we are replying to. Use state is going to be null, but the type of a state can be either null or a string. Now, when we press on the buttons, these reply buttons, and we end up calling this function. And what we should do is say, hey, set reply to ID with the comment ID. Now, after we press these buttons, we are going to store that, and we can access this one in the parent ID when we create the comment, saying that this one is the reply to ID. And it's going to be null if it's null. We actually never call this mutation, but what's happening here is when we execute the mutation that we're going to be able to do by getting the mutate and then calling create comment, when we call this create comment function, we're going to execute the mutation function, which is going to insert the new comment with post ID, with parent ID, and with the Supabase. Let's go ahead and call this create comment function in the button that says reply, and it's this pressable. So let's do here on press. Please go ahead and call create comment. If now I'm going to go on a post, for example, on this one, and I'm going to say hello and do reply, I don't know what's happening, but I can reload the application, go to the same post, and if it worked, yes, we see the hello there. Perfect. Let's do a second comment here and do a reply. And if we come back, it should be here. Perfect. But why don't we see it automatically? Well, we don't see that automatically because, first of all, after the create comment has finished, we are not invalidating queries. Basically, what we see here on the screen is coming from the comments query. What we do here in the create comment is coming from here. So what we should do is say, hey, after you successfully run the insert comment mutation, basically on success, there is going to be data with a new comment, but we're not going to need it because we're simply going to invalidate the query by using query client.invalidate queries. And for the query key here, we're going to give, first of all, the key that is being used here, query with these comments. It should be an array. Comments, post ID, based on the ID, because that's the post ID here. Perfect. Now if I'm going to go ahead and do third and reply, it's automatically going to appear here. Probably on success or even before, we should go ahead and say set comment with empty string to clear up the input. So fourth, reply, removed from here, appear at the top as the fourth comment. The only thing that I don't think is going to work properly with invalidating the query if we are answering to hello. If I answer to hello by pressing on this answer and then say hello world, reply, I don't think it's going to invalidate, but if I reload, if I go back and come here, we see that hello now has show replies. It's not invalidated because the reply of a comment is being fetched in the component comment list item, and this is how we are fetching the replies with a different query key. Yes, it starts with comments, but it has a parent ID. So I'm going to copy this one from here, and I'm going to say, hey, when you insert a comment, please invalidate this query and also invalidate this query. And the parent ID is going to be reply to ID, a reply to ID. And I think we can also set reply to ID to null, because we replied, that's it. Now if I'm going to reload and go here and say I want to reply to second, I'm going to do here reply to second comment. If I do reply, we're going to see automatically that it appears show replies. If I do that, we see reply to second comment. If now I'm going to press on this one and say reply to reply and do that, we see another button here. And I can do that. Lucas probably stopped it at 5 layers, right? So yeah, as you can see, everything now correctly invalidates and we have like this real-time application. It's not like real-time, it has a feeling of everything in real time because we are properly invalidating the right cache. And we can scroll through all of the comments. If I'm going to go to another post, it's not going to have any comments because we are properly querying them. And when we open it, we only see top level comments and we can expand them like this. And I can do reply here and say second level, I think, and it appears here because it's already opened. That's also interesting, like how it's going to look, but I think it works perfectly. Like in the here, not in here, we have this one, which has 2 replies, but one of them has more. So yeah. Perfect. I think that's amazing. What I'm going to go and do, I'm going to say git status, git add, git commit -m, create comments and replies. So we are good here. We are creating comments. We are storing them in the database. We are fetching, we are invalidating them properly. So on this side, we are super good. What I want to do now is similar to what we did for our tables. We see that our tables are okay, but the comments has this RLS disabled. RLS, we learned in the previous video, these are the rules how we authorized people or users to do some stuff. So without RLS, that means that anyone can write comments, anyone can delete comments, update, and so on. Let's go ahead and enable RLS, press enable, and then we're going to go in adding a policy, because without any policies, when RLS is enabled, you're not going to be allowed to do anything. So let's start by creating a policy to allow select for authenticated users. So if you're authenticated, you should be able to read comments, and using true here because we don't have any logic. Select to authenticated. Let's do save policy. I'm going to create another one for insert, and this one is also insert to authenticated. If you're authenticated, you should be able to insert. There is no other rule here. True. However, delete and update should be based on the user ID, similar to how we did it for the other table. If I'm going to go back in table editor under posts and look at the auth policies here, we have delete that if I put edit, we see that it targets the role authenticated, but it has some logic here saying that the ID that the user used in his header as a token that he couldn't generate himself should match the user ID of the item that you're trying to delete. So I'm going to copy this one from here, and we can go back to the tables, comments, policies, and we can create a new policy for update and say update only for owners. And I'm going to say target authenticated users, but use this logic in both using and with check. Do both requesting user ID should be equal to the user ID that you're trying to edit. This gives you access to only your data to be able to update. Anyone else will not be able to update your data. I'll do that, and you can do the same for delete. Delete for owners. It should be authenticated, and also the logic should be you only should be able to delete your comments. And with these policies, your table is very secure, and select and insert. Anyone who has an account can do that, but delete and update, only the owner of that item in the table could do that. Perfect. I will double check if everything is still working. I'll reload because we don't have do anything on the data here. See that we can load replies in comments, and we can we still comment? If I do post, yes, it's added here, and we can still comment. Perfect. And yeah, we didn't do any changes here. It was just RLS. So I think with the comments, we are kind of good here. I'm going to explain a topic by implementing the delete comments. So in the comment services, let's go ahead and say, hey, export const delete comment async. In this case, we just need the ID of a comment of type string and the Supabase, which I'm going to take it from here. Now the implementation is going to be quite simple, quite similar to this one. I'm going to copy because I'm lazy now. And I'm going to say, wait, Supabase from comments, delete. And then you need to specify a condition, what items to delete. Delete can delete the whole table, all items, if you don't specify a condition. So I'm going to say delete only the item that has the ID equal to the ID that we send you here. Then I don't need to select anything. I don't even think we need return data. I will just return true here probably. Or maybe data, I don't know. Now delete comment. Let's go into the comment list item. And one of these items, one of these icons should be delete. Let's do, because we do not have a more menu, I'm going to do instead of these dots 3 horizontal, I'm going to rename it to trash. Is there a trash? Yes, there is a trash. Trash outline? No. Okay, you can find a better, definitely can find a better icon, but I'm going to leave it like this. So when we press on this trash icon, we need to try to delete that post. And let's go ahead and do const. We need to define the mutation, right? Use mutation. Mutation function is going to be delete like this, comment, and we need to provide the ID. The ID is going to be comment.id. And we need to provide Supabase. We already have Supabase there, that's good. Now on success, we need to also invalidate the same queries that we invalidated when we created a comment. So I'm going to go into the ID here, And on success, we have these two invalidations. I think they are good because they are invalidating both the first level queries and the second level queries at the same time. We need the query client, so let's get query client from use query client. And the post ID would be comment.postID, and the reply to would be the parent, comment.parentID. And this one can be undefined, but it's fine. Like, it's not going to be wrong if we call this on a root level comment, because it's just simply not going to invalidate anything, but it's not going to throw an error. So now we just need to take the mutation and call it remove comment. Let's go ahead and call it when we press on this icon. So the trash is going to be on press remove comment. Now I'm going to first try to delete a comment that does not belong to me. And even though we see the icon here, if I'm going to try to delete it, it's not going to allow me because it's protected on the server. This is the benefit of using RLS, because even if you miss something on the UI, people will not be able to perform that action because you protect it on the backend. It's simply not allowed. However, if I'm going to go here with all the comments that I created, and I'm going to delete like a top layer comment without any replies, for example, the fourth one, if I'm going to delete it, we see that it disappears automatically, and we can delete this one as well. Now let's see what's going to happen if, for example, we delete a reply. For example, this hello world reply from hello. If I delete it, everything is good so far. Text strings must be rendered within a text component. Why that might be the case? Also some length here. I did the same mistake, you see? I did the same mistake that I was explaining, like that it's a trap that we all fell into, but it's good to know like how to solve it. It's just negating it and making it like a trophy value. All right, so now we deleted top level comment, we deleted reply, but what's going to happen if we delete a reply that has replies? First of all, if I'm going to load it, we are going to see that we have, reply. If I delete this one here, boom, all of below comments are deleted as well. And not only from the user interface, but most probably from the table as well. If we look at the comments, we do not see those comments that have a lot of word reply anymore here. That's because by deleting a parent comment, it deleted the items referencing it as well. This is something that on an SQL database you can configure. And this is called, if we look into the edit table of the comments, in a foreign key, like in the relationship of a comment to a comment, if we edit this relationship, you're going to see here actions. What should happen with the items that are referencing this comment when, for example, the comment ID is updated. In our case, we're never going to update the case, so that's why no action. But what we said here, like what should happen with the replies if a comment is deleted, we literally say cascade, meaning delete them as well. So apply the same operation as a cascade, deleting them all below. So this is very good in a lot of cases. For example, deleting a user, if the user wants to be deleted, is going to automatically delete his post. Deleting a post will delete the post comments. Deleting post comments will delete post comments, likes, and so on. So it's going to clean the database. But I know that in Reddit, this is not what's happening, because by deleting a comment, you don't want to lose the other replies that commented there. So instead of that, they're deleting probably not the row itself in the database, we're deleting the content and the reference to the user. So it just shows a deleted comment, but it remains there in the database. So most probably it's a flag called isDeleted that is turned to true, and then it removes the information about the user and the comment, but it keeps that item there so it can load the replies at least. I'm not going to implement that complicated. I just want to show you that this is configurable, and to understand that with cascade, and what this cascade means is that when deleting an item, all the references, everything that is referencing this item is deleted. And this can be changed to either restrict, which will throw an error, so you're not going to be able to delete a comment if there are replies. You don't want that in this situation, or set default or set to null. This is also possible. I'm going to leave it like this, so when we delete a comment, it's going to delete all its replies. So this is another thing that we learned. Git status, git add, git commit, delete comments. Perfect. And for a better probably user experience, you can go ahead and even though nothing happens if a user clicks on delete icon for comments that are not his, you can go ahead and probably hide it, because in an application like Reddit, most like 99.9% of the comments are not going to be your comments. So it's bad to see this trash icon on every comment without being able to actually delete it. We are secure, it's nothing going to happen, but from a UI perspective, it's better to actually hide the icon itself. You can do that by taking the, okay, I'm going to show you. Okay, you
persuaded me?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It didn't take a lot, but I'm going to go, for example, in the comment list item. We need to know who is the user who is logged in. We can take that using use session from Clerk. We can take the session, and that session has the user ID. The comment that we are rendering also has a user ID. So we just compare if they are the same. We're going to go into the trash icon and say, hey, this is going to be rendered conditionally if session.user.id is equal to comment.userID. So if it's the same owner, if it's the author, in that case, we're going to render the trash icon. So here, we do not even see the trash icon, better for the UI, but in the first post where we created them, we see them here, and we can delete them. Perfect. Super simple one. Git add, git commit, remove icon for other comments. Okay, so on the comments, Lucas, are we good here, or we plan to show anything else?
Yes, I think that's good.
Maybe we could show the number of comments here.
Like you could show it in the posts, yeah, in the post feed. I'm not sure what you're showing. So in the
post feed, yeah, not very complicated because we already show like number of likes. And the number of likes was actually more complicated. The query that we are sending there is going to be in the tabs index. This is the home screen, and we're sending fetch posts here. I'm going to open fetch posts. Let me also look at what it expects. How is the name? So post list item, it expects, below, number of comments. So I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to go in the function that fetches posts. It's from the services post service, fetch post. I'm going to say that besides everything here that you're selecting, please also create a new field called number of comments, and the value, take it from the relationship with comments. So inside the comments, if we do this, it's going to select the actual rows in an array. If we say count, it's supposed to take the count. So if I reload, objects are not valid. So this number of comments is an object. Yeah, it should be an object. And I'm going to look at what the post data is, console log posts. We're going to access it a little bit differently. Posts, null and 2. And if I look into the logs, it should be here. It should be number of comments is an array, and that array has an object, and that object has a field count. So we need to access number of comments at position 0.count. That's purely like in our post list item. When we access number of comments, we access number of comments at position 0.count. A bit weird, but now it works. So we see that the first one has 2 comments. This one has 1 comment. Not sure where is it coming from. Cannot convert undefined to object. That's because in the details, I can do this one conditionally as well to be more safe, but to also query it here in the post service, the same way as we are querying it here in the fetch posts, we need to do it in the fetch post by ID. So in the fetch post by ID, we're going to do another column, and now it should work. So 2, perfect. This is 1. I don't know why it's 1. Maybe it was like an error or something like that, or a reply that kind of got lost. Where is that one with React Native? This one has 5. And if I look at it, yeah, it has 2 here and replies as well. Perfect. And that's why it was good to keep the post ID there, because a reply is also a comment and it should be counted towards the comments. Perfect. So let me commit. This is a number of comments on post item. Perfect. Okay, so are we good with the comments? I think we are.
And in a second, you'll think of another thing to do.
No, like, I mean, the only thing that is bothering me is that we're not displaying the offer of the comment, but we don't have that yet possible because, as I was saying, we don't yet have users in our table. Even though we have them here, these are fake users. I should actually delete them because now our users are handled on the Clerk, but that's a little bit out of the scope here. So that's why I'm thinking that there are some other stuff that I really want to show you, which is storage. So let's go ahead and implement the storage that will allow us, when creating a post, to add an image. For that, we first have to go into our application, protected, tabs, create. That's where we are creating a post. And we need to be able to select an image on this page. I know that we didn't implement that in our application here, but Lucas has spent a lot of time, and in the guide everything is there. So we're gonna follow the guide. So in the guide, let's go ahead, and this one we actually didn't implement it. We didn't follow. So we're gonna follow now the image picker for create a post lesson. For that, the goal of this lesson is going to be able to select an image from your phone's gallery and add it to the newly created post. We are going to use Expo Image Picker. You can check out the documentation on Expo Docs. And first, we're going to install Expo Image Picker. Let's install it in our project by running npx expo install Expo Image Picker. Let's follow the documentation here on the Expo Docs to see what else do we need to do. For example, in app.json, we're going to have to add this plugin that is going to specify the photos permission. For development, we don't need that, but it's good practice to put it now because without this, your application, when you deploy it to market, is going to be rejected. You need to be very specific with why you need photos permission. So let's copy this array that has two values, Expo Image Picker and its configuration. And let's go into our app.json under plugins. After Expo Secure Store, or after the last plugin here, let's add this array. To specify a plugin, we can do it either by a string or as a tuple, where we have two values in an array, the name of the plugin and the configuration of a plugin. And these are the other things that we can specify: photos, camera permission, microphone permission. I'm going to go here, and there is a function, pick image, that is going to launch the image picker, and the result is going to store in a state. So what do we need to import is use image picker, and we're going to need that in the create post. Source, app, protected, tabs, create. At the top, somewhere here, we need to import everything from image picker. We're going to need use state from React, but we already have it. Next, let's define the state image inside our component. And I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to do it in the create screen. So we have title, body text, group, and between them, I'm going to do this one because this one is an atom. So images here, and a function that is going to launch the image picker and set the image with a result. Let's define this function. I like it after mutations, even after go back probably here. Now we need to call the pick image when we click on one of the buttons here or icons. We can add a button, but I think Lucas has added a row of icons. So let me check the code that Lucas has. And what he has is this footer. So let's copy this footer with icons. And this is going to be at the end just before closing the keyboard avoiding view. So I'm going to copy that. And just before closing keyboard avoiding view, let's put this footer. We need to import the icon from Expo Vector icon. And now when we go to create, we actually see these icons at the bottom. And if we open the keyboard, they are going to move up. Perfect. Now that means that after we press the pick image, when we press on this icon, that is going to call the function that we define at the top, which is going to use image picker, launch it, and we'll say that we can select either images or videos. And let's go ahead and see what that's going to look like. It's going to actually open the system image picker, It's going to show the images that we have access to, and we can go ahead and select it, edit it, and then choose it. We don't display it, but we're going to do that in a second. Here, when you open the image picker, we can adjust some stuff. For example, not sure if we can share videos on Reddit. Maybe we can, but I'm going to stick only to images. So I'm going to pick only images. I'm going to allow editing. Aspect, I don't know if we actually have to do this, only applicable on Android, since on iOS the crop rectangle is always a square. Yeah.
You do not need aspect, and also videos are supported, but we are not showing them today.
And quality, you can decrease the quality of the item. For example, 1 is going to be 100% quality, it's going to keep everything. 0.5 is going to decrease it in half. I'm going to keep it at 1. And what I want to do is, as you can see, the result of the image picker, we are storing it as an image in state. But we see that we are never using this image. Let's go ahead and render this image. Not sure where Lucas did that, but probably it's after the inputs, after the body.
It is after
input.
the title, in between the title and the body.
Oh, in between the title and the body.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that in between the title and the body, saying that if there is an image, render it on the screen in an image component using source, URI, image, and then some styles, because without styles we're not going to see it. We say width, maybe 100%, and aspect ratio, let's do 1, just to be a square. And if I go ahead now and choose a photo, it's going to be here. And the title is at the top and the body is below. Let me check what other styles Lucas did there. For example, if image, he also did the removing of the image. So maybe we can just copy this part. And I see that Lucas with width and aspect ratio did the same. So Lucas has also added the icon that will remove it if you want to go back. So let's copy this part and replace it with our part. That is going to have this end design as well. So we see that at the top, we have also a close button. And when we press on it, it's going to simply remove the image from the state. And we can go ahead and select a new one. We can actually go ahead and select a new one and it will simply override the previous one, but we can also go back to no image at all. So this is how simple it is to pick an image from the system, from the library. I'm going to do git add, git commit -m, image picker. The next step is going to be to upload this image to Supabase. To do that, let's go ahead on Supabase, and we're going to see that on Supabase we have this storage here. We didn't create any buckets. Buckets are here to group together different media files. Let's go ahead and create a new bucket and let's call it images. We can create it as a public bucket where anyone will be able to download the images and see the images, or we can enable private bucket and they will have the same row level security policies for them. If they're public, anyone can do them. If they're private, only people based on RLS are going to be allowed to see them. We can also restrict upload size to prevent large files and also specify what kind of files you want, images, audio, video, and so on. Public, I think also anyone can delete them. So let's try to do them private and do them correctly. So I'm going to save this and we have a bucket where we can upload files directly from here, or we can go ahead and upload them through the SDK. To upload them from the SDK, we have here uploads. Here is the standard upload. And this is going to use Supabase storage from bucket upload the path to the file and the file itself. This is most probably for the web. And on React Native, we have one extra step. We have to take the URI, the local URI, and get the base64 of that image. So I'm going to open the Supabase React Native, a blog post here, and they have a bonus profile photo, also implementing with Expo Image Picker, where they have upload avatar, and the result, what we are doing with it, is we are transforming it to an array bucket using fetch. So, okay, let's implement it together. This is a bit confusing. It's also something that I never remember. You just always check the documentation. So don't worry if you don't understand, but I'm going to try to explain it. Let's create a function here, const upload image. It's going to be also a sync, and we can actually give here the URI of the image, like local URI. of type string. So if we give it for parameters, this function is not going to depend on the component itself, on the state and so on. So what we need to do first is we need to get the array buffer. We can get it by doing await using fetch. We're going to fetch the local URI, and after the fetch, it does result.arrayBuffer. So not to confuse it with then, let's do here first file res is fetch and then array buffer. We get it by calling file res dot array buffer. And now this is a buffer. This is the binary of our local image. And with this binary, we can easily upload it to Supabase. To do that, what we're going to do is we're going to do await Supabase dot storage dot from the ID of the bucket. So it's called images, if I'm not mistaken, images. We can do dot upload the path of the image, for example, 1.png, and then the file body, which is going to be array buffer. If I do that, let's try to take error and display the error if it happens, console.log error. And I'm going to upload it when we press on the post. This is the mutation to insert a post. So what I'm going to do, there is a button here that is not going to call mutate. Let's go here on post click. Let's call this function. And this is going to be a function on post click that, as before, is going to call the mutate function. But before that, we're first going to upload the image. So let's do upload image with the image, but only if it exists. So if image exists, if it was picked from the library, let's upload it and do await here. I'm gonna call the mutate actually not to create unnecessary posts and only keep uploading the image just for testing purposes. And in this upload, I'm going to console log the error, maybe also the data, because I'm a bit pessimistic here and expecting an error, but maybe it's going to work. So let's see, console log data. If now I'm going to check the logs and do post here, it's going to see that we picked an image, and then it's going to see error unauthorized new role violates security. That's what I was expecting, because our bucket is not a private bucket. Our bucket is not a public, it's private. And a private bucket, it's secured with the same policies, very similar to how RLS works. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually RLS. And we're gonna go under the images, under storage, configuration, policies, you're gonna see your bucket here. So let's go ahead and create a new policy for images. Maybe we can look into the get started quickly to see some predefined. Here you can see allow access to JPG in public folder to anonymous user, restrict bucket, allow extension, give user access to only their top level. This would be when every user has his own folder. Give users access to a folder only to authenticated users. Bucket ID, bucket name, and storage. Give access to a file to a user. I would give access to the whole bucket to all authenticated users. So it probably will be something similar to this, but can we adjust it here? No, we cannot adjust it here. I'm going to copy it from here and go back for full customization. Let's say operation. I want to select, insert, update and delete, and you see what kind of functions are enabled. That's really cool. So select will enable download, list, update, move, and so on. Target roles authenticated, policy, definition, bucket ID, images, and that's it. What means that we give full access to authenticated users to this bucket. This is not the best one because you want only file owners to be able to delete them. In that case, sometimes we store them in folders using their ID, but I'm not going to cover that now. I'm going to just do review. Please provide a name for your policy. Full access to authenticated users. Review. Let's do save policy. So it has like 4 policies here. Perfect. If I go ahead and try again to upload it, we see null for the error, and data, it has full path images /1png. This is the ID of the file, and this is the path. If I'm going to look in the Supabase, we see that in images, we have an image1.png. We see that file is too large in the preview, but if I download it, it should be exactly that file. I'm going to open it here, that we uploaded there. Perfect. So it's that simple actually to upload a file. Like look at the amount of code that we have here. It's 2 lines of code to transform a local URI to an array buffer and 2 lines of code to do Supabase storage upload. Now everything that we're gonna add, it's adding on top, like this is the fundamentals. But for example, we need to adjust the name here. And the name, if we look into the documentation here, what they did is they first took the file extension from the original file. So they took the file extension from local URI without URI dot split. We're gonna split on dot, and we're gonna take using pop the last part, which is going to be the file extension, either .png or if it's missing, we're going to default to JPEG. And then the path, I mean the name of a file, is going to be composed using the date now and then the file extension. This, if I take path and use it here in the path and upload it again, it is going to upload an image where the file name is a date. And yeah, it's not a date, it's a timestamp, a Unix timestamp, which yeah, it's basically a date. So this way we are kind of ensuring that if I upload another time, it's going to be not overridden on top of it, but added as a new one because time is always moving forward. The only problem is like with this approach, if your application is very huge, like millions of users, there is going to be a moment when 2 users exactly at the same moment will upload an image. And in that case, their file names are going to collide with each other. And one user is going to override the image of the other user. This is very edge case. So for better naming convention, you can use UUIDs, which ensures uniqueness. But for now, this is perfect because this is the time down to the milliseconds. So I don't think in a normal application like this is going to happen often. It's going to happen super rarely, just letting you know that this might be an issue in future. So after we call upload image, we have this data. Let's go ahead, and the data has full path and it has path. Which one do we need? Because when we upload that item, that post in the database, in the post database, there is a column image which should point towards one items here. For example, this one. Which one we're gonna need, full path or path? That's the question. Let me double check that. Path, it's using path. And the path is just the name of the image. Yeah, okay. And then knowing that path, okay. So this upload image, let's do if there is an error, let's actually throw that error. Otherwise, let's return the path of that image from Supabase. Return, not sure if I need else here actually. Return data.path. So we can use this upload image, which actually doesn't even have to be in this file. It can be in a utility file because it doesn't have to be in this function, in this component, because it doesn't need like state and stuff like that. It can be outside, similar to insert post, which we're gonna make sure to clean it up. Actually, we need Supabase here. So it's either we're going to send the Supabase as we did with services like this, but it's one more parameter, but it will allow us to get this function outside the component altogether. And when we call upload image, we need to send the image with the local URI and then the Supabase as well. What's going to be our strategy? Probably our strategy is going to be, yeah, let's do it like this. Let image path equal null, or let's do it like this. Let image path is going to be equal to either, if image is defined, to, can I do a wait here, or undefined, and I don't need this one. Now having the image path, I'm going to send it down to the mutate, image path. When I send something down to the mutate, image path is going to go into the mutation function here, so we can say image path, or let's here just do image of type string or undefined. Maybe it should be null. I'm going to check that. Now I'm going to take this image, and when we call insert post, I'm going to add it here. So now if I actually click create post, it's going to first upload the image, get the image path, and call mutate to upload the post, but this time with an image. And if everything works correctly, after everything is done, we're gonna do query invalidation and go back. I need to first select the group and do post now. It's going to upload the image again, which is not very optimal, but after uploading the image, here we have it. If we look into the database, we're gonna have in the post, the last post that was created, I'm going to sort it by created at descending. It has an image which has this name. Now the thing is that this post in the feed, it understands that it should have an image, but we didn't implement like how it should render it. Because previously the posts that had an image had an HTTPS, like a public available image. This one is just a name of a file in our storage. So what we should do is we should go into the components, post list item, and first download the URL of that image. So let's see how that is going to happen. I'm going to remember how that is working here. Avatar URL. Most probably that is through download. Set avatar URL. Yep. So what we have to do is, again, we're going to have a function here at the top, const download image. Let's do it as async. And this is going to be the path, the image path, or the image, which will represent the name of the image in our images bucket. What we should do here is we should do await Supabase, which we're gonna receive here as well, Supabase, as Supabase client of type database. So Supabase dot storage dot from images dot download, and the path of the image is going to be image. They also put it into a try catch because things can happen here. Catch the error. Now what we get back here again is error and data. That's very common already. If there is an error, we're going to throw the error, which in fact is going to simply arrive here. But if data is good, let's see what data is. Console log data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this download image in our post list item function is going to receive a post. So I'm going to put it here in a use effect saying that whenever the post dot image changes, I want to download the image post dot image. And the second argument should be Supabase. It can be null, so I'm going to do if post dot image, do that. And let's see what's going to happen. Well, we see that data collector, blob ID, type image, the size, and so on. So this is a blob. What we have to do is we have to read the data, and at the end, using the file reader, and at the end, we're gonna get the result. So let's copy this part from here. So file reader, then read as data URL, and then on load, we are going to receive a result. So if I copy these 3 lines here, we see that on load, can I do here return? Let me check something. Return. It's not gonna work. I need to define a promise and return the promise of our result as string. So here when I call the download image, I can do .then console.log without calling it, just giving it to that. If I reload, status 400, no idea what's happening. Well, maybe the problem is with, the old images. So I'm going to go back, and now all the posts that have an actual link, I need to set them back to null because now we are moving away from links here to pointing to our storage. And now if I will reload, I will have like less errors to know like what's going on. Okay, but what's going on undefined here? Yeah, because the return here is in a callback, so I need to remember how to return a promise here. If I'm not mistaken, like I could go back and move this function inside the post list item, but I really want to make it reusable because you never know like how often do you need it. And I don't want to write like these file readers over again and again. So if I'm not mistaken, we create promise equal new promise, an argument for, or return new promise, right? Yeah, return new promise. And then we get here a resolve and reject. And we need to do something with them. I mean, we do our stuff here, which is going to be this part. And can it also be a sync? Yeah, it can. So we do this. If error, we can say reject the promise with this error. File reader, work with data, blob or null. If error, or there is no data, stop there. Come on, it's not assignable to blob. Anyway, here instead of returning, what we do is we call the resolve function of our promise, saying resolve that promise with this result. And maybe I can even do a string, not sure if that's needed, but let's try it. Here, let's not do console log data. In the error, we can reject the original promise using that error. Finally, if there is no data, reject, or maybe I should return here. Yeah, return reject. Okay, so now when we call download image, it's going to give us back a promise, and after it reads and decodes the image, it's just going to give us the result. So when we call it here, download image, then console log, let's see what we have. Indeed, we have an base64 array. It looks like a lot of data, a lot of weird characters, but if we go ahead and store these characters in a state, call it const image set image equal use state, and then if we say, hey, after you download the image, go ahead and set it to state. So if I will say set image, the set image, I'm going to say that it can be string or undefined. So now it should work. Come on, value unknown void promise. I don't know, I think it's going to work. TypeScript is just messing up. So if I take this image from state and then in the image here, I replace it with a group image, but I should do that in the should show image post.image. We're going to share here the image. Just like that, finally we have the image loaded from Supabase storage. So it took a little bit of time, but this kind of thing that we add here, download image and upload image, we build them once, and then it's super simple to just call this download image when we want to. And we can actually build a custom implementation of an image component that instead of sending a source, we can send there a key and it can handle this downloading itself. Now I can go ahead and create a post without image. I think I need to select a group without, and I can go ahead and create a post with image. I select a group and I select an image, for example, this code. It's not a code, but it's the lesson from React Native Mastery, and it's going to be here, and we can see it here as well. Okay, that was tough.
Amazing.
And before I commit everything, I actually want to clean up a little bit by creating maybe a folder utils here. And it's going to be Supabase images.ts. And here in Supabase images, I'm going to move the download image function, because that was why we tried to make it reusable, to get it out of a component file so that it can be imported and used in any other place. And that besides the download from here, which we should go ahead and do import, let's first export it, export const, and now we import it here, download image. Besides this one, we are also going to extract from our application protected tabs, create the upload image. So these two, like one downloading and one uploading. Supabase images, let's do here like this. And let's also do export upload. In the create, we just need to make sure to remove this function and to do import upload image, Supabase image. While I'm here, I'm also going to move the insert post, because this should belong to services post service. Somewhere here we need to do insert post, and it also needs the insert post type, which we can define here somewhere at the top. And to make sure to import it from services. Do we have it import? Maybe not. Import, insert post from services, post service. Perfect. Now I can clean up a little bit here. And yeah, this file is a little bit easier to read.
Nice.
Perfect. And the same thing can be done for groups as well, where the group image is going to be stored there. What I was saying before is a reusable component. For example, if I look into the components post list item, to render this image that is coming from, where is it? This image that is coming from Supabase, there is also always going to be a couple of steps involved, meaning we have to define a state for the image. Then with a use effect, we have to download that image and then set it in state. It's not a lot, but imagine we have this use state and the use effect and the state in everywhere where we need to display an image from Supabase. It's getting a little bit hard, and it's super easy to implement a custom component that will do this logic for us. For that, we're going to create, I'm going to do that because it's not hard. Let's call it Supabase image.tsx. Let's do export default function Supabase image, and it will return an image. Exactly the image how we had it here, for example, like this. Now, it needs, in the properties, I'm going to define the type of Supabase image props. I'm going to say that it will have a property called path or something like that. And this is going to be a string. This represents the path in Supabase storage. Maybe we can also add a bucket here. So it will have both bucket and path. So we can load them from different buckets as well. Let's go ahead and take path and bucket from the props and specify that they should be image props like this. Now we're going to bring the use effect and the state here. So state and the use effect. So I'm going to bring it here. In the state, we don't need it anymore. Now let's do use state, import from React, use effect, import from React. If image post, this now we don't download based on the post, we download based on when path changes and when bucket changes. So if there is a path and there is a bucket, then we download the image. So let's import download image from utils. We download based on path. We give here Supabase, which we can take using const Supabase equal use Supabase. And then we do set image. And at the end, we return this one here. The image should be imported from React Native. So at the top, let's do import image from React Native. Now, this is not done yet, but it should already work because I can import the Supabase image in the post list item. Import Supabase image from Supabase image, and where we try to render this here, this one should show image. I'm going to render a Supabase image, and instead of sending a source, I'm going to send the path, which will come from post.image. I'm not going to send a source because it's this component who is going to handle the source. I'm going to leave styles here for a bit. If I come back, let's see what's going on. If I reload, we see something. Maybe not exactly what we wanted, but what's going on? Reload. Well, yeah, we didn't send the bucket, even though we're not using, we're kind of expecting it. And that's why it's not downloading the image, because it's not sending the bucket. So let's go ahead and send the bucket is going to be images. Now, if we come back, it's loading. And the cool thing is that now we can look at this Supabase image separately, and we can go ahead and say, hey, in this component, adding a loading state for every image would not make sense. Like it would be a mess. Here, we can do here is loading, set is loading, use state is loading true. And what we're going to do, like after we set the image, let's do here result. Let's do set image with result, and then set loading with false. Let me go ahead and do it like properly. Const handle download equal a sync function. I don't like the .then. And then we can do const result equal await download image path and Supabase. And then what we can do is set image with a result. We can do set is loading to false. And I'm going to call this handle download instead of this one here. If path and bucket, and else if path and bucket is not there, I'm going to set is loading to false. And in that case, it would make sense to set is loading to true at the beginning, because this use effect can be called multiple times if either path or bucket changes dynamically through the props. And we're going to set it to true, then handle it, and either set it right away to false or handle and set it when we get the result. And using this is loading, we can say, hey, if is loading, show a view with an activity indicator in the center. And this view should be imported from React Native, and it should have a style. Maybe you can add a background color, Gainsborough, and align items center and justify content center. Am I perfectionist now? And the same width and aspect ratio and border radius as the image itself. And this is going to add a loading indicator for the image itself. Now it downloaded it too fast, but we should see it. Oh, forgot to return it. Rookie mistake. Now we're gonna see that skeleton for our images, which allowed us to do it just because we have like a separate component for it. And as you can see, it's loading and then it shows. Okay, perfect. One thing I wanted to do more. Okay, yeah. Whenever you are doing this kind of extending a usual component, I'm explaining this super in depth in React Native Mastery, how to extend components. Here, our Supabase image is basically an extension of the image that adds a little bit of functionality. And the problem is that we wanted Supabase image to be super reusable, but we are hard coding some styles that would only work in this context on the home screen. What I want actually to do is to say that, hey, use the style and everything else from the parameters that you receive here. And to do that, there are a couple of steps. First, we take the image props like this, with this syntax, saying that, hey, take the path and bucket and everything else, keep it in one huge object called image props. Now we take these image props and say, go ahead and destructure them here, image props. And as you can see, it's still working, but now we can adjust these styles from the parent from when we are using it. So if I do here 80, it's going to change. So this is what making this image reusable, because we are only providing the source. So here providing source is not going to change anything, but providing anything else that the image can receive is going to be sent down to the image component. And I can do the same here, for example, not to assume with an aspect ratio like this, I can say, hey, I need this kind of styles here because I want the activity indicator to be in the center, but I would also appreciate the styles of the image.props.style if you have any. So now also the loading indicator is going to take styles from the parent from previous. Perfect. The only thing that's left is to fix the TypeScript issues, because it doesn't know that Supabase image can receive a style, because we said that the type of a Supabase image prop is just these two properties. What we can do is say it's these two custom ones, and everything with and we can create a union type, and everything from the image props. So I think it's component props, and inside here we provide the component that we want to extend. So it's the image, or if I'm not mistaken, it's type of image. Now, if we look at the Supabase image, we know that to this Supabase image, we can give anything that we could give to an image, such as style, such as resize mode, and everything is going to be passed down to the actual image component here. And yeah, it knows that image props is coming from image, and it knows that it also have a style and stuff like that. So now this Supabase image is super reusable. You can reuse it for avatars, for groups, for users, for full screen images and so on. Because using it is super simple. You just give a path to the Supabase storage, you give a bucket name, and then you style it as a normal image. And behind the scenes, like it's this component that does the heavy lifting of downloading it, handling the loading indicator. Maybe you can even have the error state, and if it fails to load, you show a small text, fail to load image. That's also possible to do there, and you do it once and you benefit of it in any place in your application. So that is everything that I wanted to do with images. So let me do git status, git add, git commit -m Supabase images, and that's it, right? Perfect. And if I'm not mistaken, we wanted to show pagination, right?
We had a plan for that, yeah.
We're gonna do it, but I will not stop to explain every single line of code, because implementing pagination, especially on the Tanstack query, is quite a lot. I explain it super in depth in React Native Mastery, so if you're interested, make sure to join notjust.dev/React Native Mastery, and there we cover pagination in details. Pagination would mean that on the homepage, we have a lot of posts. If you deploy the application to production, most probably you're gonna have even more posts. So when you open the application, you cannot load all of them. What you have to do is load, like, I don't know, first 10 posts, and as the user scrolls, you load more. How is that going to happen? Well, first of all, pagination is a work on both frontend and backend. So for the backend, in the services, in the post service, when we fetch posts, we can have here a dot range 0 to 3, meaning that give me the post from 0 to 3, and if I reload, let's see what's going to happen. We have post 0 to 3, which is actually 4 posts. Maybe I will do 0 to 1, 0 and 1. Is that going to be 2 posts? Yes, with image and without. Then if I do 2 to 3, that's going to be the next set of posts, the next page basically. And this way, by sending this range, where to start and until what post, we can implement pagination on the backend. I mean, how we fetch data from Supabase. So that means that we need a couple of parameters here, and they will be limit and offset. That's usually how it works. In my case, usually it's a bit different. Like limit is how many posts we want to query, and this is usually standard. Like if it's 10, it's always going to be 10. And offset, how many we want to skip. Offset, how many we want to skip, will go into the first one here, so offset, and limit is going to be offset plus limit. So we want to start at the offset and then go to offset plus limit. If we want 10 posts, is going to be maybe 10 plus 10 for the next page, or 20 plus 10, and so on. Let's go ahead and say that these should be of type limit number and offset number. But we can also skip them, especially the offset. I can skip both of them and I will use some defaults. For example, for offset, I'm going to use the default 0. For limit, I'm going to use a default 10, for example. So loading 10 posts. If I reload, it didn't work. So offset 0 until 10. It didn't want. Why? Error. Cannot read property from of undefined from. But I'm overriding them. Console log offset. It's 0 from of undefined. Am I crazy? So 0 and 10, 0 and 10, and it's failing. And if I do here manually 0 and 10, what? It still doesn't work? What did I do? Because it was working. 0 and 2. What happened? Oh, I know what happened. We added a new parameter here, and Supabase moved to the second parameter. So in the fetch post, we need to go into the application. Yeah, I can go back to how it was because it's going to work with offset and offset plus limit. I just want to change, I have to change the fetch post inside the application protected tabs index where we fetch the post here, because Supabase is already the second parameter and the first one is going to be our options. I'm going to leave them empty, and this is going to use default first page with 10 posts. Maybe I can do limit 3 just for us to see better. And we see 3 posts here, or actually 4. And let's go ahead and start implementing a paginated query. With Tanstack, this is, how to say it? It's not easy, but it's structured, and pagination is no easy topic. So especially the one that we want to implement. The one we want to implement is called the infinite scrolling pagination, where we scroll, and as we scroll, we load more items. We don't have to move from page to page, but we load more items in the same list. So in that case, a use query is going to be replaced to a use infinite query, a special type of query that handles this infinite pagination. Let's replace it, and we're going to see that it already expects a little bit more items. One of the items that it expects is the initial page parameters. What is going to be the initial parameters for our page? And they will be limit 3 and offset 0, or maybe we can even, let's be specific to see it better. So this is going to be initial page parameters. We also have to implement here the get next page parameters, which is a function that should calculate these parameters, limit and offset, based on, if I'm not mistaken, it's last page, and here it's all pages. So let me just return here a dummy limit 3, offset 3. That's it. Now the use infinite query says that everything is okay, but if I reload, we do not see the items. Well, that's because if I look into the posts somewhere here, console log posts, or maybe a JSON stringify posts null and 2, we're going to see that now it's a little bit different than before. The post is an object, it has pages, which is, as you can see here at the top, it's an array of arrays, where pages is an array of different pages, and every page is an array of items in that page. What we can do is simply put them in one big array by saying posts are equal. I'm going to rename this back to data. So post is going to be equal to data.pages, and I'm going to do a flat map. Not a flat map, but a flat. Or it's going to be empty array. So by doing pages.flat, like we take an array of arrays and put all the items into one single big array. That's what will power our long list of items, destructuring everything from these pages. Perfect. What I'm going to do now is in the list footer component, let's render a button from React Native that will say title load more. On press, like load more. Let's just do it like this. So if I go at the bottom, we see load more. If I press, I want to load the next page. To load the next page, we have to call a function that we're gonna get from the use infinite query. That function is called fetch next page. Very straightforward, like it makes sense. When we press on load more, let's do on press fetch next page. Let's actually call it like this. So let's move to a limit of 2 in order to have just 2 posts. I mean, it's going to be 3. 1, 2, 3. If I go ahead and do load more, it's going to load the next batch, probably. But yeah, it loads the same page. As you can see, this is the first post, this is the first post. That's because when we call fetch posts, we're always sending here limit 3. In order to send the page parameters in the query function, we're going to receive these page params here, and we can send them either here, let's do it like this, page param. So now, initially it's going to be this object that gets here, and later it's going to be this one. If I do reload, we're gonna see that now it should load 3 posts, 1, 2, 3. And if I do load more, it should be the 4th, and so on. Does it work? And now it's still this one. That's because, again, in the get next page parameters, we are hard coding. We are not looking at the last page and the all pages. I think the easiest one to know the next page params is to get the last page params. And what I'm going to do is say that offset is going to be last page params dot limit plus last page params dot offset. Or a better way actually would be all pages dot flat dot length, the length of all the existing posts in our table. I think that's how it should be. So I think with maybe 1 post, when I say limit 2, I actually expect only 2 posts to see. But the way Supabase is implemented, we see 3. So I'm gonna go into the fetch post and say, should it be limit -1 here? to be exclusive, because Supabase is including the limit, but I want to exclude it. So now if I reload, saying limit 2 means I want 2 posts, and I actually get the first 2 posts. If I do load more, I'll have a next 2 posts. If I do load more, I'm gonna have a next 2 posts, and so on until we reach the end. I want to just double check if I'm not skipping any post. So the third one is this with flowers. If initial page I say, give me the first 10 and reload the application, I'll just double check if indeed the third one is that with flowers. Yes, it's that with flowers. That means that our pagination is working properly. And I don't need this one here. And I don't need this one here, but it should be here because I need the second one. So we can simply replace it with an underscore to say like, I don't need it, but it should be there because I want to access the second one. Perfect. So that's how we are doing it. However, usually we do not have a button. Usually we have automated load more. To do that, what we have to do is say on the Flatlist, on end reached is a function that the Flatlist will call when we are scrolling and approaching the end. And when that happens, I'm going to do fetch next page. I need to be a bit safe not to call it too often, and I'm gonna call fetch next page only if it's not already fetching next page, which is a variable that again infinite query gives us, is fetching next page. I'll say, hey, if is not fetching next page, then call fetch next page. And we're going to see, just look at the scroll indicator here. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to see it properly, but as I will reach the end, and it's going to be right at the end here, it's going to load the next set of posts. And here, instead of this button, what I can do is I can show an activity indicator, but only if is fetching next page. Activity indicator. Otherwise, let's do question mark, and otherwise just return null. Now you're gonna see that as I reach the end, it's going to have that activity indicator and it's going to load more posts. What application also do is they load posts ahead of time. Like they don't wait until the user actually reaches the end. They actually load a couple of steps ahead. To do that, we can adjust on the Flatlist when the Flatlist will consider that it reached the end by sending here on end reach threshold. And this is, if you say 2, that is going to load 2 more visible screens below. So as you can see on the scroll indicator, as I scroll, it loads a lot of items below to have enough items for us to scroll 2 screens. So this way, like you rarely reach the end. And we see there is a problem when we reach actually the end, like a lot of things are happening there. And there is another property here, has next page. And has next page will be false if in the get next page parameters we're gonna return 0. And how we can, if we're gonna return undefined, we can do that by checking the last page actually, so we need it. So if last page dot length is equal to 0, then return undefined, meaning that there is no next page there. We reach the end. If last page was 0, we reach the end. And if we return undefined, this has next page is going to be false. So we can say, hey, call fetch next page only if you're not fetching and if you have a next page. So now if I will scroll until the end, we should not see that problem of even starting to load because it knows that it doesn't have next page and it's not even calling it. And that, guys, how you can implement this fetch next page. And while I'm here, I will remove this view to leave only the Flatlist. Makes it a little bit cleaner. And yes, when you look at this use infinite query, it's a lot of data. We send a lot of stuff. This tail time is optional. So these are important parts. The query key, as it was before, the query function, the initial page parameters, the get next page parameters, and back we get a lot of data. But this is the benefit because we just get this data. We don't have to manage it. And a lot of things kind of click, like it's easy to remember, especially the names. Fetch next page to get the next page. Is fetching next page is going to be true or false when this is happening. Has next page and stuff like that. So yeah, I hope you enjoy and it makes sense. Go more times through the code. And yeah, just know that these initial page parameters, how we implement it here, it's totally up to us. It's me that I decided that I need limit and offset. It's not like the Tanstack query that decided that. It's anything that you return here and here is going to be passed to the query function in the page params, and we can use it to decide how we fetch. So if you need like another page parameters, like the number of page, or sometimes we implement cursor-based pagination, and that's what I implemented in the course, where we do not say how many items to skip, we give a cursor saying that fetch items after this one. But I'm not going to go into that. That one is, if you're interested, check out the React Native Mastery. This is a very solid pagination system. I'm very happy that we covered it as well. Lucas, what do you think about it?
Amazing. Very nice.
So yeah, super happy that we managed this one as well. Pagination. Perfect. So I think we achieved so much with this project. And there are so, like, you can use this project as the starting point for so many applications.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Social
100%.
medias, forums, anything that you can imagine.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to have access to all the source code following the link in the description. So that was the Reddit clone, right?
Yeah, actually it was, it evolved to a lot bigger than it supposed to be at the start, like than it was supposed to be. But I think it's good. Like we showcased a lot. I think it's amazing.
And I would like to say big thank you to you, Lucas, because you invested so much time into preparing this project. All the Notion guide that you see, like it's done by Lucas. Everything from the UI is done by Lucas. Probably 1 full month of work, and
thank you.
Lucas even shared that this was one of the hardest months for him. So show him some appreciation and say thank you, Lucas. I personally appreciate it a lot. So
thank you very much. That's very nice words.
That's a very good way to come back and show like how things are done here at notjust.dev. Thank you.
Exactly.
All right, so I think we're gonna wrap it up. If you enjoy this one, as always, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We have a lot of tutorials coming. Let us know also in the comments what other projects you'd like us to see build. We are always open to ideas. And there is also an idea board in the description where you can submit some ideas there as well. I'll see everyone actually pretty soon. So bye-bye.